socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political...
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, hump day, Wednesday, June 17th. 2026, it's Boots Riley Day. You already know what's up. I'm looking sleek. I'm wearing the freaking black suit. I normally don't do that, but I'm wearing it today. Looking like MIB agent. Okay. Big day today. Big day for socialism. Big day for us all. We'll be talking about it. We are live. We are alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, and there's not really much going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. Let's be real. Has someone died? No. What? The one time I wear a black suit, someone had to have died? Is that what it is? You can't be wearing a black suit? Did you game offline? I know it. No, of course I didn't game offline. I didn't game at all. I went to sleep last night. Dialogue leak, PSL drama. I already covered dialogue leak last night. Black suit and black tie. It's a green tie. I don't understand. It was just... It's not a black tie. It's a green tie. Anyway. I mean, sorry. This might look like a dark green tie, but now with the official government, the new government mandate, this is actually an American flag blue tie. What used to be green is now known as American flag blue. A very specific type of blue. The bluest of blue. Okay? I just wanted you guys to understand. I don't want you to be confused. I don't want you to think that the tie I'm wearing is green. I was testing you. I was testing the American patriots, and guess what? Many of you failed. Okay. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay. It did work. All right. It didn't work initially. Algae? Teal? No, it is blue. Guys, I don't want you to go to jail, okay? I don't want you to go to prison. If you say this is green, you might go to prison. And eventually we'll clean up the algae on the tie, and it'll be American flag blue once again, as it was destined to be. I'm of course referencing black suit with black ties. Usually when someone died, it's not a black tie. Fuck. You guys are going to make me change the tie. I swear to God, you're going to make me change the tie. It's green. This is a green tie. It's not a black tie. It's a blue tie. It's a green tie, but it's supposed to be blue. It's blue. It's a blue tie. Unc, care to comment? Days Middle East. Yeah. Days Mena. Cover. They call me the cover girl. Yeah, it came out. And it was a banger. Shot by Dean. Who also shot our friend Mahmoud Khalil. Did you not replace your tie pump? No, I didn't. And that's what's fucked up.
Wait, tell me.
Okay, we'll do all of that and more. Okay, Days Mena. But where was I? Keep the fit, it's fire. Thank you. Okay. Folks. Personal news wise, I'm a chud ass loser. I worked out this morning. I did Free Speech Fridays for Taylor Lorenz. We talked about all of the things that are going on and how terrifying it is. And that'll be out, I assume, on Friday because, you know, Free Speech Fridays, as the name implies. Other than that, not much going on in my life. Chud ass loser style. You already know what it is. We'll dive right into the news. Sorry for the delay. It's 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. And wait, Zoram Hamdani is on minoxidil? That's so funny.
Are you
I
really?
told him to take it.
Yeah. Is that a sponsored?
I'm on that minoxidil.
Are you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a sponsored ad read?
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
When? Since when?
It's like 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
I just started to see. I was like, this is not.
Oh my God. I told this motherfucker to get on it and he got on it. Oh my God. That's literally that. I mean, I'm on it too. And we literally had this conversation. We had this conversation on camera. That's so funny. I'm glad that we're saving the New York mayor's hair, because if he started fucking balding, he'd look like, I'm sorry, he'd look like an unk. And a big part of his appeal, aside from the wonderful policies, is also the charisma to back it up. And if he starts balding a little bit, it's not gonna be great. Okay, so I'm glad he's doing the damn thing. I'm glad he's doing fish waking up in the reflecting pool today. Oh my God. Dude, the reflecting pool saga has been hilarious. It's so perfect for me. It's like one of my favorite stories. Okay. It's certainly one of the best stories that has come out of the Trump administration. It's like very ballroom. It's very UFC in the front lawn. And it is even funnier than that because it's been such a spectacular flub. It's been such a spectacular failure, and like the Republicans are having a hard time dealing with it. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a blast off meme? Because I want to go right into it. Okay, I want to go right into it. I want to get right into it. We have so much going on. Got to talk about the Mena Dazed Mena cover. Yeah, it's gauche trash shit. Adam cooked your ass again? Wait, why?
Welcome to the beautiful pod. Before we begin,
he asked me to be on this, and I was like, I can't. I don't know enough about soccer. I just straight up was like, I can't be doing this because I don't know shit about soccer. The SA wins in DC. Yeah, we'll talk about that too. Can we carry the flame to start the stream? No. Unless we get the level 10 hype train. You know the deal. You know the rules. And we just did a hype train and we did not get to level 10. So it's not happening. Okay. It's football, my man. You could have talked about Fenad. I'm gonna claim. No, I told him the other day. I was like, I am a Fenerbahce fan since birth because I have to be. But I'm not knowledgeable enough. I'm not like keeping up with what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? Like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna, instead of blast off memes, I'm just gonna blast off with the Dazed Mena cover photos. Like, you know, that's what I'm gonna go with. Is it coming home, you think? I mean, look, I will be at the Turkey USA game. And yes, I will be shamelessly supporting, obviously, Turkey over the United States of America. You know, no disrespect to anybody else, but like, I have to do that. Obviously, Turkey should be considered as the underdog team in this circumstance. and later get in and now. All right, Dazed Men cover DSA DC victories, Hogwatch Israel, Trump at G7, ceasefire details look good for Iran, 300 billion, EF Epstein's Fury Day 110. Victory. I've been watching the World Cup with my family as my dad and brother are very into soccer, and I've noticed an unsurprising trend of missing / ignoring fouls committed by European teams against African and Middle Eastern teams. Yeah, I mean, you're going to throw up the Grey Wolf? Yeah, bro. JJJ. Us bayrakları. Us. I'm going to get real Turkish with it. I'm going to get more Turkish than I ever have. The mustache is already ready for it. But anyway, we're blasting off. We're live. We're alive. And we got a lot going on. We got the Dazed Men at cover, obviously. It's giving Blaze. You know, and yes, I have the playlist here already. Themasius, I got the playlist here already, King. Hydration break, everyone. Anyway, I cannot believe it. Yeah, I already have that. Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that a sponsored ad read?
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
When? Since when?
It's like 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
I just started to see. I was like, this is not.
So that's the job. The job does that.
It was like pre-job, but
just mortality.
I'm just like trying to push off Turkey.
It's coming soon. You know, I have all these trolls that'll hit me and they'll be like, "Are you just mad because you're male pattern baldness?" I'm like, "Damn."
What, you got issues with that?
I don't think it's there yet. It's not there. But definitely, like when people say like racist stuff or the baldness stuff gets me. The racist stuff, I'm like, okay,
yeah.
you know.
No, I feel
What's up?
that. Yeah, that's what I use.
What is finasteride?
It's the only FDA. It's
finasteride?
It's for prostate cancer.
Finasteride.
It's for prostate cancer originally, but it is the only FDA-approved drug, as far as I know, that you can take that stops male pattern baldness. I use it. I use finasteride and minoxidil.
Damn, I just worry about this stuff. I don't do anything.
Yeah, the more you worry about it, the worse it'll get.
You think that's true?
I don't know. Why are you always looking at your phone during interviews? Dog, we were setting up the interview, okay? And it's live.
I'm on that minoxidil.
I'm with Zoran. I'm trying to push off Turkey, but I think Istanbul is in my scalp's future. Yeah. Well, for some, you know. Also, it's so funny when chatters will be like, why are you looking at your phone? I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at you. You in the chat. Why are you freaking out? I'm looking at you in the goddamn chat. You feel me? What the heliante? I've never seen a group of people who, on the one hand, always feel like I'm not giving them enough attention, but then also like you feel a sense of abandonment when I don't look at chat. But when I do look at chat, you go, why are you looking at chat? Look at the person you're interviewing. Hello? It's like, oh, I want to be perceived at all times, but I also don't want to be perceived at some times. Anyway, but yeah, we got it all. We're going to be covering it so much. You're so valid right now. Thank you. Yeah, let's get started with the Dazed Men. Shout out to Dean. Dean also shot Mahmoud Khalil, our friend. Our brave warrior Mahmoud Khalil, and this was a very cool. This was a very cool opportunity, and I'm very stoked on what the final product looked like. Yes, shot him like with a gun, dude. Children, your best suit and your best. Yeah, this was the person who styled this also styled You might notice the suit that I'm wearing here because I've been wearing it nonstop since I got it from her. And I even got it tailored to extend the length of the arms as well. So shout out Ginger, who also styled Marty Supreme. But there's an interview component, but I think a lot of you just want to see the Mexico filtered ass photos. But I mean, this is my favorite, I think. This is my favorite. Sergio Tacchini, polo shirt Lacoste, track pants and shoes Nike. It's giving 2019, Hasan. Yeah, Dean was adamant about the tracksuits. He really loved the tracksuits. So he was like, we got to go all the way on the tracksuits. So we did. And that's what he did. He went with that. He went with the tracks. I love this one too. This one has crazy shoes too. David Owen vintage trousers, stylist own. Blazer Giorgio Armani. You're a toothpick guy. Yeah, they gave me the toothpick and it changed my vibes entirely. I swear to God, once I put the toothpick in my mouth, I became a different person. Like that meme, like a toothpick can change your life, is so real. Because it did. It changed. I look like a Grand Theft Auto 5 screensaver character. You know what I mean? Like, and it's true. I do look like that, and I felt like that. I felt like I was ready to do I was ready to beat on some motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I put the toothpick in my mouth and everything changed. I was just like, yo, I'm like, I don't know who I have become. You look like you drive a Yugo. Thank you, I guess. They love hitting me with this one shot where I'm laying, by the way. There's going to be another one for that, too. A great BTS shot. Okay. Why does he look like a Polish unk, lol? I think this looks good. This is a fit. This is a good look. I am Italian, okay? I am Italian. That's just how it is. Anyway, Mafia Core, Goon Core. You look like a Yorkville trash boy like Timmy Chalamet. That poses for you, us, not for you. Have you considered keeping toothpicks on to help mask during difficult to manage moments? Yeah. No, that's who I am now. The toothpick has become a part of my personality. So I'll probably be ripping it more frequently. First Mongolian, then Turkish, then Italian, Mr. Worldwide, I guess. I'm everything, dude. Ethnically ambiguous guy. You look fucking amazing. My jaw's on the floor. Thank you. No one cared who you were before you put on the toothpick. It's true. It literally is true. It's straight up true. I have some nicotine toothpicks. They want us to like promote them or something, but I didn't really like the taste that much. But yeah. Get with Bricky to get the Natura Pine hookup. Anyway, all right. It's giving this. Come on, man. Come on. I have upgraded so much. An entire closet revamp. Suits. It's Suits meta. Suits meta is a different me, okay? We're living in a different planet now, okay? I'm a suit guy. I'm a toothpick guy. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a suit guy. I'm also a toothpick guy. And when I put the toothpick on in my mouth, I become like a different guy. I become the type of guy that says I'm a numbers guy, but also I like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the best president that we've had so far. I'm over here thinking to myself, I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to chat GPT it. I'm a numbers guy. Okay? Okay? Looked like Asmald got his new orders from Elon. Dude, he's been doing the worst fucking propaganda. I saw something where he's like talking about how Israel is I saw him talking about how like, oh, the Israel stuff is actually not based anymore. Israel stuff is actually not based at all anymore. He's like, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hassan's video after realizing Hassan described him perfectly. Culture war narratives try to divide the working class.
Experiencing. Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get...
Don't ever listen to this.
Yeah, not based, okay? No, divide the working class. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Culture war, he doesn't have, listen.
Leftists are not calling Hasan Piker a Zog slave. What a year. Yeah, dude, I know. Here's Zog slave Hasan Piker admitting that he works with the mainstream Democratic Party, giving them on advice on how to mislead the youth. This guy gets so... Bad Empanada gets so horny to just fucking schizo post about me that he just forgets how to fucking type sometimes.
If you're willing to ask somebody like Hasan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent and...
Dog, you just did the argument. It's so funny that he just straight up did not understand the point that I was making. The point that I'm making is all of this stuff about like transgender people, transgender athletes existing in society, they're immaterial. Okay. They're obviously important for trans people, but they're not important for people who aren't trans. That you and others like you use or drive the salience of these issues to the forefront of the conversation to divide the working class. When in fact, if we were arguing on whether or not the working class deserves more autonomy in their workplace, deserves more control over their productive output, whether they deserve health care, for example, the conversation would not favor the right at all. But the right knows this, which is why they have to constantly be like, no, we have to talk about trans people, whether they should be allowed in fucking, civilized society or not. And then he immediately doubles down and goes, yeah, don't listen to this guy. He just wouldn't. Yeah. The argument is, would you be fine with trans people existing, but also if that same party was offering you fucking healthcare? And I think many people would say yes to that, right? Because the reality of the matter is, if you're a cis guy, why the fuck do you care if trans people participate in like high school athletics or what, or not? Like, why would you care about that? What has that done to your life that Donald Trump has actively destroyed it, right? Donald Trump has successfully implemented these initiatives where he's banned, transgender athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Has that made your life a little bit better? Is rent cheaper now? No, of course not. Do you have health care? No, of course you don't. Because that's a deflection. That's a deflection from the real issues. And that's precisely the point I'm making. Of course, Asmongold doesn't want his audience to hear that conversation, because then they'll be like, wait a minute, this makes sense. So he has to constantly make sure that their audience is like going back to the important matters. What is this? The Breakfast Club glazing you? What do you mean? Is that like from? Did you just link me Netflix? That's crazy. You just.
By the way, everything is quote unquote transactional when you're dealing with a child.
But I also disagree with this gentleman just said, and the reason I disagree is also how you raise your kids, right? They
What does this have to do with anything? Well, Anyway, why is he even doing that for? What's the point? I mean, he just has to hit these divisive narratives. He has to go back to his fucking roots, you know? Telemundo has noticed you. Wait, what is this? Telemundo will launch the mini-series El Turco on Monday as a part of the network's triple premiere night. Oh, hell yeah. Turks on top, Turks on top, Turks on top. We're back, boys. We're back. We were not the table any longer, and that was devastating. Islamabad became the table. It was no longer Istanbul. That was the table. And all of a sudden, we're back. Not only are we the table, we're the chairs. We're the tablecloth. We're the plates on top of the table. El Turco. Okay? Turk varma, Turk varma, Turk varma. That's all I'm saying. Why isn't your hair that long? Because it just didn't look good. Just didn't look good when it was like that. Yeah, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hasan's video after realizing Hasan described him perfectly. Culture war narratives try to divide the working class. Asmongold, don't listen to this man. Don't ever listen to this. Men and women's sports. Yeah. Turquía es la mesa. Anyway, so good stuff there. Speaking of which, I also had another interesting experience last night on Twitter. There's this guy, Brandon Buckingham, who's like a massive, I don't know if he still is, but he used to be a massive fan of Sam Hyde. He's a pedophile, neo-Nazi, right? And he tried to do like a call-out post on me, and I saw it, and I was like, sure. I mean, I'm fucking down to aid in this endeavor. And then he just didn't respond to me, which I think is very strange, right? So he once famously tried to, months after the fact, he tried to approach me at a Moist Critical event. And you know, he was trying to fucking talk about Sam Hyde, and I was just like, yeah, man, I don't fuck with pedophile Nazis. Like, I'm not trying to be around them. I don't know why you're defending them, right? And he was so purple red when he mustered up the courage to finally come up to me to talk about his, you know, the guy he's wearing on a shirt is a pedophile neo-Nazi. That he never actually got what he wanted out of that back and forth interaction. So months later, he just lied about it. I spoke to this guy who told me he would rather steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from child cancer research in exchange for not being in the same room as someone he suspected of being a Nazi. All his friends agreed. Which is funny when Myth actually came in with a kill shot because he's standing right there. This is right after Creator Clash. He goes, it's funny how you were talking about making amends and being chill regardless of our differences in beliefs. Then 2 months later, grew the balls to tweet this. Bro was red in the face and stuttering while talking to us too. Funny. Right? And since then, you know, he has, I'll give him credit. Oh, he responded 20 minutes ago? Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm down to do it. Anyway, yesterday he posted this. He said, my friends in Lebanon and Palestine believe Hasan Piker only talks about their conflict for personal gain. He has made millions speaking on their suffering while sitting in his ivory tower. It's time Hasan flies to Lebanon to help people in need. I helped dozens of families with only $10,000. I imagine the difference he could make if he actually cared about people dying in the Middle East, boarded the flight, and brought them aid himself. Now, I think what's really funny about this is a white boy telling me, a Turkish guy, that I don't travel to the Middle East. I don't know anything about the Middle East. And you know, it's fine. It's very clear. It's very clear that he was trying to like bait me into some kind of thing, and it didn't work because I was like, sure. You know? I did it. Why can't he? For years, he has morally grandstanded and acted like these people matter to him. His audience thinks he cares, but why won't he go to Lebanon and help? I know hundreds of families being bombed who desperately need the money, Hasan. Enough role-playing, take action. I can connect you with the families in need in South Lebanon. Less than 1% of your money can save thousands of lives. Will you help them? So I just responded with, we have our disagreements, but I appreciate your coverage on Lebanon, which I did. He made a video. He went to Lebanon. He made a video about Lebanon and what Lebanon was going through. And I thought it was, pretty good. Especially because he has a very different audience than I do. And that audience seeing the plight of the Lebanese population because of, Israel's relentless bombing campaign is a good thing, right? So I'm always willing to let bygones be bygones. So I said, look, we have our disagreements, but I like your Lebanon coverage. Send me what orgs you're working with, and I'll gladly send money and even set up a fundraiser. I've worked with and fundraised millions for ANIRA, PCRF, Red Crescent, UNRWA, and Heal Palestine in the past, which is true, right? I'm in Lebanon and very much appreciate Hassan the Hun's coverage of what's happening here. He's been a crucial voice in the last 2 years. I also appreciate your Lebanon documentary, Buckingham Show, and I'm down to offer any help to raise money for my country. So I don't know if he's like still a Sam Hyde fan or not, but it is kind of strange because, you know, this is a very like YouTuber way of approaching the subject, implying that I haven't like fundraised actively, for ANIRA, which also works in Lebanon as well. I recently had a conversation with someone from ANIRA at one of these events I went to where they literally said to me that this community was the first major fundraiser because we came in hot, like right after. We came in right after October 7 when no one else wanted to touch the fucking subject with a 10-foot pole and immediately started fundraising for the Palestinians. And I'm very proud of that. You know, we fundraised on numerous initiatives, but like the first one was for ANIRA, Palestinian Red Crescent, and PCRF. So like that was to the tune of $1.2 million, I think. It was like $1.2 million. And it's you know, I think it's one of my best accomplishments, one of this community's most important accomplishments. And it really helped, apparently, according to the people that work at these organizations, because no one else wanted to do it at the time because they were worried. You know? But of course, like when I go to places and deliver humanitarian aid directly, then people say it's performative. So I don't know why he's like, I don't think this is a sincere request, but I'm going to treat it as though it's a sincere request because I think there's no reason to what do you call it? There's no reason to like take this stuff at face value and then not make something positive work out of it, right? But it is what it is. The thing that makes it weird is he chose to do it in a reply to a click of you talking about getting gaped. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. We boulder through. But yeah, I think it's kind of gross to be like, my friends in Lebanon and Gaza hate you. Like to use Israel's violence as a talking point to like advance some kind of fucking YouTube meta is somewhat childish. And of course, you know, people will lean into this and then be like, oh, Hasan, he's right. Hasan is hated by the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people. They think he's fake. They think he's phony. And this is the type of thing that I have seen from not just this guy, but like even people who consider themselves to be fucking leftists. And I don't really understand where this attitude is coming from. Why do we feel so comfortable in the Western world to talk about these issues as though they are, you know, as though they're done already? Like people are still being murdered, right? Every single fucking day. There's Palestinians being murdered in Gaza every single fucking day. There's Lebanese people being murdered in Lebanon every single fucking day by Israel. And the idea that this is like advancing some sort of like YouTube beef is really, really stupid. But this isn't him being genuine. Yeah, I know it's not him being genuine. He's trying to make it into a drama thing. And immediately Ethan Klein also seized on the opportunity. Ethan Klein constantly wants me to be physically in the proximity of Israel's drone strikes. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. Remember when he was like, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, that's right. You can't go to Gaza. You're a fucking bitch. And now he's like, why don't you go to Lebanon, Hasan? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty strange that Ethan Klein will take any initiative. He'll never just like fundraise for these issues on his own. He'll only do it if there's a YouTube drama attached to it. He'll only do it if he can get me to be in physical proximity of Israeli drone strikes and Israeli bombing campaigns. I find it very strange. I'm not going to say he wants me to be fucking murdered by the state of Israel. Actually, I will say that. I'm pretty sure he just wants me to be in that situation so he doesn't have to think about me any longer. Which is, you know, there's easier ways of no longer thinking about me, which is, I don't know, you can just like live your life. It's odd. It's odd that his talking point always is, why won't you go and be in physical proximity of the Israeli state so they can fucking assassinate you? He praised them bombing Lebanon recently, so yes, he does. Oh my God. Anyway, I would bet a lot that he's talking to Hen Mazik and getting told to push the idea of you traveling, even if he doesn't personally want you to get blown up. Yeah, I don't know. But in any case, strange stuff. Strange stuff all around. When YouTubers get involved in stuff like this, it just turns into something so gross, in my opinion. Don't know why. Yeah. Oh, here. This is the one. Ethan Klein offers $10,000 for Hasan Piker. To Hasan Piker if he travels to Lebanon. Ethan recently supported Israel's bombing of Lebanon, which has now killed over 3,500 people and injured 11,000.
Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, I always don't understand the conversations where it's like, why is Israel doing all that? Well,
but there is a reason. So, like, if you want to actually.
By the way, these are the very same people that were cheering on the Trump administration, potentially prosecuting me for my trip to Cuba. So I don't think these guys actually want me to go and help the Lebanese population at all. Okay? Just saying, I don't think any of these guys give a fuck about the Lebanese people. I don't think they care about, what the Israeli government is doing. I'll be charitable to Brandon Buckingham. He did go to Lebanon and he did actually humanize the victims of Israel's violence in a way that you normally don't see from content creators. So I'll at least give him that, right? But I don't think Ethan Klein cares about the Lebanese population. Here he is talking about how valid it is to fucking blow them up, how valid it is to destroy Dahia, how valid it is that Israel's blowing up Beirut again, right? Something that he's been in defense of over and over again. The very same podcast that has also celebrated when the Trump administration, the fucking fascist Trump administration, decided to prosecute me potentially, right? For my humanitarian aid trip to fucking Cuba. So obviously, I don't think he wants me to go to Lebanon because he sincerely cares about me helping the Lebanese population, where he's on the one hand defending their bombing, right? I think he wants a kinetic situation to take place in the hands of either Israel or maybe the Trump administration. It's fucking gross. It's gross. It is the grossest, most narcissistic, most selfish motherfucking thing. It's pure Israel behavior, by the way. 100% spiritually Israeli. I'm gonna let a larger, more powerful force take care of a problem for me. In this circumstance, Israel always relies on America. Here is Ethan Klein relying on the state of Israel.
Like, have a real conversation about.
It's being shot at from all directions: Houthis, Lebanon, and Iran. So.
Well, for a long time, it was just Iran. And Hezbollah.
Not a long time.
No, Hezbollah just recently got into it. They were staying out of it.
Yes, I mean, you're saying long. It's not that long.
No, I mean, since this whole shit with Iran started.
Yeah. For years, it was from Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure if Theo Vaughn, if there was rockets coming from Mexico, he wouldn't be like, yo, what's with America, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they just leave Mexico alone? Israel only invaded Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, I always don't understand the conversations.
Wrong. Israel never stopped murdering Lebanese people with drone strikes, even before Hezbollah started retaliating. It's wrong. It's bullshit. Hezbollah just retaliated when the Iranian campaign started after Israel blew up Iran. Ethan did this last year too. I can't get any security assurances It's Israel that he's worried about. Laugh, see, decline. Israel killed over 50,000 people, including 15,000 plus children. Israel killed over 200 journalists. Israel broke the ceasefire and murdered 200 children. Genocide is a joke to them. Yeah, they literally think that like Israel wouldn't fucking assassinate Westerners that are able to get into Gaza. Like, they're so fucking insane. Who would protect me in that situation too? It's not like the American government would turn around and be like, wow, how dare you kill an American citizen who's there to do journalism, right? How dare you do that? It would never, not in a million fucking years. Okay? Why the fuck would they? Of course they wouldn't. The American government would be like, oh, thank God you did it. Now we don't have to deal with the fucking legal repercussions ourselves. Anyway, so having said that, there is a couple Asmongold takes that I wanted to look at. One was he has now decided. On the one hand, he's like, Nick Fuentes is based, right? And that he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes. On the other hand, he keeps telling his audience that, you know, this Israel stuff is boring and silly, and no one should talk about it, and no one should consider it. I don't think he's like intelligent enough to recognize what he's doing. So I suspect that he's just seeing on his timeline, like the people that he cribs, the people that he fucking steals the talking points of, that they're also trying to navigate this space where they're like, yo, don't talk about Israel anymore, you know? And I assume that's what's going on here. This is the other take that I saw that is really funny. Let's take a look at what he was saying. It's not the top 2% of wealth that's oppressing you. It's the bottom 2%.
Intelligent and smart people. The problem, people are really not going to like this. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society. And the bottom 2% of society have caused
Yeah, it's not the wealthiest that control society. It's actually the poorest. Okay? Brilliant take, dude. This is the real working class whisperer right here. That's awesome.
The manifest problems in your lives are caused by the bottom 2% in society.
Yeah. Careful, the most impoverished, powerless people in society are the ones oppressing you and causing all the problems is certainly a take. Correct. They are functional animals who should be institutionalized via either prison or mental asylums. I think there's something really funny about Asmongold and his audience because they are in the bottom 2% of society. Like, Asmongold obviously is in the top 2% of wealth and the top 1% of wealth, right? But he LARPs as though he is an everyman, right? He LARPs as though he is in the bottom 2% of society. And his audience is literally in the bottom 2% of their own respective nations. Like a bunch of shut-ins that don't really do anything and are just like angry and want everyone else's lives to be fucking dog shit too. And it's really funny that he just gets to present this narrative where there's like those who are even lesser than you that are actually the people who are responsible. I mean, it's a typical take from a 1%er. Asmongold is a 1%er. He LARPs as though he's not, right? He dresses like shit. He doesn't shower. He lives in filth. And a lot of people think that is a lot of people see that and think, no, this is a real one. This guy is a real one. He doesn't own multiple businesses. He's not like a multimillionaire, right? Except he is. He is another multimillionaire telling you that people like you are the reason why you're failing. It's not the wealthy people that have designed this system to ensure that you don't actually ever make ends meet, that we don't have profound amounts of wealth and productive output out there that could be used in a more productive manner to make sure that there are more egalitarian outcomes for people like yourself, that no one should fucking suffer. No one should fucking suffer and barely make ends meet when they got one single fucking job. People should be able to take care of a family and own a home on one income. Okay, that's how it used to be, and that's how it should be. And yet the system's design, led by parasitic capital, parasitic forces of capital, has made it so that you have to do gig economy work, that you have to work longer hours and basically become a fucking servile little slave to super wealthy people or upper middle class people, okay? And then barely make ends meet in the aftermath of all that, and can never own a fucking home. You have to literally be a permanent renter for the rest of your life. And then these guys turn around and say it's actually the bottom 2% that's fucking your life up. He's a rich guy telling you, the average Joe, that you and others that are maybe worse off than you are the reason why society is busted. It's not the wealthy. Don't look up. You know how people say, like, it's not a left-right thing, it's an up versus down thing, it's a top versus bottom thing, right? That's true. Asmongold is doing this brilliant thing where he goes, it's not left-right, it's top versus bottom, and the bottom is at fault. Incredible. They can't be rehabilitated, they can only be removed from society. The biggest weakness of Western society is the lie that all men are created equal. Yeah, this is how you stay oppressed, by the way. This is how you stay oppressed. If you are in his audience and you listen to him say this stuff and you go, yeah, that's actually based. It's actually the homeless people that are at fucking fault. That's how you stay oppressed. It's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's Nazi shit, but it's also wrong, right? I'm not just going to sit here and say, oh, that's Nazi commentary and then let it sit like that. Because at this point, unfortunately, people do actually, love the Nazi shit. It doesn't have that same stink associated with it nowadays. So you have to also explain why it's wrong. Okay? Anyway. It's not the Chad's fault women won't date us. It's the betas. It doesn't even make sense from an incel perspective. Of course it doesn't make sense. It's just fundamentally flawed thinking. Who do you think has more say in what happens in society? Fucking Peter Thiel or the random homeless person that's like lost their damn minds after being devoid of housing, devoid of shelter for like a decade? The homeless person needs help. And the system that doesn't help that homeless person is designed by the likes of fucking Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And I guess they're brave propaganda warriors like Asmongold. Anytime Asmongold tells you it's actually the working poor that are in these horrible circumstances, that could be that could become homeless at a moment's notice, is the most powerful entity and is the reason why people are fucking suffering and why people are failing. Every time Asmongold says that and people believe it, they lose track of who's actually controlling this structure, this organization of the economy, and it's certainly the capital owners. He's basically doing in both that content and in that commentary right there, what Asmongold is doing is exactly the same thing people do all the time. Don't talk about class war, only talk about culture war. It's no different than what he's doing here, where he goes, I bring up the fact that culture war narratives try to divide the working class, right? And there are a lot of culture warriors that desperately try to tell you, like, oh, it's the trans people, it's the transgenders that are ruining your lives. And it's not. Transgender people have no fucking say in your transgender people have no say in you not being able to take time off from your work, you not getting the wages or the necessary benefits that you actually earn, that you deserve, right? It's not undocumented migrants that are doing that to you. It's actually your bosses. It's the forces of capital that's doing that to you. And these guys literally go, no. Remember trans people. Remember transgender people. Isn't that scary?
That the working class is experiencing. Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide, and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this. The culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
See, don't ever listen to this culture war. Transgender.
If you're willing to, ask somebody like Hasan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent?
Remember, trans people exist, guys. Remember, dude, I love you. My one Albanian chatter, okay? My one Albanian chatter. You need to stop spamming, brother, okay? I'm not going to get into the Flamingo Revolution right now. Maybe later, okay? I love you. I love Albania. I love Dua Lipa, okay? Albania mentioned Ra, okay? I know the fucking Kushners are trying to seize an island to turn it into like Little St. James off the coast. I know, okay? I know, I'm aware, and the Albanians are rising up. I know. God damn, dude. Look at this. Holy shit. I'm gonna get to it, man. I'm aware. Albania, rise up. Albania #1. None of this would happen if the Ottomans were still in control. I'm just saying. The Ottomans would have never allowed Jared Kushner and Ivanka to go and purchase a piece of Albanian territory, an Albanian land, to turn it into an Epstein Island style situation, okay? Decultists love Asmongold now.
You are.
Asmongold calls Hasan an invasive species infecting the Democrat Party. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect the Democrat policy with Middle Eastern identity politics.
You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect Democrat policy.
Yeah, with with divisive issues like that the overwhelming majority of people agree on, which is let's not give money to Israel any longer. Let's fix our fucking potholes at home. When Donald Trump says this shit, everybody loves it. This guy loved talking about it when Donald Trump was saying it, but when I say it, I'm saying it Islamic style, I guess. You are the enemy from within, he says. Yeah, dude, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. What am I saying? I'm saying, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we had nicer things? We have the money for it. Why is it going to fucking Israel? Why is it going to endless wars overseas? It's not just in the fucking Middle East, it's in Latin America too. Why are we doing all this shit? It's for a small group of people that are profiting off of this death and destruction, but it's not good for the average American. Can we please get fucking healthcare? Free healthcare, please. That's my argument.
With Middle Eastern identity politics.
Yeah, he can't fucking turn this into a Brownoid argument, right? He can't. Because a lot of white people agree with me on this, okay? Myself, I am white as well, but a lot of real whites also agree with this. It's fucking stupid. He is trying to do the same thing that like all of those weird edgy accounts that are weirdly pro-Israel but will say anti-Semitic shit are doing, right? They're trying to turn this into like, oh, it's brown coded to care about what? Israel's profound level of control over American foreign policy. That's a Brownoid thing. We should be servile to the needs of Israel. That's what the real whites care about. Is that the argument that you're making? Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. Yeah, it's Brownoid, dude. It's Brownoid. It's brown coded to say, hey, maybe America should get to dictate what Israel does and doesn't do because America is the fucking superpower in this equation.
That's the reason why they don't want to have anything to do with you. You were an invasive species into the liberal and Democrat movement and party. You seek to
It's so funny that Asmongold is saying this when he is literally eating Donald Trump's dick and balls on a daily fucking basis. And there are liberals out there who will hear him say this and go, hey, this fucking neo-Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah. Guy who fucking despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audience is for sure worried about the Democratic Party. Who buys this? Fucking Sex Pestini's audience, dude. That's who. They're like, hey, this fucking rabid transphobe who literally says the most unhinged anti-immigrant shit, who is the biggest dick rider of Donald Trump, actually really cooked with this. Okay? He really cooked with this take. He's right. But once again, he'll never have this conversation with me personally. He can't do it because he's fucking terrified. Because he knows that if we were to have a one-on-one conversation on camera, he would look like a fucking idiot because he is a fucking idiot. And his audience would probably turn on him after that conversation. They would go, okay, maybe you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. So he has to keep making it seem like he's farming drama, when in fact, he's just a terrified little right-wing propagandist actively telling his audience that things are going to be fine, that Trump is great, that you shouldn't worry about Israel's level of control over American foreign policy and even American domestic policy. He's just trying to tell him a little lullaby, right? Go back to sleep, little one. Don't worry. Remember, it's actually the undocumented migrants that are stealing from you. It's actually the homeless people that are fucking you over. It's actually the transgenders. Transgender. That's it. Okay. Donald Trump eradicated trans athletes. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA. Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then? Did you experience any fucking material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the fucking gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a fucking year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 fucking years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved your lives? Elon Musk is a fucking trillionaire. What good did that do for you? Did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not.
And take them over and co-opt their platform for your own by using these big, emotionally charged issues to force your policy down everybody else's throats. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah, Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. It's awesome. Yeah, why would he care about what helps with the Democrats? He doesn't. He doesn't actually. He does not. He's trying to present the Israel-Palestine issue as an issue that only brownoids care about, okay? He's trying to be the edgy boy. He's trying to be the edgy boy that tells his edgy audience, like, this Israel stuff is just, like, brown-coded. It's only Middle Easterners and brownoids who give a shit about this. Like, you shouldn't fucking care about this, okay? Yeah. MAGA right-wingers, real white guys don't care about this stuff. It's like, do they? Do they not? Because I feel like you're a little terrified. You're a little terrified of broaching that conversation. You know? You keep saying that word? Yes, dude, I'm allowed to say it. He's referencing me in that with that word. What do you want me to fuck? Shut the fuck up, okay? Oh my God, you're saying brownoid. Yes, dude. Yes, I am. I'm saying it. Bitch ass motherfuckers in the chat. Oh my God, this dude is still spamming the Flamingo Revolution. Brother, take a fucking day off, dude. Jesus Christ. I said I was going to fucking get to it, but you're literally spamming it. Clearly, you're not listening to me. You're just in here like a chat bot.
Netanyahu informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Okay, you know what? Like, the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of, like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel? Yeah, why are we doing this, base, baby?
After he told him that, he said, did the Albanian government buy you? Oh, so he did actually fucking, he did actually hear what I was saying. And he just didn't give a shit. No, man, the Albanian government didn't buy me. Why the fuck would the Albanian government buy me? Why the fuck? Oh my God. So stupid. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them. By the way, I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it, and they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets in. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one. And only then will the people there have peace. That's good. Yeah, and never...
Yeah, it's based if Israel defies America. Yeah, it's based, guys. Hey, guys. Okay, is this guy getting paid? Like, what's happening here? Is he getting paid for this propaganda? Because at least he should get paid for it, right? Because if he's doing this kind of unbelievable propaganda for Israel, and he's doing it for free, he's the biggest fucking moron on the planet, okay? Please watch the video I linked. It's so on point. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm sorry. What is this? Okay, now I'm clicking on it. No.
Negotiate with terrorists. No. Exactly. Lebanon's a semi-Western country. It is. It's disappointing that they're being taken over by these freaks. So, yeah, that's it. Remember the pager attacks? I do. APAC funded. Right. Yeah. And,
See, even his audience is like, bro, what are you saying right now? Because, like, here he is. So he's obviously a MAGA dick writer, right? Like, that's all he does. And now that JD Pondon has decided, actually, we're moving in a different direction, this war has been lost, and we have to fucking manage this retreat, and a part of that means restraining Israel, now he's actually outflanking Donald Trump. He's now going, America first? Actually, I don't care about America first.
Now,
it's America last now. Here he is lambasting. Yeah, you think this actually, for the record, you think that this back in November 5th, 2025 is indicative of his current position? Because this only shows inconsistency. Someone rolled a clip of him literally saying Israel is not really important. I'm not going to talk about Israel's control over American foreign policy any longer, because he recently pivoted, and I noticed it and I called it out. He recently pivoted as the Hasbara budget 5x'd in real time, which is part of the reason why I'm saying, maybe he has, maybe he's getting a piece of that Hasbara budget, because recently he started saying, especially with this like Iran United States conflict, like we should just like lay off Israel. We should stop talking about Israel. And it's actually based if Israel continues bombing Lebanon, defying Donald Trump's orders, right? How is that America first?
And this is the thing to me, right? I see this and I think to myself, why the fuck would I vote for this retard? Why?
This is from 2025. His newer take is actually Israel should defy Trump's orders. Israel should ruin the ceasefire that Trump actually worked hard on. So which one is it? He literally has said,
again,
over and over again, He literally has said over and over and over again recently that talking about Israel's involvement in American politics is actually boring and it's actually crazy. It's causing people to be schizophrenic or whatever the fuck. There's no way this chud doesn't watch Asmold, right? Okay, fuck that video. I'm looking for a specific video where I heard him recently say, something along the lines of like that the anti-Israel politics is something that we shouldn't be even talking about any longer because it's just like fucking boring. I think I saw like a Sneeko reaction to it, but it was literally this outfit that he was wearing. So it's probably from one of these clips.
And, like it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like that's it. And we can't have Lebanon looking like Gaza by the end of this though. That's not my problem. Like what they do over in the Middle East, like whatever they want to blow up, whatever they don't want to blow up, it's not my fucking problem. I don't care. I just don't want to have any terrorists. That's it. That's the only thing that affects me as an American. Like there are no terror cells in the Middle East.
It's also weird that he's super pro Nick Fuentes and yet now is being pro Israel because he has no positions. These are not like well thought out positions. He's just literally reacting to stimuli. I think this was it. Yeah.
Informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S. Iran agreement.
So he hears about peace and then he starts laughing because Israel wants war.
Amen. Okay, you know what? Like the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other,
he's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu. He's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu for defying Trump's orders. By the way,
afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel?
Yeah.
Why are we doing this, base, baby? Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them, by the way.
Someone in the chat said
I want to see. I don't care about Sneeko's commentary on this. I want to hear what Asmongold has to say.
Netanyahu, like, again, they're
literally starts as a name now and then they're like, oh, we need to kill these terrorists. You created them.
Like, again, they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one.
Yeah, here he's trying to present it as like based, right? Okay, so it is this clip. He is basically trying to present Benjamin Netanyahu defying Trump's orders as based to his audience. When in fact, it's literally spoiling the fucking ceasefire deal that Trump put together. So his highest priority here is to defend Israel. Can't be stupid enough to be. This kind of pro-Israel propaganda for free. He's finally found something he disagrees with Trump on. Why is your neck slouching? Is the suit sticking up? Is the suit sticking up? Anyway. All right. On that note, let's move on from this and let's talk about the White House press conference that Donald Trump did. He held a press conference at G7, and we'll cover this.
Accomplish everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
I gotta pee.
And preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers, down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, you know, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders, but they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change, nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders, a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace.
That's right, dude. Here at the Hasanabi broadcast, the most dynamic broadcast of all time, when I get bullied by my audience, outfit change. Just kidding. I just got these tailored and they just came in and I wanted to wear this anyway. I wanted to wear something cool for boots. This one was famously very big on me and I got it changed up. So now it fits. Fox News article about you. Hasan Piker claims Israel has no right to exist in its current form. Yep. The left-wing streamer compared the question to asking whether Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa should have continued. It's existed for far longer than Israel has. Israel only existed since 1948. The archaeological record concerning Israel would disagree with you, Mr. Piker, hypocrisy hunter. Piker is a despicable misanthrope. I write that knowing all misanthropes are despicable. He's earned a badge of that, for which I do not have a better descriptive. Strange how Piker brings up all sorts of historical atrocities, but never brings up October 7th. I really thought that there would be what is Western Journal? Oh, thank you. The fuck is Western Journal? Defending and advancing Western civilization? Okay. Are you the manager of the base department? No, this is the type of stuff. This is the type of commentary that I always that I expect the Fox News audience to like low-key be on board with when they encounter it. Why are you posing for days when my wife can freely read it? Sorry. RIP to your marriage, big dog. RIP to your marriage, big dog.
The stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big. Tells you something. And you know, I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not
Joe
want to
Biden
be was
and Barack Hussein Obama.
I didn't want that.
Very bad.
And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, the heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan. Him and Bridget, they did a great job. But they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months. Could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens. It's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something. 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane and we followed him, and in all fairness,
oh my God, he's Mr. Ramble, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God, it's always, what is bro yapping about, dude? It is Yap City. Oh my God, he is a grade A yapper, brother. Gay, okay? Grade A yapper. Gay. Gay as hell. Enough. Give us the fucking take on the MOU, man. Come on now. We just want to hear what you have to say about the Memorandum of Understanding. We do not care about how awesome you are at murdering people overseas. There's real drama here, folks. There's real drama here because the Iranian side has an understanding of the Memorandum of Understanding that is apparently different than the American side's understanding of the Memorandum of Understanding, which isn't actually a real ceasefire negotiation, but instead a Memorandum of Understanding that is supposed to be signed on Friday in Geneva that will then kickstart the process of ceasefire negotiation for the next 60 days. That will then, at the end of that 60-day ceasefire conversation, will create, hopefully, long-standing peace. But this Memorandum of Understanding has turned into a Memorandum of Misunderstanding. And I think part of that is because there are a lot of L's that the American side is supposed to take here. And of course, they don't want to take the L visibly, publicly. It's uncomfortable. They lost. We lost. The American side lost this battle. It is an unambiguous defeat. There has never been a moment where you attack a smaller country, a middle power, a regional power, and then they gain more leverage, and then you don't abide by their fucking demands. They have more leverage now. They closed the Strait of Hormuz. They made the markets scream. It's over. Of course, CNN has read the official MOU. U.S. releases official agreement with Iran. Read the 14-point text, but we shall go through it and see what the language looks like, what the concessions are on the Iranian side, what the concessions are on the American side. But I don't care about this other shit that Donald Trump is talking about. I mean, of course, he'll say, like, Obama did the JCPOA. He sent pallets of cash to Iran. We're not doing that. It's a far greater amount of money that we are giving to Iran now, which they do deserve, for the record. They do deserve reparations. That's how it goes. If you start a war and you lose that war, then yes, the other side that won the war gets to make demands that you have to listen to. The problem here, of course, is that Donald Trump has real red lines. One of them is clearly a full-blown invasion, right? He doesn't want to have that be his legacy. He has always been very restrained when it comes to additional troop commitments, amassing enough troops, and actually fucking full-blown invading another country. We know that he doesn't like that. We know he does not like that. Okay? What he likes is fast and swift aerial bombardment campaigns, in and out assassinations, decapitations, or kidnappings of sovereign nations leaders, and then doing regime change, and then getting favorable contracts, extracting natural resources, and advancing the imperialist cause, but in a much swifter way. Okay? He is not going to commit, as far as I can see, to going up the escalation ladder. Israel certainly wants him to go up the escalation ladder. Israel certainly wants Donald Trump to invade Iran. Boots on the ground, military warfare. Trump doesn't want to do it. So if he's not going to do it, he has to concede. There's no guarantee that America would win this war if they actually invaded Iran militarily either. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say this would be death and destruction galore. And I don't think it would actually piece up Iran in the way that Israel wants to. It would just destroy the refining capabilities in the region that is 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply. It would ruin the markets. It would ruin the only thing Trump cares about. You would be molesting the money a little too much at that point, and he'd start getting boss calls from Jamie Dimon and numerous others to be like, cut this shit out, you fucking idiot. He knows that. He knows that it's beneficial for him and his buddies as long as he can maintain this back and forth. Is there a ceasefire? Is there not a ceasefire? Maybe we can make some money here and there in the process. But there is a level of money molestation that he cannot abide by, that he's not willing to commit. It's clear that he wanted this to be fast. He wanted this to be swift. And when it turned into a military quagmire, he wanted to pull out. And he has pulled out in the past with the Ansar Allah movement, where they started Operation Prosperity Guardian, as Felix Biederman likes to call Operation Amazon Guardian, Amazon Shipment Guardian. They blew up Sanaa. They blew up Yemen. It didn't work. It didn't actually deter the Houthis from piecing up American naval assets in the region. And he had to literally cut a side deal with them where he said, you can keep shooting Israeli ships if you want, but just stop shooting our ships and we'll stop blowing up territory in Yemen. Right? Can you explain the Jamie Dimon connection? Could use a refresher. Jamie Dimon is just a holdover here. I'm just using him as like one, I'm using him as a stand-in for the forces of capital. Very wealthy people, very powerful people who have famously given him boss calls in the past to tell him to cut the shit out because they're actually hurting the markets, right? A little bit of instability can be beneficial for these power players who can move around, move their assets around with ease. That volatility is obviously not good for you if you're a regular working stiff, right? But they can make money when the market is maybe a little unstable, especially if they have, knowledge of what Trump is going to say and do ahead of time, trading on non-public information. But too much instability, too much volatility, too much warfare, and no one's making money. Okay? And it's clear from what we've seen thus far from Trump's past performance that invading Iran with boots on the ground military warfare is going to yield too much instability. Iran is a stable actor in this situation, but Iran is not an actor that you can control. So its retaliation, its continuation of blocking the Strait of Hormuz would not be beneficial for a lot of the regional partners, a lot of the partners in Asia. Clearly, the Gulf doesn't want this. The GCC doesn't want this. And they're willing to bribe Iran to stop the pain. That's where we're at now. That's what's going on. Now, of course, there's one party that hates this, and that is the Israel firsters, okay? Those who don't care about international markets, those who very clearly don't care about Iranian lives, those who don't care about the lives of the people living in the Gulf, the people that don't care about the global markets at all. People like Ben Shapiro. Let's take a look at his reaction.
That said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president. So that said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual...
Yeah. Notice that the MOU didn't say crime should be illegal. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he's very, very upset. And he's not the only person, right? There are obviously other people who are on the opposing side, supposedly, of the ideological spectrum that are going on MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC, and also railing against this deal. Here is MSNBC in full-blown meltdown over the Iran deal, okay? Freaking the fuck out. Like I said, a lot of people are going to show where their allegiances are. The word repentance is misused and misinterpreted by Christian nationalists. Okay, I don't care.
Kind of settlement other than...
Here is a never Trump Republican who's freaking out over Trump restraining Israel or even potentially demanding restraint from Israel. If you only care about Israel's Greater Israel Project, its expansionist project, of course you're going to be very frustrated that Donald Trump is actually telling Israel for the first time ever in the last 3 years, you can't do this anymore.
The Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster for the Lebanese that Israel can't kill them. Okay? This is a disaster for the Lebanese. If Israel can't kill more Lebanese children, then how can Lebanon be free? If Israel doesn't take over more Lebanese territory, violate Lebanese sovereignty, how can the Lebanese feel free? Yes, this is correct, by the way. Ryan Grimm has a very good take on this. By humiliating Netanyahu, Trump is very clearly redirecting humiliation that otherwise would be Trump's onto him. Never underestimate Trump's ability to dodge responsibility, a true master at work. It's extra smart because the teeth gnashing from the pro-Israel camp will be so deafening and relentless and absurd, it'll drown everything else out. And the majority of the planet, livid at Netanyahu for talking Trump into this, is happy to pile on. That's literally the point here. Donald Trump is abdicating his own personal responsibility after being goaded into waging this war against Iran and losing this war. He's abdicating his own personal responsibility in the matter and offloading it to Israel. And Israel is obviously willing to be the piñata in this circumstance. Its loudest advocates are also willing to be the people who cry the hardest because it's sincere. They are actually mad because they're used to getting everything that they fucking want. Do you understand? They're used to getting everything they want. And their envoys in the Western world, people who obviously place the interests of Israel over the interests of America, over the interests of Americans, will also chirp just the same. This is a unique opportunity to openly point to people who are Israel first. Obviously, there's been plenty of other opportunities, but this is so clear. This is where you can even get MAGA on board because they love Donald Trump. They only like Israel because Donald Trump loves Israel. Okay, maybe some of them also have some kind of theological justification for demanding Israel's endless expansions. Sure, you know, the white evangelical Protestants who believe this will trigger the rapture. But ultimately, plenty of MAGA only care about Israel because their beautiful president, their cult leader cares about Israel. So now the cult leader doesn't care about Israel as much, at least in the way that he's communicating. Now you can actually see the cracks. Now you can actually drive a wedge between those who've been pro-Israel thus far. Anyone from this moment on that turns around, and talks about how Donald Trump is failing Israel will reveal themselves to care only about the interests of Israel and does not care about the interests of America or Americans. You cannot justify further incursions, further expansion in this moment when Trump is very clearly trying to manage this retreat. This person is going to try and say it's actually beneficial for the Lebanese population if Israel keeps murdering the Lebanese children.
That the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere. But the fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal. Everybody was told to stop shooting, to put their arms down. We've now told one of our most important allies in the world that we don't want them defending themselves. The strike that Trump condemned over the weekend was a strike that was after a terrorist, a Hezbollah terrorist, wanted by the United States for having killed 5 Americans, kidnapped and killed 5 Americans, Mohammed Daktouk. And here we are telling our ally that strike should have never happened because the Iranian regime gets shaky about it, because they're the ones suddenly that have the strength to negotiate from a position of strength. In Lebanon specifically, when you have a ceasefire that doesn't detail how Hezbollah is going to get disarmed, who's doing the disarmament, what happens with Israel, what are the terms of their withdrawal, what's the relationship between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries, what is the role of the U.S. military, it's a disaster because it emboldens Hezbollah to go out there. And by the way, they already are going out there saying, you see, it's the Iranians that...
Guys, you have to understand, this is not Fox News. This is MSNBC, now known as MS Now. This is what I mean when I say there is a bipartisan propaganda effort to greatly overemphasize Israel's importance in the region and place Israel's interests above the interests of Americans. Like, this is happening on the liberal side. This is supposed to be the furthest left mainstream media outlet. There are some wonderful voices on MS Now as well, some that I like quite a bit, you know. Chris Hayes comes to mind. But then there's also this. This is what I mean when I say it's fucking uniparty. This is not the Ellisons purchasing MS Now. MS Now is not purchased by the Ellisons.
brought us peace. It's us who are bringing you peace. No one in Lebanon believes it, but now they're going to the extent of threatening coups against the government, saying that the Lebanese government that did everything it could to separate itself from the Iranian regime, to pursue...
Yeah, this is the problem with MS Now hiring a lot of never Trump Republicans, former anti-Trump Republicans. A lot of former anti-Trump Republicans were NATO Atlanticists themselves and thought that Trump would be too volatile and too dangerous to American imperial hegemony, which I guess they weren't technically wrong on. But in moments like this, they find themselves directly at odds with the base that they're trying to propagandize to. This causes more enmity. This causes MS Now to lose even more relevance and more credibility.
Peace talks because they know it's in their national security interest to say, you know what, this government doesn't represent us and we don't want any kind of peace talks with Israel.
Yeah, the MSNBC female guest is saying the MOU is horrible for the Lebanese is named Hagar Shamali, her specialty being a think tank fellow at the Atlantic Council and a former Obama comms and NatSec staffer. Also runs a terrible political satire channel on YouTube. First, they heard from the Never Trump Republican. Then they heard from a NATO Atlanticist. Both of them are united on let Israel kill more Lebanese people. This is good for Lebanon. This is good for America. Israel's our most important ally. Why are they saying this? Why are they saying this? Well, because they want to fucking punish Trump. They want this deal to not go through because their primary interest is the continuation of the greater Israeli project. The mainstream freak out over the bad deal misses the crucial point. It was a bad war, which the U.S. and Israel decisively lost. The so-called bad deal is a byproduct of that loss. You have to reckon with the fact that it was a bad war and a lost war, and your analysis is garbage. Yes, of course it was a bad war, this guy says. Or rather, it was a war that Israel was decisively winning until General Bone Spurs insisted on joining and then got bored and screwed it up like he screws everything. He should have let Israel fight on their own without holding them back. There is no world. This is utter fantasy, okay? There is no fucking world where Israel gets to fight these wars on its own. Israel's never fought a war without unlimited Western support. It's fucking bullshit, as I've stressed this over and over again. When Israeli fighter jets, F-35 or F-22 fighter jets, are flying from Israeli airfields, they are fueled by American jet fuel. Those fighter jets are American fighter jets. Sure, they might have Israeli operating software in them, which is unique to Israel and Israel alone. No other country gets to have this kind of extra autonomy in this process. But those Israeli fighter jets are dumping, those are actually American fighter jets, and they're dumping American unguided and guided munitions. And in the process of flying from, sorry, they don't have F-22s. Only America has F-22s until they merge their military. And then they'll have F-22s as well. Apologies. When they're dumping munitions on Tehran, those are American munitions, okay? Those are American unguided bombs. Those are American guided munitions that we panic shipped over to Israel. In the process of flying from Tel Aviv to Tehran, because that journey is too long for fighter jets to commit to on one tank, they get refueled by American Stratotankers. Their targets that they identify are targets that they've identified with American intelligence. There is no point where Israel can wage a single fucking war without American go-ahead and without American munitions, without American jet fuel, and without American military hardware. So when people say, oh, let Israel commit these war crimes unrestrained, why are you actually impeding on Israel's ability to defend itself? What many people fail to comprehend is Israel can't do a single violent act without America's go-ahead, okay? It can't. Israel is not a sovereign country in that regard. Israel is not an autonomous country in that regard. Israel has only been able to carve out that sovereignty, that fake sovereignty, with an unbelievably sophisticated influence peddling operation in the Western world. Influence peddling operation that it's gotten the bandwidth to commit to because of its importance as an unsinkable aircraft carrier and an important and reliable Cold War ally during the Cold War. That's the reason why Israel has to dump millions, if not billions of dollars into Hasbara. That's the reason why Israel has to constantly try to stamp out its prominent critics in the Western world. Because if this tide turns, as it has already, okay, if this tide turns and American elected officials start turning on Israel because they say enough is enough, then Israel doesn't get to do any of the violent, belligerent things that it does. So I laugh whenever people say, oh, let Israel fight its own battles. Jeet here responds, how exactly would Israel alone win a war that Israel and USA working together lost? That makes no sense. If Israel were capable of fighting alone, they would have. There's a reason why Netanyahu has been pushing US presidents to fight this war for 40 years. Dude, if we could get a market deal with Iran, Israel literally has no bearing or importance to us whatsoever. No, there's a level of racism at play here. I don't think Americans will ever fully trust Iran, right? There's Orientalism at play here. It's the same reason why Europeans don't fully trust China. They'll try to secure better economic relationships with China, but they'll never fully commit to being in the sphere of influence of China. They don't even commit to leveraging a better relationship with China against the United States of America. So there is a level of Orientalism at play. And that's the same reason why America will never trust Turkey or Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates or Qatar, even though these countries are much more valuable militarily. Turkey is, or much more valuable because they are resource-rich nations, Saudi Arabia and the rest of the GCC, and also have billions of dollars that they dump in the direction of American initiatives, sometimes directly giving those billions of dollars to Jared Kushner or Donald Trump. And yet, America still obviously places a higher emphasis on protecting Israel and abiding by Israel's wishes, right? There's a reason for that.
Israel.
In any case, again, after all the talking point of Israel being the Middle East's greatest beacon of democracy was always rhetoric, Israel knows that if Middle Eastern countries were more democratic, they would be more antagonistic to Israel. Israeli foreign policy requires neighborly authoritarianism, which is true, yes. It's extremely disturbing that hardcore pro-Israel commentators seem to overwhelmingly lament that there isn't a brutal Sunni minority regime suppressing the Shia majority in Iraq and a brutal Alawite minority regime suppressing the Sunni majority in Syria. Israel does not care about democracy. Israel's an apartheid state. It's not a fucking democratic process. You can't have a democratic apartheid state. You can't democratically organize around doing a genocide to the indigenous population. Democracy doesn't mean anything at that point, right? This is a crucial point, and the reason why all Western rhetoric about democracy promotion rings so false. And in spite of the $100 billion that we burned here in the last 100 days, probably even more than $100 billion, maybe $200 billion, right? The $100 billion is the conservative estimate. Billions of dollars of radar installations that are gone and probably will never be replaced. A destruction of American force projection capabilities, complete collapse of America's force projection capabilities. Other allies far away from this region, in the Asian theater, for example, are recalculating their allegiance to the United States of America. We blew all of that at the behest of Israel. Now, I don't personally think this is a bad thing. I know that this was an inevitability. I've been saying this for years, that America is declining as an empire. It's an empire in decline. And we must manage that decline, right? This was the heart of the speech that I delivered at Yale Union. Donald Trump is the accelerant. Because Donald Trump leaned into Israeli nonsense. He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He didn't listen to his generals. He didn't listen to his own intelligence community. He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. He was so high off of what he thought was a major victory in Venezuela, and he thought he could recreate it. But to give him credit, even though this is a classic Trump moment, he fucks something up, he ruins it, he molests the money, and then he turns around and stops the money molestation, and we're supposed to sit there and celebrate this decision. But to give him credit, he at least was not committed to full-blown invasion, a complete destruction, a complete cratering of American force projection capabilities, and maybe the American domestic economy as well. But let's hear from another Israel firster and what he had to say.
Israel's enemies are our enemies. I often say the reason they hate Israel is because Israel is small and Israel is close to where they are. And so I believe standing with Israel stands with a country that largely shares the same values that we do. Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No, but I haven't seen an instance where
Did you say, does that
mean
mean we should put the interest of America over Israel? No?
No, does that mean we should put the interest of Israel over America?
Okay, I want to make sure.
All right, if I misspoke.
Yeah.
Fucking got him. We got him, boys. A gut punch to peace through strength, Pablum.
You know.
Yeah, Trump leaves the door open to Iran enriching. Maybe the only good thing to come from this disastrous war with Iran is Trump nuking the hawkish FDD worldview and suggestion that you can bomb your way to peace. Yeah, I don't think we're going to stop doing that. I think America is belligerent, and it's going to get even more belligerent until we forcibly excise the influence of Israel from our foreign policy vehicle, from our domestic policy, this is not going to change. It's going to come back. Look at what AIPAC is doing, subverting democracy actively. Okay? That's it. There are far too many loyalists that actually care more about Israel's interests here, that try to present an argument that abiding by Israel's needs is actually good for America in the long run, that will continue to escalate, that will continue to agitate, that will continue to try and get America to commit troops to fighting Israel's wars. They got a little taste of it. There was no restraint for the last 3 years. So, of course, without any punishments, without any accountability, without any reconsideration of what this allegiance looks like, they're going to keep pushing. It's so, this is it. I mean, this is the major problem. Yes, we would still be belligerent without Israel, 100%. I'm not saying that we won't be. It's just that when it comes to driving our MENA foreign policy, Israel is in the driver's seat. Okay? I'm not going to say America wouldn't be belligerent without Israel. Of course America's belligerent without Israel. I mean, Venezuela has very little to do with Israel, let's be real, right? Even though, you know, they got a piece of that ordeal as well. They rerouted Venezuelan oil to Israel because they always got to get a piece, obviously. But that wasn't done. The Donroe Doctrine is actually supposed to be a new version of the belligerent foreign policy and American imperialism that maybe draws its forces down from the rest of the world and hardens its own backyard, right? That is not completely about Israel. Israel only plays a role in the MENA aspect of this, Middle East and North Africa. What the fuck? Dog fucker? Young Republican Connor Ernest has admitted to having sex with a dog. Oh my God. What the fuck? Brother. Groiber, by the way. What the fuck? Oh my God. Arrest, prosecute, and re-education. Throw him under the jail. Here is Trump also talking about Iranian nuclear enrichment.
We've been pretty tough on that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
Yeah, we'll let them have a little bit of nuclear dust. Arnaud says, this video probably more than any other illustrates the extent to which Israel's regional strategy has resulted in strategic defeat. They had one big enemy, Iran, and one big friend, the U.S. And these two are now negotiating a deal while Israel is being told it's an inconvenience that should be replaced by a former al-Qaeda commander because he's more humane and kills less civilians. If that's not a strategic defeat, I don't know what is. President Trump publicly rebukes Israel over its war against Hezbollah. Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. Trump said he opposed strikes that destroy apartment buildings filled with civilians and revealed he urged Israel to let Syria take the lead against Hezbollah instead. If Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. I mean, that part of the fucking equation is also still very stupid, right? Someone's got to kill these Shia Muslims in Lebanon is not exactly a long-standing commitment to peace and stability in the region. Turning around and being like, we got to get Jolani to do it is insane. So anyway, this is another key moment from his speech. Specifically about Iran's ballistic munitions capabilities and any kind of like drawback on Iran's ballistic missiles program. It's not going to fucking happen. I told you this already. It was a silly red line that was never going to be enforced. And I think it was Israel that demanded the enforcement of this red line in an effort to put forth poison pill provisions in this memorandum of understanding or any kind of ceasefire commitment. that they knew Iran would never say yes to, because no fucking sovereign country on the planet is going to say yes to that. Why would they say yes to that? It's ridiculous.
So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. He's like, listen, I'm Shia Muslim. I am Shia Musliman. I've seen the light of Allah and have realized that I have always been Shia. MashaAllah, I have reverted. Incredible. Incredible. I mean, he was always stupid to begin with. Look at Marco Rubio in the backdrop going, oh man, he's just fucking saying they can have ballistic missiles. Not great.
You shouldn't give them.
Even he's not smirking no more. Howard Budlick usually smirks in the background like, hey, yeah.
I mean, I have guys, I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know? It doesn't work.
Oh, I hate this pedophile, but let me tell you something, okay? Only this pedophile gets to say this, okay? When I say it, everybody fucking yells at me. But it's true. So I hope now some of these dumb fucks in the cult can be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, only Nixon gets to go to China. Straight up. Only Trump gets to go, yeah, of course they're going to have fucking ballistic missiles. What are we talking about? It's a sovereign country. What are you going to... Would you be down to fucking restrict our own defensive capabilities? No. Yeah, no shit. Marco Rubio with the 1,000-yard stare, wondering how long is it going to take. In this news conference, Trump said that he has a hard time telling Iran that they can't have ballistic missiles because Saudi Arabia has them. And it's hard to tell Iran that they can't have a civilian nuclear program because others have it. He's right. He's fucking right. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking goal to try and advance. And we've only seemingly advanced this goal because we're the United States of America, and we've told ourselves that we get to tell other countries what they can and can't do. Straight up. For far too long, we have gotten to dictate, we have decided what other countries can and can't do. Okay? And now that time is changing because Iran fought for its own sovereignty and won. Check logs after spiel. JD Pondon supports Hasanabi doctrine. I mean, this is the type of truth that Donald Trump would never reveal if Iran hadn't fucking won this war, okay? If Iran had not won this battle, Donald Trump is not going to be like, yeah, they can't have, they get to have defensive munition capabilities, ballistic missile capabilities because they're a fucking sovereign nation. They fought, they won, okay? They fought for their sovereignty. They won their sovereignty. I can't even talk. They fought for their sovereignty and they won their sovereignty. So now, of course, they get to fucking keep their missile program, you know?
That way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have.
They don't want that smoke. Launches of production are in the mountains. Matthew says the Trump supporters are melting down over this deal. They're attacking him now. President Trump opened the nuclear enrichment for Iran. Wait, this is not the link. This is not the right link that you're sending me. I don't think. I mean, this will be an important test. This will be an important test in the resilience of Trump's cult. Will this actually break the Trump cult apart, or will they, for the first time ever, actually accidentally find themselves on the right side of an issue, because Trump is now on the right side of an issue, because this is categorically very Trump. He did this with the Ansar Allah movement. And I remember, if you remember, I talked about this, right? Like, Trump, to give him credit in all of this madness, is the type of guy who's not ideologically bound by anything. He's just invested in his own personal goals, right? He is unbelievably self-interested. And as someone who's unbelievably self-interested, an ideological man in this circumstance would probably commit to going up the escalation ladder. Trump is a selfish man. Trump is a selfish man who has thrown his closest allies under the bus when push comes to shove. Right now, that ally being shoved under the fucking Iranian bus is the pro-Israel lobby. So we shall see. But it's incredible to watch so many Israel firsters crash the fuck out. I mean, we already covered this, but yeah, Ben Shapiro saying the MOU is a disaster, right? At least some of his most servile little piggies, little piggies are smart enough, like Lindsey Graham, to stand on this delicate tightrope that they've found themselves on in the past. Obviously, Lindsey Graham loves war. He nuts off to it. That's the only thing he cares about. But he also knows that he has to be Trump's inside man. That's the reason why he is committed to this weird statement where he's like, well, you know, I haven't seen the full details of the MOU, but it seems to be fine. It seems to be all right. I trust Trump. You know, he's realized that he has to stand on one side, and that's the Trump side. Whereas there are others who are not bound by that same interest, who are bound by a much higher priority. Ben Shapiro's highest priority is Israel. We've known this already. We've talked about this already over and over again. As a matter of fact, Ben Shapiro is the one guy that most people don't even try to cry and say, I'm being anti-Semitic when I say he's Israel first. It's actually interesting. He is so transparently Israel first that even other people that normally would say, dude, you're just saying a Jewish man has dual loyalty. What the fuck? They don't even do that for Ben. They'll do that for Jake Auchincloss. They'll do that for others, but they won't do that for Randy Fine, and they won't do that for Ben Shapiro. Interesting. There's a couple guys out there in the Israel First crowd that even the other pro-Israel mouthpieces and advocacy organizations won't claim you're being anti-Semitic if you just openly call out their highest priority and their highest loyalty being to Israel. Mark Levin's another one. Randy Fine's another one. Ben Shapiro's another one, right? It's very funny. And it's because it's just so transparent. Like, he just does not give a shit. He does not give a single shred of a shit about what's going on in America. He's just like, this is my highest priority. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what he's saying.
That Mohammed Khalibaf, who will apparently on Friday be literally in a photo op with the Vice President of the United States, I cannot express to you how stomach turning that is. I don't care who the vice president is. I don't care who the president is. Leaders of the United States of America in a photo op with a mass murdering terrorist supporter like Mohammed Khalibaf shaking hands 6 months after he blew away 42,000 innocent people in the streets, and weeks after his administration was firing missiles at literally all of our allies in the region and continues to support every terrorist group in the region and is currently continuing to control the strait. Like right now, it is not fully open for business unless the Iranians have, quote unquote, decided it is. The idea here is that somehow this administration and the deal that has been cut weakens Hezbollah. I'm not seeing it so much. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's there. Again, we haven't seen the MOU for the 1,000th time. We haven't seen the MOU. That's not because of me. I would like to see the MOU. I think you would like to see the MOU. Hell,
42,000? Dude, it's so funny. Laura Loomer yesterday or 2 days ago said 100,000. Yeah. The IRGC has killed 1 billion Iranians. That's right. They have a new type of weapon that only kills its own civilians. It doesn't harm any of the buildings. It doesn't disrupt regular business. It just kills Iranian civilians, and they've killed them by the billions. We are on track to becoming an Islamic country. Sad to see. Savor these hilarious meltdowns while they last. It's been a rotten year, and there will surely be more misery to come, says Mark Ames. He's right. I am savoring it, though. I mean, it turns out, you know how these guys love talking about, like, liberal tears? It turns out Zionist tears are so delicious. Because pro-Israel people get everything they want all the fucking time. And they're so goddamn spoiled. They're so arrogant. They're so entitled. So when things don't go the way they want it to, for once, their meltdown is fucking hilarious. Of course, my senator, Adam Schiff, is obviously outflanking the Trump administration from the right here. Let's finish the Ben Shapiro tiers, and then we'll get to Adam Schiff, also known as Adam Shit.
I think we'd all like to see the MOU. If Israel is not a party to the actual talks, which they are not, they have not been included in the talks. If Israel is not a signatory to the agreement, which they are not, how in the world could you tie Israel's hands when it comes to self-defense in Lebanon while Hezbollah is firing rockets and drones over the border at Israeli citizens? Shall we say that this is not a popular MOU, from what I understand, in Israel? And again, Israel, they were flying jets alongside American jets during this whole operation. Iran was firing at American soldiers during this whole operation. So playing halvesies is a bit strange. If we release funds, or if we tell our Arab Gulf state allies to release funds to Iran, it doesn't have to be American taxpayer dollars. That is us releasing money to Iran. If you unfreeze money to a terrorist group, that is in fact money going to a terrorist group. It does not have to come from American. That's sleight of hand. It's rhetorical sleight of hand. I was not under the impression that you and I would be paying taxpayer dollars to go straight to Iran. But if we press people to release money to a terror state in order for them to continue to toll the strait and to exert control whenever they feel threatened, or for them to rebuild their ballistic missile and nuclear capacities, that is a gigantic mistake. To go back to the 5 standards of a good deal versus a bad deal would look like continued nuclear development. A bad deal would look like continued ballistic missile development. A bad deal would look like funding of terrorism abroad continuing. A bad deal would look like continued Iranian control over the strait and tolling of the strait. And a bad deal would look like more funding going into Iran.
Hold on, I have to do something real quick. Some scheduling things. Apologies. I have to make some decisions on when to travel potentially to New York. New York again. Yes, I'm sexting. about to interview Adam Smith. Oh, I know him. Who's the highest ranking Democrat and serves as the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Is there anything you think I should ask him or push him on? Yes. Merger of the Israeli military for sure. Definitely hit that subject. And then also ask like what his take is on the Trump MOU. And if he hits like a right wing, if he outflanks the Trump administration from the right, ask him why he's doing that. This is a bad war that Trump obviously started, and there's an alternative out there with the JCPOA that the Obama administration had accomplished. Isn't it better to like end the hemorrhaging here? I mean, America's force projection capabilities have been diminished, have been destroyed. Shouldn't we reconsider our foreign policy as it pertains to our foreign policy and the guidance that we get from Israel? Brother, we all know Adam Smith. He's the father of neoliberalism and its history of globalization. First of all, Adam Smith would be fucking woke in comparison to what neoliberalism looks like. He's not, I wouldn't say he's the father of neoliberalism. Okay, you're wrong. That is not an appropriate interpretation of his work at all. I mean, his work was also profoundly important for Marx as well. The one time I don't write joke. Okay. Yeah. Adam Smith looks like a fucking Maoist when he talks about rent-seeking behavior from landlords, okay? Adam Smith is basically a Maoist. Anyway. Yeah, neoliberalism is a bastardization of Adam Smith. Marxism is a continuation, the appropriate evolution of Adam Smith's work, ironically enough. All right, but yeah, no, that's a good one. Milton Friedman makes Adam Smith look woke. Adam Smith is woke. He's literally woke in comparison to fucking neoliberals, 100%. I still find something shocking almost every time I read Adam Smith, like the part where he says, oh, by the way, capitalism is obviously coercive against workers. It is not, however, difficult to foresee which of the two parties must, upon all ordinary... Yeah, ask a liberal about Adam Smith's opinion on rent-seeking behavior and landlords, okay? They will literally stare at you like, what are you talking about? Straight up. That motherfucker hated landlords, bro. It's not, however, difficult to foresee which of the two parties must, upon all ordinary occasions, have the advantage in this dispute and force the other into a compliance with their terms. The masters, being fewer in number, can combine much more easily, and the law, besides, authorizes or at least does not prohibit their combinations, while it prohibits those of the workmen. The law favors the side of capital owners over the side of the workers. Woke! Yes, capitalism was a historically progressive force during the time of Adam Smith, at least according to the Marxist view of history. It is, and it was, and it's true. That's why Marxism is seen as an evolution off of Adam Smith's work as well. Yeah, what are the common wages of labor? Depends everywhere upon the contract usually made between those two parties whose interests are by no means the same. The workmen desire to get as much, the masters to give as little as possible. The former are disposed to combine in order to raise, the latter in order to lower the wages of labor. We rarely hear, as has been said, of the combinations of masters, though frequently of those of workmen. But whoever imagines upon this account that masters rarely combine is as ignorant of the world as of the subject. Masters are always and everywhere in a sort of tacit but constant and uniform combination. Not to raise the wages of labor above their actual rate. To violate this combination is everywhere a most unpopular action and a sort of reproach to a master among his neighbors and equals. If Kamala spoke like this, people would have said she's Marx reincarnate. Guys, I don't know how to explain this to you. That is literally also Marxist. The master-slave dynamic, okay, is literally dialectics. It is Marxist. He said the exact same thing. Marx was a continuation of Adam Smith's work. This is Marxism 101. That literal text is identical to Marx's interpretation because Karl Marx's interpretation, yes, master slave is Hegel. Yes, I know. Oh my God. I know, chatter. The master-slave dynamic is Hegelian, which is also, again, profoundly important for Marxist interpretation. What do you think the class contradiction, what do you think the friction between the classes is? I said it is a dialectic. It's dialectical thinking. In any case, a lot of people don't realize that, like, there is not a lot of moralizing in Das Kapital. It's just a straightforward description of how capitalism works. The moral values that we that we add on to this description of how capitalism works comes from the fact that we as human beings kind of look at that dynamic and think, well, this is a little fucked up, right? Yes, the moralization comes from our natural response to a system that is very clearly designed. Yeah, it's not even prescriptive in general. No, it's not. It's just descriptive. It's pure descriptive text. Most people have never read Das Kapital. And that's the reason why they endlessly pontificate on a text that they never read. And it's understandable. It's, not the easiest read. Okay? But that is unironically the reason why people fail to comprehend it. That's why so many people go, wow, I don't understand. Like you're applying dialectical thinking to modern events and your interpretation of world events, and you come across like you come across as prophetic. It's not prophetic. It's just I'm looking at the system in its grand design. This is why it's also very important to read. It's very important to read Das Kapital. It's very important to read Marxist thinkers. There's a reason why the meme of like Marx never wrote about this is stupid, because Marx definitely wrote about it. The thing that you think he did not write about, he certainly did. Anyway. Senator Adam Schiff. Let's talk about that now. Outflanking Trump from the right, as expected. Again, major AIPAC guy, $5.6 million, a lapdog for Israel. Wow, Iran gets sanctions relief, the release of frozen funds, the ability to export oil, and a $300 billion reconstruction fund. The U.S. gets a reiteration of vague promise of Iran won't develop a nuke. Hard to imagine a more thorough capitulation. Now, people will read this as him trying to shit on Trump. Okay? But if you were actually invested in stability, you wouldn't be shitting on Trump on this. Or there's a better way to shit on Trump on this issue, but that requires you to shit on Israel. Okay? And these guys don't want to do that. That's the problem. You could literally be like, Trump, you are so fucking stupid that every single Democrat and even previous Republican leaders did not listen to Benjamin Netanyahu when he begged them or demanded them to go and strike Iran. This was the reason. You did it. Now this is your fucking failure. I'm glad that you're finally trying to negotiate this settlement. But ultimately, that's the failure. The failure is that Trump was goaded into taking action by Israel. But these guys don't want to fucking say it. Ironically enough, because Donald Trump doesn't ever like to take responsibility, I mean, he's allergic to taking responsibility, he is moving the conversation over to Israel's direction. But these fucking idiots don't see Trump doing that. Love to criticize Iran hawks while embracing all of their central premises, namely that Iran is ontologically evil and sinister. This truly is the Super Bowl for guys who are president of their college debate club who believe in nothing beyond vapid, by your logic, gotchaism. Chris Murphy, all the Iran hawks said that the way to get rid of Iran's hardline regime nuclear program, missiles, and support for terrorism was to go to war with Iran. We went to war with Iran, and the hardline regime nuclear program and missiles and terrorism aid are all still there. Wow, Iran is more hardline than ever and is seeking nukes and supporting a sprawling network of terrorism. Someone should do something about those really evil people with whom Democrats ostensibly support a peace settlement. This just like how Murphy went hard right on immigration to own the Republicans and in doing so promoted all their key premises. Does Murphy believe in anything? Does he have any first principles or critiques of any of the underlying logics at work? This is one of my biggest issues with the Democrats. The Democrats love pivoting to the right. And when they do this, they don't actually hit Donald Trump. They don't actually criticize Donald Trump. They legitimize the underlying premise of the entire Republican movement. Okay? When you turn around and go, Taco Trump, you chickened out, you pussied out, you don't actually end up winning that argument. You just legitimized why he did that thing in the first place. And let me tell you, if sanctions relief has to go through Congress, you will see a battle unlike ever before where all of Israel's lapdogs in Congress from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party will actively try to piece up the sanctions relief to the best of their goddamn ability. Okay? You can shit on Trump by saying this is a worse deal than we could have gotten otherwise had the U.S. and Israel not gone to war. It's worse for the U.S. than the JCPOA was. And it's Trump's fault we have to accept this deal, but we do have to accept it at the end of the day for peace. Like Ro Khanna said, yes, Ro Khanna has been the almost singular force in Congress that has actually said the right things here. Okay? It's totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous to be like, yeah, Trump is a fucking idiot. Like, you shouldn't have gone to war with Iran, even though they're obviously the big bad. They're the ultimate villain. They're the enemy. They're the biggest enemy that we've ever seen. Okay, then Trump was doing something just. Trump was doing something honorable. Trump was doing something right. He just failed to finish the task. So what should Trump do next? Go back to war? Is that the argument? Because whether you recognize it or not, that is the argument that you are laying down. When you say, and we did this, we played this song and dance with Venezuela. If you recall, I was very fucking angry at the way that Democrats talked about Venezuela, where they would be like, Maduro is an authoritarian monster who's killed 17 million Venezuelans on a daily basis. He's constantly murdering Venezuelans for fun. He's drinking their blood. But we should follow international law, and Trump didn't. The fuck is that? Okay, then yeah, it's awesome that Trump went beast mode. You know, who is going to hear you legitimize why Trump did this illegal act and think it's bad that Trump did this illegal act when you're saying it's technically good that he did it? You just think that the process was violated. Holy shit. Have you submitted your application to Streamer University? That's a real question. No, I have not. Streamer University, sponsored by Nike, sponsored Kai Cenat, is, I don't think, going to give me an opportunity to educate streamers on politics, on geopolitical conflict around the world. I don't think they're gonna let me be a professor at Streamer University where I talk to a bunch of 18-year-olds about how Israel sucks and how American militarism must end. That would be awesome, though. I have jokingly talked about it, but like crisis PR, definitely something in my wheelhouse. What to do when the entire world is seemingly out to get you. I have a lot of experience in this field, and I could teach a lot of streamers what to do in this process, except now that I've said this, someone will clip this out and be like, Hasan wants to be on Streamer University. It is not going to, and he's complaining that he's never going to be on Streamer University. And then they'll try to make a fucking drama cycle off of this as well. However, yes, this is something that I'm a tenured professor in. Poli-Sci 101 with Dr. Jihad. Anyway. You'd be great at teaching crisis control? Yes. Crisis management. I mean, Trump is great at crisis management. Ironically enough, he just boulders his way through it. He kind of is the method, low key. Phantom is teaching that course, and he apparently has a PhD in international relations. I mean, Phantom spends a decent amount of time in this community, okay? So he could teach that course, I think. Don't you dare disrespect Wanham. He could teach taxes 101 with Phantom. Anyway, where were we? Yeah. So David Austin Walsh says, sips coffee. Well, at least the Iran deal pretty conclusively demonstrates that the Israelis do not, in fact, control U.S. foreign policy. Ho, ho, ho. Spoke too soon. Matthew Petty says, actually, the next 60 days are going to be an exquisite lesson in exactly what levers of power the Israeli government does have in Washington. Anyone who thinks that any government has godlike powers is an idiot, but Israeli leaders clearly have ways to pressure American counterparts when they don't get what they want. And they're signaling very loudly that they're about to do exactly that. Will they succeed? Who knows? What I can tell you is that we're going to see high drama that is nothing like any other foreign policy debate. And you're going to discover dirty tricks you didn't even think were possible. Yes. 100%. It's important to highlight, by the way, this is an insane poll for the record. Our boy is cooking. Abdul El Sayed at 42% plus 15. Haley Stevens at 33% plus 15. Mallory McMorrow at womp womp 7% minus 10. Mallory McMiddleground into Mallory McIsrael must really be Mallory McMiserable right now. Yeah. I could see Mallory McMorrow dropping out and endorsing. I hope she doesn't endorse Haley Stevens. It'd be beast mode if she endorsed Abdul. It's important to highlight that the reason why the United States is surrendering is because Iran controls a vital waterway for the global economy. They might not have a nuke, but their control over the strait is effectively the same thing. Trump ran the global strategic reserve dry, trying to destabilize them. Now he needs to bribe them to get things back to the status quo ante. The material strength is why Iran is getting the concessions they have. Oh, absolutely. As I said, there are Straits of Hormuz all around the world for those with eyes to see. Okay? Every country has its own Strait of Hormuz. This is why labor power is so important, because Iran didn't defeat the United States of America's forces militarily. Iran has no capacity to defeat the American forces militarily. What Iran did was show, or rather take advantage of, how fragile the international market system is. Because when capitalism is everywhere, when capitalism is all around, and it's a fragile system because it needs permanent stability with one hegemon making sure that no one acts out, right? That necessity of stability can yield tremendous opportunity for those who are under attack. That's precisely what happened. Iran didn't destroy the American military machine. Iran hit centers of profit. Iran struck global capitalism. That's it. That's it. It's a very important lesson to learn here. One that they do not want you to know. That united, labor has all the power. Okay? All of it. And it doesn't actually take a general strike to stop this system in its entirety. It does not. That's why I've always said, like, the Longshoremen's Union is probably one of the most powerful unions in the country. Teamsters, another unbelievably powerful union. Railroad workers. All they would need to do is take advantage of the leverage they have and strike in a moment that is inopportune for capital owners and maybe even the rest of society, let's be real, but an opportune moment for them. We just haven't had the confidence in decades to recognize that we have this power. That's it. Capitalism is a delicate system. It's unbelievably fragile. We have so much more power in our hands within the labor unions, within just the power that labor has altogether, that if this is the thing that capital owners fear the most, if Americans were more class conscious, they could seize so much more power in the workplace. Not just like better benefits. I'm talking about political moves. If they were like, hey, we don't like, for example, that JFK is transiting Israeli weapons through a civilian airport. We don't like that at all. We want to put an end to it. As here it is, friends of the show that you have seen are introducing Break the Chain, a New York City DSA arms embargo campaign. Our target, JFK. We're proud to stand with the DSA candidates running to put an end to the U.S. war machine, endangering workers at home and fueling mass death abroad.
Every day, civilian aircrafts take off and land here, carrying more than just passengers and luggage. JFK is a linchpin in the supply chain directly fueling the killing of children in Gaza, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran. It endangers the lives of unknowing residents, workers, and tourists who pass through this airport every single day.
FOIA documents confirm what we've long suspected. Weapons bound for Israel don't travel through some separate, secure military transport. They move through the same civilian airports, the same runways as every other flight. Explosives, detonators, fuses, packed into unmarked containers. In October 2025, a nitrocellulose explosion at a munitions factory in Tennessee killed 16 people, and it leveled the entire facility. One of the same materials being shipped through JFK.
Every New Yorker who works in or flies out of this airport deserves the peace of mind knowing that their safety comes first. That's why we're demanding an immediate arms embargo on Israel to begin the just transition from a war economy to a peace economy. our city's resources, our labor, and our infrastructure are captured to feed a global machinery of war that benefits a tiny elite of billionaires, while our communities are told to accept crumbling hospitals, underfunded schools, and neglected public transit as just the way things are.
What does that actually look like? It looks like this. We see the cost of the war economy right here in our crumbling public transit. Since 2023, the federal government has spent almost $34 billion fighting on Israel's behalf in the Middle East. That same money could have been used to replace thousands of outdated subway cars, made over 60 stations accessible, and repaired over 150 subway stations.
It looks like this. With the $34 billion spent on Israel's behalf, we could fund the Green Healthy Schools initiative 3 times over. $11 billion to install solar, replace fossil fuel boilers, and upgrade HVAC systems.
So how do you break the chain? You show up. Sign the petition for an arms embargo on Israel. Fill out the onboarding form. Join a committee and organize your union to adopt the Break the Chain resolution.
JFK should fly people, not bombs.
Invest in public transit.
Invest in green public schools.
Get involved. Break the chain.
Oh, by the way, this poll that we were just looking at with Abdul, Adam Wren, Scoop, a prominent Michigan pollster is accusing State Senator Mallory McMorrow's Senate campaign of pressuring a state capitol news outlet into killing a survey of the heated Democratic primary. Their suspicion, which they said MIRS confirmed, was that the poll allowed anyone to take it through an open link rather than having access control to ensure a random and representative sample of the state. The poll was conducted through a methodology known as text to web, in which random voters are selected to receive a text message link to survey fill out. They're saying that the poll was open-ended and therefore it's not valid, and that's why they wanted to try and bury the poll. You see, guys, I don't want to talk about progressive victory. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it's crazy. We got far bigger shit to talk about here. Okay? Yes, I know. In a last-ditch effort, Destiny's fucking DGG has like a ground game thing that they are like trying to create, which seemingly mostly just focuses on whatever his own personal fucking project is. And they're attacking Claire Valdez and Daria Liza. And yes, who gives a shit? Fuck them. Like, okay, move on, you know? Yeah, they're like, oh, these guys are a pro-Russian imperialism or something. They're just trying to rat fuck these two campaigns. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Progressive Victory, right? Progressive Victory is not the DGG one, but they're aligned on this issue. But they are utterly irrelevant and immaterial in this fucking New York congressional race that's taking place. So it has no motion. You're just giving it more fucking clout for some reason. Yes, Progressive Victory broke off from Destiny, but they're using this like they got bullied or pressured into it feels like it's they got bullied or pressured into like taking this weird fucking stance where they're like, we need to know about this. I don't know. It's a waste of time. Okay? It's a total and utter waste of fucking time. Who cares? We're talking about much more powerful forces that are launching unbelievable attack ads right now at these two candidates for their Israel position. I'm not going to fucking sit here and talk about the minutia of their Ukraine perspective of these two candidates. They're not pro Russian imperialism or whatever the fuck these guys are presenting. Okay? Go volunteer. Go door knock. Go do something valid. Go do something productive. Anyway, Boots is going to be here soon, by the way, and Caroline's going to be here soon, and I'm gonna obviously talk to Boots Riley, famous communist director, about I Love Boosters, his latest movie, and you know, his work and his career. But let's get back to Adam shit for now. I don't know if others see what's going on here. I don't know what to tell you. This isn't just Dems dinging Trump for political points. It's them narrowing political space to support an end to hostilities because they, along with our AIPAC donors, simply like open-ended hostilities with Iran, says Adam Johnson, and he's right. All these terms are eminently reasonable. Why are basic concessions after the U.S. sneak attacked and killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of billions in infrastructure being scandalized and macho-baited? The U.S. attempted regime change and failed. This is the price, and it's sensible. I agree 100% with Adam Johnson. Now, the talking point from Jeffries and Schumer is the deal should go before Congress when neither Jeffries or Schumer uttered a single word for 8 days while Trump amassed his attack armada last February. They want congressional approval for an MOU when they did not want a congressional approval for the war launching. Weird how that fucking works. And I'm telling you right now, the reason why they want to do that, the reason why they're doing that is because they want to fuck it. They do not want sanctions relief. Because Israel does not want sanctions relief for Iran. Iran's economy is massive. If sanctions relief came to Iran and America had normal trade relations with Iran, this would destroy the amount of influence that Israel has in the region. Why the fuck would you need Israel to stamp out Iran all the goddamn time or do whatever it wants to do in the region if you can directly talk to Iran? That's it. The MOU going to Congress is only a demand because you want it to fail. No one with two brain cells thinks it can survive Congress where both parties are openly hostile to it, despite some Dems nominally supporting after calling it Neville Chamberlain to the power of 1 billion. If you wish to believe that it's a simple good faith effort by Murphy and Co., if you wish to believe that it's simply a good effort by Murphy and Co. to do two things can be true at the same time routine, then go ahead and believe that. But when 99% of the rhetoric is hysterical demagoguery, then I think it's clear what's going on. Would you ever cover Canadian politics? I'm not Canadian, but just a thought. That's funny, chatter. Not right now. AIPAC Klobuchar. With $300 billion, we could end homelessness, fund cancer research for 40 years, and give every child pre-K for over 7 years. Instead, Trump is sending it to Iran. This is not America first, not even close. The same people that did not oppose, that were noticeably quiet when Trump sneak attacked Iran at Israel's discretion are now chirping loudly about what it takes to end this war. Behest a better word? Yes, I changed it. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Funny to see conservatives suddenly realize the difference between giving Iran free money and unfreezing the assets. It really didn't click for them in 2015. Oh, the coup? Boots, you get big ups from Boots if you brought up his leftist rat group. Yeah, I used to play this all the time. Galabaf spoke today about strengthening relations with China. Iran's Galabaf on China and others. We need some blocks. I'm saying clearly, those blocks must be formed. And in a way, they're already being formed. Whatever block is formed, there are two definitive countries, definite countries in it. Don't doubt it. China and Iran. I'm moving along this path with strength in all its dimensions in terms of technology, economy, and politics. It is us who must make China believe, which it will, that we are not a customer or just a business partner. We are truly a partner to them, a partner in every sense. Oh my God. This is music, dude. This is music to my fucking ears. Okay? This is music to my goddamn ears. This is what I've been saying. We must carefully recognize our friends and enemies and move forward. Of course, we have our dignity, our independence, our perspective. We know our friends as well. China has more important relationships with the Gulf than Iran. I know, but you think China's not going to benefit from also tying up the other side of that equation? This is what I mean. I think that Israel bit off far more than it could chew and showed the Gulf nations that America and Israel are not reliable partners. Those Gulf nations already have leveraged commitments and leveraged relationships with China. They can just as easily lean in China's direction. Anyway. The context here is that Xi Jinping visited Tehran in January 2016, the same month the JCPOA was implemented. During his visit, China and Iran signed a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement. But as Iran benefited from sanctions relief, Iranian firms overwhelmingly sought ties with European customers, suppliers, and investors. Chinese business leaders and officials felt jilted. It was a strategic error by the Rouhani administration not to prioritize relations with China. Galabaf is signaling he's not about to make the same mistake, even as he appears to sign the MOU with the U.S., which is good. Is this really a loss for Israel? They're still in Lebanon. It's just a smaller win. No. Dude, what are you kidding me? America normalizing relations in any way, shape, or form with Iran is a ginormous, it's perhaps the most existential loss for Israel. Okay? Are you kidding me? That's why they're fucking losing their minds. I think Jesse's going to have to take back calling Tehran Tarlov for talking about what was in this MOU is actually exactly what's in this MOU.
Years ahead or something like that. As I said, mixed reception. What are your thoughts?
I think it's not even really mixed. It's just pretty negative, seemingly.
Jesse hasn't gone yet.
I think Jesse's even going to have to be a little more reasonable and maybe take back
me? No.
calling me Tehran Tarlov for talking about what was in this MOU that actually is exactly what was in this MOU. Ben Shapiro on with Martha a little while ago. This MOU appears to be a disaster that does not achieve any of the signal goals that were set by the administration. In my opinion, the VP, the chief negotiator, has not well served the president. Bill Cassidy, the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. And you say Trump joking, I'm going to blame this on JD. I think it's a loaded joke, right? Like that he's going to end up the fall guy. And I hope that he heard you yesterday when you said, don't take that picture standing next to a terrorist. Because
I don't think they are taking my advice.
Well, you would be well served to take Dana's advice. Trump.
They might look 60 years ahead.
Dude, are the Dems going to try to kill this? They would lose the midterms. Enable this before tomorrow's stream? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Okay, right now. You're crazy. Okay, Boots is here. Okay. I'm going to set up the mics real quick. We're going to have a combo with Boots and Boots Riley and Caroline Kwan. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. I want to talk about that too. Wait, let me get my cappuccino too. All right. Here, you sit in the middle. Okay. In the middle seat. Thank you.
Are we live already?
Oh yeah, we've been live. Yeah. All right, Booz Riley in the building, Caroline Kwan in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What an honor to have you here. Director, communist extraordinaire, someone that you have probably seen the works of, hopefully. I Love Boosters just came out. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about your experiences, your politics, your worldview,
your music,
and your music as well.
Ooh.
We got it right here. I already had it ready to go, ready to rip.
Okay.
The Coup, 5 Million Ways to Kill a CEO.
Okay, one thing I will say about this, we can play it, but the guy that made this, I didn't make this video. And there's a thing he does on and the reason why I've never shared this, but you know, since people want to hear it, that's fine, is that he does a thing on the picture where it says ugly is even skin deeper. He shows Africans. And I was like, he made this like 20 years ago. And I messaged him. I was like, take that out and I'll share the video. And he never would. And
okay,
so
let me move a little bit.
Video.
Let's move a little bit to our right so that we can make this an angle work. Sorry, this is a little scrunched up.
Here, I'll scoot a little
okay,
bit.
that's good to know. Are not necessarily those of.
Why the fuck is your hair like that? Matter of fact, we used to have a song. We had a song called Fuck a Perm. And because everybody would see me and say you should perm your hair. So we had this song called Fuck a Perm. And when we were touring in 93, we knew as soon as we hit the stage, because we were opening up for like Scarface and, you know, various folks. And we knew somebody was going to be like, man, what the fuck is your hair? And they'd be like, cut your hair. And so we'd wait for that point where somebody said it and we'd be like, what did you say? And we let them say it into the mic and then they chicka chicka. And we go into this song called Fuck a Perm. And it always worked. It always blew the crowd away. But that's how it was different. And then people, then it, you know, because you might think, oh, they had them in the 70s. But when you're like 20 in 1993 or in your early 20s, that is so long ago. So my hair was so much a part of my identity. And then my face started changing. So I was like, damn, what do I do? And then last year I retired them. I was like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna just get used to whatever is the changing nature of my head and all that. But then I had to sell the movie. I was like, let me put these hats back.
I think you should own the big hats as opposed to Pharrell, who is a friend of the IDF, from what I understand.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Oh, people don't know that. Anyway, Booz Riley, thank you so much for coming on. I've been a longtime fan of your work and a sympathetic ideologue to your worldview.
Oh, thank you.
I love that moment where I think it's Amy Goodman that says like you're a what did she say? She says you're like a socialist.
You're an she says you're an anti-capitalist.
Yeah.
An anti-capitalist is a way for one, at the very least, to not talk about what the world is that we want to create, but two, to kind of just be like, I'm against people buying stuff from corporations or something like that, which is more can be very, very liberal. And sometimes it's just anarchists being like, also suffering from some of the anti-communism that we've been fed as we grow up. So they don't want to say communist, so they want to say anti-capitalist, but it leaves the door open for all sorts of shenanigans.
But you've been a communist since 15, like an avowed communist. You do not shy away from the label.
I joined, and let me be specific, because now I would say communist with a little c, but I was communist with a big C because I joined an actual party, which is what is actually going to be necessary for us to make a revolution, is for there to be parties. And I was in a party called Progressive Labor Party. I joined when I was 15. And so I kind of had this same goal in my life. And at a certain point, I decided that wasn't the route for me to get there, was that particular party. But
Yeah. Great. I mean, I admire your courage, even though it shouldn't be courageous to say the truth. But unfortunately, that's what it takes sometimes in a country like the United States, especially the heart of empire, to stand boldly and proudly and continue making art. I wanted to talk to you about agitated propaganda, because in many respects, that's precisely what I try to do as well. In a very different format, obviously. It's not an artistic expression usually. There is a performance element to it, to what I do as well. But I think one of the issues that I see, one of the major problems that I see in America is that the American working class lacks class consciousness. And that is by design. It's a design of the system, obviously. And it is a war that the capital owning class has waged, and quite successfully, if I may myself. And I think that art plays a formative role in agitative propaganda. Do you also agree? Do you feel like your live work?
I'll put it like this. I was an organizer, and when I started to see how art could be used, that's when I decided to do art. I wasn't like, I want to be an artist and what could I talk about? You know, it was only because of that. And so that direction, and also it came from me seeing how much culture actually affects how people see how the world is made, how people think they are in relationship to the economic system we're in. I had a point where after we made our first 2 albums, because when I went into it, I was like, we're going to do 2 albums. We're going to go multi-platinum, and then I'm going to spend that money on revolutionary headquarters around the world or whatever. Well, we didn't go close to platinum. And we had...
You mean How to Kill Your Landlord?
Yeah. But here's the thing, the thing is that the art and even the ideas that I express are ones that I was seeing that people liked and people were attached onto. And I've had many, what you see that I've done is in the face of a lot of people working against me, right? But there's contradictions where, there'll be somebody at a radio station that loves the music, but then they're told by someone else, oh, we're not playing that, right? And there's been all of those things where people come to me years later and say, hey, your song was the most requested song on our station, and they just wouldn't play it. So I think I naively was like, well, people are going to like it. It's going to grow. And so our first album was Kill My Landlord. Our second album was Genocide and Juice. And we had this song off Genocide and Juice called Fat Cats and Bigger Fish. And Fat Cats and Bigger Fish was as much of a hit as we could have had. It was somebody snuck it onto the radio late night. This girl, Mona Lisa Murray, she knew some folks. Big Boy at Power 106 put it on, and then it was just getting requested and playing all day in LA and in Chicago. And in LA and Chicago, it was selling 5,000 copies a week because of the radio play. Now, often when they do radio play, it doesn't have that sort of traction. And so record labels, other people were telling me, oh, that's the platinum formula. If you can do that, you just duplicate that. Otherwise, that's what EMI is going to do. We were on EMI Records. Anyway, EMI bought the record whole hog from the indie they were working with, Wild Pitch. And we got excited. We were like, they bought it. They bought the second half. They were 50-50 partners. They bought it. So, and we're doing well on the radio. So obviously they're about to take it wide. And they bought it. And the next week they were like, we're not working it. So I got depressed. I was like,
so they bought it to kill it.
They bought it to kill it. And so I was like, damn, what am I doing? At that point, I was 24. And I was like, I've been wasting my whole life being an artist. Like, what am I doing? And I stopped, and we made an organization called the Young Comrades, which was a Black organization organizing in the Black community, but with a class analysis, right? And with the idea of getting that out there. And that imploded for various reasons after a few years. But during that time, that's when I worked telemarketing, because I knew I was good at that, and I could do that one day every 2 weeks. And, you know, I didn't have kids yet, so we were doing that. And then but my point is, I'm sorry, long way around to saying, while we were doing that organization is when I especially saw what I had left behind, that people were joining or not joining campaigns, sometimes based on a song lyric or something they saw in a movie or something like that, because people are taking in information all the time. That's for most people, that's their literature. Right?
Wasn't there that group in Baltimore that saw Sorry to Bother You and then
Oh yeah, so many years later. So with Sorry to Bother You, I during this big strike wave that there's a strike wave from 2020 to 2024, depending on when you want to count it. That was measurably the largest strike wave in U.S. history since the 70s, with thousands of work stoppages and strikes, and not necessarily through the known unions. Yeah.
It was. There were wildcat strikes in like Oklahoma, for example, that were not like sanctioned technically. It was an explosion born out of the material conditions that people were saying enough is enough. Like, we have to do something about it, and they had just demands.
Yeah, and a place that tracks that people can go look is paydayreport.com. They were keeping track of that. And so during that time, I was getting dozens of messages where people were like, some version of this, like, we didn't think we were going to be able to organize this workplace in order to have a strike, or B, form a union, something like that. And so many stories where they're like, but we played everybody Sorry to Bother You. And then they were willing to have a strike or have a union. And then one specific anecdote was in Baltimore. There was a couple of people came and told me when I went there that they had a 60-person workplace, and they were going to do a show of hands vote on whether to have a union or not. And they thought they were going to win, but they thought it was going to be by the skin of their teeth. They had organized pushback, and they said when everybody was supposed to show their hands to say whether they wanted a union or not, to say yay, somebody in the middle of the crowd yelled, "Equisapiens, let's be out." And then everybody laughed, and every single person raised their hand. And so those organizers were like, wow, you know, in that case, they hadn't played it for them, but everybody laughed because they knew the movie. You know.
So for those who don't know, Sorry to Bother You was your directorial debut in 2018, starring Lakeith Stanfield. And I read a story about how you got the script to him. This is after he had done Get Out. Social commentary was really big in horror. He was on the rise, and him, getting him to be a part of your film, which you come into Hollywood, which I would love to talk about your experience as one of the few self-avowed communists. Like, you do not shy away from that label. You proudly bear that label.
Yeah.
Trying to get a film made that is a radical critique of the capitalist system, but also with your very, idiosyncratic style. You love surrealism.
Yeah.
You love dark comedy. So, like, what can you talk about that process?
Yeah, well,
transitioning
I
to making films.
Overall, in hindsight, this is what I can say. A lot of people, one, there's contradictions within all spaces, right? The movie talks about that, right? But the latest movie. But so here's a story I like to tell that's not necessarily my story to tell, but I know it. Rage Against the Machine, they were going to do a music video for Sleep Now in the Fire. And it was going to be directed by Michael Moore. Their whole idea was, hey, we're going to go on Wall Street, play loud, get arrested, and that's going to be the music video. So they go, they play once, nothing happens, some security doors close, they play again, and people are kind of looking, nothing's happening. The third time they start playing, they start hearing this noise that goes, rah, 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 rah. They don't know what it is. It's just getting louder. And so they play the fourth time and it's getting louder. Rah, 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 rah. And then 3 blocks away, coming from around the corner, they see a horde of people in business suits coming toward them. And they're the ones that are going, rah, rah, rah. And they're getting closer and closer. And as they get closer, because they're still playing, as they get closer, they can tell what that noise is. It's that horde of people in business suits who obviously work on Wall Street saying, suits for rage, suits for rage. And there's that contradiction. They're saying it in the thing. They're saying, we're suits, we work on Wall Street, we like what Rage Against the Machine is saying. And I think that has to do with, in general, that most people in the world, and even in the United States, wish that the world was different. They want the world to be different. They and if you told them the ideas of communism, which I often will sum up in general as the people having democratic control over the wealth that they create with their labor, right? And real democratic control. So if you told them those ideas, most people would be like, I'm down with that. But also most people, because they have not seen a movement, they don't know what the plan is, they would be like, I don't think that can happen. I would like there to be a different thing, but I don't think that can happen. And they're like, plus I went to school and now I got to get a job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm in the machine, so I just have to keep following.
And so there's a lot of people, and then there's other people that are even more naively in that machine where they're like, oh, it's just a marketplace of ideas and blah, blah, blah. So there's all sorts of things. And then you have the hardcore ideologues that are like, fuck that, stop this. So at that point when Sorry to Bother You was getting made, I think the politics, because a lot of people didn't know the difference between a strike and a protest. I think there were people that on the outside that mistook the politic for being liberal. And so it was granted a little bit of grace in certain ways. And then there were people on the inside that were telling me the same way, like, oh, I'm really a radical. I just have this job. I blah, 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 did this in college. I blah, blah, blah. And luckily now because usually, there would be like, luckily now I can work on something I believe in. So we had that combination of things going on. And at the same time, when I wrote the movie, when I wrote the movie, Obama was in office. When the movie got made, Trump was in office. So there was this idea of like, oh, we need like, quote unquote, protest movies. So all of that combined with the fact that most people that read the script also got distracted by the horse dicks.
Which, yeah.
And so that was the most. That was the talk. Like nobody talk. Like the horse sticks. Then there's strikes and radical resistance. So like that was just more explosive, and you know, and so that it kind of got in there. It got in the world. And we actually didn't have as much pushback against that as we do with this one.
Do you feel like surrealism aids in maybe sheltering that message a little bit, not dampening it in any way, but allows big production houses to be more comfortable with a much more radical message? And I would say that in Sorry to Bother You, it was very apparent what the overarching message was, and I think it is very apparent in I Love Boosters as well. Do you feel like this is your artistic direction, or is there any tactical necessity for using this packaging?
I don't think the ideas are snuck in this, like like
it's
this,
not,
you know. But you know what I will say is that. Okay, our first album, Kill My Landlord, was kind of a pamphlet on tape, right? It was not the fact that the ideas were way out there, but it was what I thought was important for people to hear. I thought certain words were important for people to hear. But what I learned by the time I got to Genocide and Choose is to make more emotional connection with this emotional thing you're striving for. Like, you know, realizing that when people hear a song talking about, oh, I got all this money and I'm blah, 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 this, sometimes they don't believe it. But even when they do believe it, what they're hearing is this person is free. This person doesn't have to worry about being homeless. I want that. And that listener has not come into contact with the movement. And that's Radical's fault, right, for that. But so what I realized is that I started realizing, okay, I need to connect my emotional connection I need to draw a line from my emotional personal connection to my idea of how the world works. And that is, and over the course of 30 years, I honed that to the point where, you know, it comes into certain aesthetic choices. But it's not really about sneaking it in. It's more about having people experience that emotional road, that emotional trip to get to a certain idea.
I saw Boosters in theaters. I brought a friend who I knew she wasn't familiar with your work, and I didn't tell her anything. So I just kind of wanted to gauge her response. And, you know, the film opens up and it's so colorful and zany. It's very Looney Tunes style energy. And I could just see her sitting there like, oh my God, what am I watching? But then staying along for the ride.
What about the moment? Now, I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it, but there's a moment that is quite impactful. It's almost like the horse stick of this movie.
Yeah.
How did your friend react, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, laughed and also kind of just went, is this really happening on screen? Because there's so much that you put into your films. And I think audiences have gotten used to watching a lot of the same repetition. And I think there's, you know, this whole relationship of like, how do we get people into theaters? We'll give them something worth seeing, give them something exciting, innovative, original. So even if you don't necessarily like everything, or if, you know, it's a little confusing, it's still engaging. It's still, you know, it's something that you haven't seen before, and certainly not in today's landscape. So at the end of the viewing, I was like, what did you think? And she goes, it was awesome. And also then she was asking me some more questions about like dialectical materialism, which, let me just say, having Isa Gonzalez chain smoking a vape with her like 90s style thin eyebrows, giving a speech on dialectical materialism is so awesome. And it's such a great way for people like my friend and others who they're not going to go watch like a professor talking about it. They're not going to go necessarily read Marx to start off with. So that's their introduction in this film that is so joyous and colorful. And I think that's something about your work is that it's not, I think it's easy to lean into cynicism, you know, especially as we are looking at this world and trying to push for change. Like, it's easy to get cynical, but I think with you, there's such a radical optimism, and especially Boosters. I felt like that was your most joyous work, because I've seen Virgo as well.
Yeah, no, I think
I'm a Virgo.
So what I did when I was 15, what I was doing, what made me join the Progressive Labor Party was they had a program with the Anti-Racist Farm Workers Union in McFarland and Delano, California, Central California Valley, where we were organizing farm workers. It was a group that had broken off from Cesar Chavez because they were communists, and they formed their own union. And I went as a teenager to help them, and they had been students in 1968 in Mexico who had left to save their lives, but didn't want to just become professors. They wanted to carry on the revolution, and so they went to they went to Central California and started this thing. But the point is that through that, they weren't just talking about organizing at this one ranch or organizing even the whole valley. They were talking about that in connection with how this sort of a movement can build and spread and become the class struggle, the class conflict that we need in order to actually make a revolution. So also during that, I realized that you could come and scare people about everything that's going on, talk about how fucked up everything is, and people will get mad, but that doesn't make them want to do anything. That makes them feel righteous in not doing anything sometimes. And what I understood early on was that people need to be able to see a way to win in order to get involved with stuff. That the optimism and real optimism, not just like everything's going to be okay, one day we will prevail, blah, 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 but something connected to, and that has to do organizational wise, that has to do with engaging in winnable campaigns. Engaging in but not just leaving them at reforms, engaging in winnable campaigns in the context of saying this is part of a step of how we get to a revolutionary movement. There has to be a radical vision and an idea of how this is, because otherwise you just do those winnable campaigns and it just turns into reform after reform, and you get burnt out. So people do get burnt out on those reform movements. They do get burnt out even when they feel that they're radical, and they're showing up at demonstration after demonstration, and we've lied to them many times. Radicals and radical organizations unconsciously lie to people, because we've been, since the beginning of the New Left, saying we took it from demonstrations used to be whole industry workforces coming out. You know, here are all the miners. They're basically demonstrating that they could shut this industry down. And then by the 60s, and I won't go through my whole spiel on that, it turned into the demonstration being the be-all, end-all, and it being about spectacle. And so definitely things that I'd been a part of in the 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s were like, let's get a bunch of people on the street, and then and now don't get me wrong, spectacle is necessary for people to see that other people agree with them. But without a plan, people just get burnt out. People are like, damn, for the against the Iraq war, we had 10 million people in the street.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't do a damn thing.
But
because we didn't have a mass militant radical labor movement that could shut down industry.
I think that's the most important aspect of this, is that obviously it takes all fronts. to develop a mass movement, you do need to protest.
Yeah,
but then you also need
I'm
labor.
not saying
You need labor militancy, and you also, I mean, you even need some semblance of even like the electoral route within the bourgeois democracy that a lot of people, I think, cast aside as like neutering these sorts of movements. And I understand that argument, of course, but it doesn't hurt to have people that are in the halls of power that can at least ease up the tension. It's not the end all be all, and I never think it is. But one thing that we're working on, or at least I've been working on now, and maybe you'll disagree with me on this, is by way of the Democratic Socialists of America trying to elect anti-Zionists into positions of power. Not to say that will that their radicalism won't get effectively neutered in the process, but at least trying to have like some workings of a movement within the halls of power, and then using the platform of elections to at least spread the messages far and wide. Because I think, regardless of my criticisms of Bernie Sanders, his 2016 electoral run, this insurgent campaign that he launched against Hillary Clinton, exposed this dynamic between Democrats that were very clearly invested in the continuation of neoliberalism and not any different than the Republican Party was when it came to material changes, versus a Democrat that did not shy away from the moniker of socialism, which I think restarted or created a resurgence of a socialist movement that went far beyond what Bernie Sanders was advocating for.
Yeah, I would say this, that definitely there's times in my life where I was like, and I do still believe this, but just that I think it's all about the energy of the folks involved. Like sometimes what we would go through is this cycle where we're building this movement. And at one point, let's talk the early 2000s, you'd have this anti-war movement that built up, and people were getting to a place like, what do we do? And considering, shutdowns, things like that. And then an election would come up. We got to get Kerry in, things like that. And then people would be lying. Radicals that I knew were lying to people saying Kerry was anti-war. And saying because they just had to do it to get Bush out. So, but the point is that all this energy, those movements turned into just electoral movements. And the thing that was interesting to me is that I don't remember which campaign it was that where I did say that people should vote for Bernie. It must have been the 2020, yeah, and that was because I talked to some folks in the campaign, and the whole idea was to call for as a way to fight to get Medicare for all was going to have to be from those platforms, from a presidential platform, to call for people to strike and shut down the areas of folks that weren't that weren't going along with it. So I thought of it as a way to heighten the conflict. And what I would say is this, is that I think that in some cases it can be pulling energy away from the radical militant labor movement that we want. But sometimes there could be a way for it to help out, such as the getting rid of some Taft-Hartley, things like that.
Yeah.
Those could be ways that could open up. The thing that I think would need to be how it would need to be put out is a thing that doesn't say, because the problem with elections sometimes is you say, this is the answer. Let's get our thing and I've seen even radical organizations do stuff, and so I'm a little bit more open to that. But what I will say is that the only way for that to really be able to be things to be in tandem with each other is with an actual party, with an actual revolutionary party. And I do see that there are inside the DSA, there's more radical sections than others. But I think that we also, we need parties. We need people that are dedicated to figuring out this as a strategy, and that being part of a larger strategy. And if the primacy of organizing that mass militant radical labor movement can be out there, then even those politicians can have a little bit more power to do those things.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't think voting for Kamala Harris or voting for Joe Biden over Donald Trump is somehow going to make it easier to organize. I don't believe that at all. As a matter of fact, we've seen that the contradictions heighten when you have reactionary politicians. It's just that my assessment of the situation is that if you do have someone who is unafraid of calling themselves a socialist and actually abides by real socialist values, real socialist principles, the electoral route is it's basically flipping the script and using elections as a way to reach a mass movement, using the viability and the legitimacy under bourgeois democracy to reach the masses and maybe foment some kind of class consciousness, understanding that it's not the end all be all. As a matter of fact, it's not even the most consequential aspect of organizing.
Well, and since you talk about fomenting class consciousness, I think that sometimes electoral politics is the thing that confuses people on class consciousness, on a class analysis, because the question is how does power work, right?
Yeah,
and how do we express our power? And like you said, the main way that the working class is going to be able to express their power, you didn't say this, but I think you were going there, is through withholding labor and through being able to shut down sections of industry, whole industries, in order for us to get there. I think often what's sold to us is in order to even win the election, you've got to get a lot of people often to say, this is a game changer. This guy's a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore I gotta, like that. And it becomes a letdown afterward, because people have been spending that time not doing not organizing on their job or anything like that. But if you're saying that there's a way to do both, then I'm all game for that.
That's my method of change, and this is controversial amongst many leftists as well, who will routinely criticize me and say that I'm like dampening revolutionary potential, and I'm an impediment to more revolutionary politics.
Which I think I've seen criticisms of your work where people complain it's not revolutionary enough. Similar with Hasan, where they're like, he's not leftist enough. But the idea, I think, is that having this funnel where Hasan is not the revolution. Art, no matter how radical it is not the revolution itself. But I think there's the purpose of inspiring that collective action, of like appealing to a wide audience, to the mainstream, to inspire that organizing and that collectivism.
Now, here's what I always say is, like, if you do have a mass militant radical labor movement, it doesn't matter who's in office. You can make them do whatever you want. So that's why that's primary to create, because, so for instance, obviously, you've talked about the port shutdowns, the general strike, if you will, in Italy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was, and now, however small the victory was there, that was somebody that was, as right wing as Trump, being forced to at least send a naval ship out to pretend to protect the flotilla to Gaza. Now, there's a, if you just had a radical politician in there, without that movement, you wouldn't be able to get anything happening like that. And also you could have a right-wing politician in there and have that movement, and you can make whatever happens.
They have to be responsive to this pressure. And the most powerful tool that labor has that regular folk have is their power to withhold their labor.
Yeah.
I've said jokingly earlier today that there's a Strait of Hormuz everywhere for those with eyes to see.
I said that, man.
Oh, you said that too?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope. I didn't. Well, but that was.
Well, we both said it.
Well,
Yeah.
here's because like what Iran was capable of doing, and now that there's this MOU being signed, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Israel's
like it
probably
wasn't artillery shells that gave the U.S. pause. It was stopping the cash flow.
Yes. And it exposes the fragility of this international design because capitalism requires a hegemonic superpower to keep everything as stable as possible. Although that stability is obviously very unstable for those who live in the periphery and even the working class that we would consider living in the heart of empires, the labor aristocracy. No one is actually getting a good deal out of this bargain, with the exception of parasitic capital, international capital, and they are the ones who are benefiting from this. And I think, I try to use moments like this for agitated propaganda to show that, like, yeah, Iran didn't win this battle because they were capable of defeating the mightiest force that anyone's ever seen, the U.S. military. They were not capable of defeating the United States militarily, but they were capable of doing something much more powerful, which is to harm the centers of profit.
Yeah.
Take punish international capital whenever the American or Israeli forces were to strike deep into Iran, hit a bank, they would turn around and say, we're going to start striking American banks in Saudi Arabia or in the United Arab Emirates. And I think that was what really accelerated this process. And, obviously stopping the transiting of all oil and gas from the Strait of Hormuz, which is 20% of the world's energy, forced a lot of these countries to tap into their strategic reserves. And they were almost about to run out at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. We haven't, and those are the kinds of ideas when you say that, like when you point out that Strait of Hormuz being blocked is what, gave the U.S. pause and that we could do that same thing. People see that as a possibility. When with Occupy Oakland, for instance, a lot of people, when they hear about the Occupy movement, they hear about New York and stuff. But Occupy Oakland was a little different in the sense that it was started by radicals. Like they saw what was happening in New York. They were like, let's do something here using that same name. And so there was a general strike called for, and it wasn't a real general strike, but because that idea was put out there and there was a week to do it and it was put out there in a huge way, a lot more, I saw a lot more people out at that than I had seen at anything before, because they thought it was a way to win. So we had 50,000 people, gather in a week. After calling for it in a week, 50,000 people gathered under the banner of death to capitalism, because they thought that shutting down the city actually could get some power. Now, it was a one-day thing. It was symbolic. It wasn't going to get a win, but it was something that seeded an idea in people's heads. And we're seeing that with, obviously, with what happened in Minneapolis. So now to the electoral thing, if what you're telling me is that, so I look at it back, I go backwards. Okay. What we need is a world in which the people democratically control the wealth that we create with our labor. Now, that's going to take, which is communism. And that's going to take a certain kind of struggle in order to get there. Now, what we know from the USSR and even Cuba is that they had to have massive strikes. It was not only part of how they won, but it was part of how the working class was able to be educated and able to participate. And so for folks that don't, there were tens of millions of people involved in strikes in the USSR from from the early 1900s to 1917. A lot of people don't talk about in Cuba. It wasn't just Fidel and Che and them coming in. There was a general strike happening.
There were also there were communist groups in Havana that were participating in sequence with general strikes.
Yeah.
Even though obviously there was the militancy aspect of it from the 13 that remain.
Yeah.
It takes every force, in my opinion. Everyone has a role to play in this process.
And all of those things where, like, sometimes people will break down revolutions and be like, this person was, to the right of that person. They were both all radical, but it took all of that in order to make a mass movement. And I think there's ways to do it more strategically and more in line. But if we're talking about getting, hundreds of millions of people involved in something, then, far be it from me to be like, I might say that's not where I want to put my energy, but I'm not going to be like, that's not, and especially at this point, because right now, there's a lot of, I'll tell you what, like when I became a communist when I was 15, there were very few in the United States. And it's such a good thing to see that now there's, like, if you look online, I don't know, maybe there's millions, but I don't know. People that call themselves that. But what we don't have are parties and organizations that people are in. They're just kind of like, I subscribe to that idea, and they're maybe in their house by themselves and not connecting. And so we need things for people to get involved in. We need and winnable things, winnable actions for folks to get involved.
What do you? I do have to ask you this question. Sorry to cut you off, but what do you think about Zoran?
So here's the thing, and this goes with, and I haven't been following. Honestly, I haven't been following what's happened since he got elected, because I've been in this cave of getting this done. But I think here the big lesson is, and this is what I've always said, and I'm sure you said this, like when Trump got elected, a lot of people, even radicals, got very depressed, like, because it was like, oh, half the country is fascist or whatever. But I've always said, even before Trump, that most people don't vote, and most people don't vote because they're to the left of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Like, if you're
even
right,
if they don't have the political expression.
Yeah, they're not going to use the words. Yeah.
Yeah, they would never be like, I'm a socialist or I'm a communist or anything. But like if you were to ask them, like, would you like a democratic workplace? They'd be like, where you get to work and you control your own, control your own productive output. They'd be like, that makes total sense.
They will agree to the ideas, but not want the label.
Yeah, if you're to the right of the Republican Party, you're still voting Republican. So we can say that. And then a good number of the Democrats that voted Democrat are just holding their nose, and they are to the left of the Democratic Party as well. So most people are, if you looked at their politics, it would be defined as radical. It'd be defined as radical left. Now, they might not be involved in the actions that make them that, but that's what they believe. Yeah. And and that's a large part of what I do with my art, is that, after that first album, it was all about, I'm putting these ideas out there. I don't care what words I'm using. I'm not talking to if you listen to my stuff, a lot of people said that our stuff wasn't political even in the 90s, because I wasn't talking to people that thought they were revolutionary. You have the exception, like the guillotine and things like that. But a lot of my stuff was just talking to people where they're at. Now, with Mamdani, it proved that everybody wants, it proved how against Israel most people are, and how much people hate the genocide that's happening there. So that's one thing. But it also proved that people want these ideas. People want a world. They want they might call it socialist, they might call it whatever, but they want this world that has been demonized. And so someone coming out and just being straight about that got people to vote that never would have voted before. Got people to vote that so that shows where that is. Now, I'm hoping, again, like I said, I haven't followed like what's been successful so far, but I think that is it is a launching point that has changed how people think about the world around them, right? And that is really important, because what I've seen happens is we might have these ideas about having this different world or about what we believe about it, but we mitigate what we think is possible based on what we think everyone else thinks, right? So all those people that went to work on Wall Street, they didn't think it could happen. They didn't think anybody would believe. They might have believed in some sort of vague thing like Rage talks about, and could have been won to a revolutionary party, but they didn't think it could happen. And that has to do with what they think everyone around them thinks. And so I think that there actually was a sea change that happened with that election, where, a lot of people around the country were surprised that there would be people open to those politics. And so just from that standpoint alone, and I said that at the time, that would be a victory from people just saying, wow, someone that calls themselves a socialist and has these policies, has these ideas, wins. It changes what people think can happen all over the world.
Yeah.
So, can we talk about what we mentioned briefly earlier? So your role is as an artist in this system. And obviously you don't just leave things at your art. You expand upon your ideas and your beliefs as you are now. But I wanted to discuss the kind of, the paradox of creating communist art in a capitalist system. I know there had been a little bit of noise when you were promoting Boosters about Annapurna's involvement. And look, Boosters is a $20 million budget. You intended this to be seen by as wide of an audience as you can, right? This is a film for normies, not somebody who's, read Engels and Marx. And this is for a wide audience to be exposed to these ideas. So talking about, yes, you are making communist art in a capitalist system because capitalists have the money. Like that is who you get funding from.
And here's and just to, because I'm sure most of the people watching know what the noise is that you're talking about. So just to put it out there, like the nature of U.S. capital, the reason that Israel exists is so that U.S. hegemony can have a stakehold in that region. So when you're talking about hedge funds, when you're talking about huge capitalists, they've usually got a stake in as far as investing, investing in the infrastructure of Israel, investing in military weapons, things like that. It's so when you look at, for instance, the main stakeholders in everything, because we're talking about the entertainment industry, you're talking about the main stakeholders in all of these studios, things like that. There's a couple big ones. One is Vanguard, which is a fund that invests in things with capitalists. Another one is BlackRock. They are major stakeholders in Netflix, in every major theater chain, whether it's Cinemark, AMC, all of these things. Even before Ellison bought Warner Brothers and stuff, they were the major stakeholders there. And they, for instance, each of those have given something like $10 billion to the infrastructure of Israel. So backing up, when we first signed to EMI, Wild Pitch EMI, EMI was this huge, and this we're talking about 1992 when we signed it there. EMI was this huge corporation that had its hands everywhere, right? And you know, because I've decided that what needs to happen is we need to create this mass militant radical labor movement in order to have a revolution. I never subscribed to the liberal idea that you get involved, that we just need better capitalists there, that we need to have
more
the better
women capitalists.
Yeah, or we need to. My whole thing was it all has to go. So a lot of the times, you know, we would always hear like all sorts of stories about this capitalist is the worst one, that capitalist is the worst one, because it hides the evils that the rest of the ruling class does. And that it's just normal, you know, like when we did Sorry to Bother You, people kept being like, oh, it's about the tech industry. And I'm like, no, it's about capitalism itself. Like there's Steve Lift in Sorry to Bother You was not a tech person. He actually manufactured goods, right? So, you know, coming out of being an actual revolutionary, I never had the sense that, oh, what I'm trying to do is figure out how to have collectives and work with something. No, I'm trying to get on the channels that everybody is on. When we had that almost hit, when we were on the radio in LA and in Chicago, it was almost certainly going to be played next to a Coca-Cola commercial.
Sure.
Right? It was almost, you know, my point is I'm trying to get to the people that I can get to, that I can't get to on my own through slanging my tapes out of the trunk of my car, right? I'm trying to do that. So, but what's interesting is there's been a weird attack on this movie. And so I wanted to say that first about the general idea, like every movie that was out in the theater when ours came out had, was connected to more investment in, much more investment in Israel than ours. Matter of fact, our movie got attacked and Passenger didn't get attacked. Passenger is wholly owned by Larry Ellison, by Paramount Warner Brothers. I'm obviously not saying they should, but it's interesting that this is the movie that's about this, that has the attacks thrown against it. But not any of the hundreds of other TV shows that all these folks watch. Not even, I mean, I think, are we on YouTube right now?
No, we're
Amazon
so I was about to say, this is Amazon owned Twitch.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm smiling is because this is the exact same line of attack that I hear all the time from people. Can I ask you a question?
Well, let's say this.
Or
YouTube gave $32 billion to cyber security for the IDF. Right. And through facial recognition for the IDF. So they could recognize people and figure out how to bomb people in Gaza. Right. And so, but let's take it back real quick with the Annapurna thing. Annapurna bought Sorry to Bother You at Sundance Festival and put it out. That with this, I did a deal with them, and they developed the script with me. They paid me money, so I had time to write. Then I got Neon to finance the thing. So I don't want to. A lot of credit is being taken away from Neon. Neon financed the movie. The amount that Annapurna put in was less than 1% of the budget. Now, Annapurna, let's talk about, and this is only to talk about how weird the attacks are, because they're not attacking this stuff that is a lot more connected, but they're attacking this, and I think it's because of right-wing bots seeding these certain arguments against the movie because of what the movie says, and then people unwittingly taking them up because so Annapurna was started by Megan Ellison. Megan Ellison got an inheritance years ago. It was all in all the newspapers. She got like $1 billion inheritance. With that, she did Annapurna. So the money doesn't go to Larry Ellison, but she did that. Either way, my point is, it's weird that even if you were going on the Larry Ellison thing, that you would be choosing this one as opposed to all the other ones. You know,
I think it is because you're one of the few, like, you know, you get a lot of that criticism because you are one of the few people doing what you do. And so that is directed at you in the same way that.
And the only reason I'm one of the few people doing what I'm willing to do, the only reason all these folks know about me, whether it's from the music or from Sorry to Bother You. I mean, Sorry to Bother You, they would have had more of an argument because it was fully
funded by Annapurna.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the people that, you know, fell into agreeing with that idea stated that they got radicalized by the movie Sorry to Bother You.
Yeah. No, 100%. So here's a couple things I want to say. One, Capital owns all methods of distribution. And we don't have the luxury of saying no to any method of distribution if our goal is to engage in agitated propaganda. That's number one. Yeah. Obviously, people will hear someone like yourself say this or someone like myself say this and go, well, you guys are successful and you're just trying to defend your success. And I think that comes from a place of cynicism only born out of your awareness of how impossible the forces of capital are to defeat. And I do think that there is this cynicism that breeds, this nihilism that breeds amongst people.
And that has to do with not having a class analysis. The only way we can defeat the capitalists is through having the working class overthrow the ruling class. There's no other little thing that happens that somehow makes them weaker or anything. And I purposely put myself on those channels. Like, you know, we're using Twitch. There's a bunch of other folks using YouTube. You could use some other thing. You could probably have your friend do something and you go on a website and but it wouldn't get to the amount of people.
It doesn't.
So that's why people use YouTube, Twitch. That's why we use all these channels.
Here's in all of my many years of doing this, when I was much poorer to having a lot more financial success overall, I think what I have seen is that people recognize how powerless they are overall in the face of these like unchangeable systems. And I think because of that, they sit around and want to criticize those who are ideologically closest to them because they feel like we will listen. And we do listen because we want to hear constructive criticism from our closest associates, our closest ideological allies, and we are responsive to that. And that gives people a sense of power.
Yeah.
That gives a lot of powerless people a sense of power, and I think that's exactly where it comes from.
I think also, though, here's the thing, I don't think it's only cynicism. I think it's a misconception of power, right? As well. I think one of the longer critiques that I usually have is 20s and 30s, there was there were a million card-carrying communists. There were you know, like I said, demonstrations were, here's a bunch of people that will shut down your mines. Here's a bunch of people that will shut down the steel industry. Here's a blah, blah, blah. There was a united front against fascism in which the biggest radical organization in the world, in order to get the U.S. to fight Hitler, you know, they went underground. But when the war was over, people were still underground. So all of a sudden, these folks weren't communists anymore. They had been open, many of them, but they were progressive. And so then you were able to have the House Un-American Activity Committee come in the 50s and be like, look at all these people that are saying they're progressive. They're really communists.
Yeah.
And they had been hiding, whereas had it been 15 years before, people would be like, I know they're communists. They told me they were communists when they brought all these people to help me not get evicted, right?
Yeah.
So then you had a breakup of the biggest the biggest radical organization in the United States with however many members. They broke up over those sorts of attacks, but also over their unresolved feeling like the critiques of Stalin weren't handled well. Now, they broke up and they formed a bunch of different little organizations that became the New Left. One of those organizations was Progressive Labor Party, which I later, 20, 30 years later, joined. And the New Left had a different take on it. They were like, fuck that, we're revolutionaries. Fuck that, we're radicals. But they stopped organizing on the job. And I'm speaking in generalizations and leaving out a lot of shit. They stopped organizing on the job and moved to universities and cities only, and left all these places behind, where in the 20s and 30s, places like Utah, Montana, these were hotbeds of communist activity. Alabama, right? Hotbeds of communist activity. All of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but through this time, it then became about students. And for the first time, in the 60s, you heard the students are the revolution, the youth are the revolution. That had not been historically accurate. The only time that was accurate was contemporaneously in China with the
Red Guards. Cultural
Revolution. So so that made everything be about spectacle, because you can have a strike at a university, but it's not the same as a strike at a factory. And so it became about spectacle. Now, because of that, you had a lot of radicals that were in a movement that was about spectacle. And if you're at a university, the thing you're going to do is become a professor, right? You're going to write books, and you're going to be, you might be radical, but your whole thing is, I need to write a book that says something different than this other book said. And it's not based on actual practice. It's not based on where are people at and how do we deal. And so you have all these things developing. At the same time, you had this nonprofit complex that came up since the 40s that was guiding what was thought of as left. And in order to, as they stated, keep the politics inside. So out of that, one thing you started seeing happening was, instead of strikes, boycotts, right? Now, in some things, some cases, boycotts can be effective.
Yeah, but it shifted from production to consumption.
Yeah, and so we have all of these ideas out there that are moving the power base away from the point of exploitation, which is on the job, to this idea that it has to do with this other thing of who you're involved in. Like, I put a statement on one time of being like, well, if somebody decides to go work for Boeing in order to organize the workers there, then they are working with an evil corporation in order to organize. And somebody was like, oh, see, Boots would take a job at Boeing, or Boots thinks it's okay to take a, going over to Palantir. And so a lot of that is also sort of more of a, and I want to be clear, because there are some communist anarchists, but then there are also some more libertarian anarchists. And this sort of idea that kind of came out of the 80s with the punk scene that was very much against class struggle, against what actual class struggle was. And we have all of these ideas that has led to confusion about because some things are interesting projects, like people would go make communes and be like, we're going to live collectively, or we're going to do a prefigurative thing, and we're doing this way. And that's interesting as a way to talk, but doesn't build the movement that we need. So when we're talking about all this stuff, and so then you have all these sort of liberal things. Slavoj Žižek talks about it a lot, like where you could go and you could buy a Starbucks thing, and it says, made from fair trade coffee, and you feel like that's better than this other thing, and you feel like you're doing something. So we have this politic that has moved us away from actual class struggle into a liberal politic that says that, hey, if you use Hulu instead of Netflix, then you're doing better, or something like that. And it's also because we don't have a movement that people can plug into. So you got to subscribe to some idea that says you can do something about things. And because we don't have that mass militant radical labor movement, and the parties that are forming it, people subscribe to these ideas of the lesser evil in capitalism.
I think Virgo, I'm a Virgo, really, I appreciate how it explored corporate saviorhood and like the performativeness of corporations. And I think you're right. And overall, looking at the cultural scene, it does really feel as if there has been an overall chill, not just from Trump's second administration, but when you look at artists in the 60s, from Woody Guthrie, Pete Seeger, to filmmakers like Jean-Luc Godard, they were much more explicit in their Marxist, Leninist, communist ideas that they were putting into their art. So I feel like there is the fact that, but One Battle After Another being the biggest film of the year, people holding that up as like a revolutionary movie. No, it wasn't, in my opinion. But I think it
was a good movie, though, to be fair. I liked it. Its politics
we don't need to get into that film on this.
Okay, look, all I'm saying is it was fun to watch.
Definitely.
But the politics of it, yes, left much to be desired.
Well, it's interesting because since I'm such a PTA fan, I read the book first, I didn't finish the book, but I was trying to, because it's a long book.
Yeah.
But I started getting worried because the book is way more right wing than the movie. And so I see what he did there. In the book, everybody's a snitch. Every hero, either you're supposed to relate to the snitches. And it's just more, and the book is actually a critique of the Weather Underground. And a lot of the Weather Underground folks are my friends, and I even wrote the foreword on one of their books, but I'm always clear about my critique being a similar critique that the book had about the Weather Underground. And so, but the writer of the book is a lot, is just like nothing matters. It's, whatever, it's all that. And he, the book also has like UFOs and Godzilla and all that kind of stuff. And it's more like Kill Bill than the movie is. Now, what I see that he did differently there was take that critique and make it be more recent, which doesn't really, because I'll say this, the Black Panthers had that same critique of the Weather Underground, right? A lot of revolutionaries had that same critique. So, there's a lot of things, and I think there were things. Anyway, there could be a whole podcast show on that.
No, I mean,
but there were things that I liked about a lot of things that I liked about it. But I see how the transposing of the time and the changing of the main character to be the daughter to being black and that changed the politics of it.
Yeah. What did you think? Did you watch Eddington?
Yeah.
What did you think about Eddington and its politics as opposed to
just on the politics? I think there's a lot of things that, and I'm an Ari Aster fan in general, but I think just the sort of nihilism that is in everything, and that becomes kind of supposedly smart, right? And
I will say. The one thing, though, with the data centers was what really stuck out to me, how the film opens and ends. And it's like, hey, tech, big tech. Like, as we're all sitting here arguing, big tech
but it's kind of like says you can't do anything about it. That's its point of view.
Because
like it doesn't matter however you do.
I think the through line here is that neither of these works have any Marxist Leninism baked into them as an alternative or as a solution.
And that's our fault. I would say. This is what I always say is because
discipline and
organizing. Always been critiques of hip hop that people will have, revolutionaries will have, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, look, if we make that movement, and I keep summing it up as a mass militant radical labor movement, if we make that, we create the artists. We're having artists that are created in a world where there wasn't a movement that shaped their politics, right? Where we and I always blame it on the radical movements because I always say that we ran away from class struggle for 50, 60 years. And I will say that it's different now. I'm seeing that a huge change happen in that. And that's what creates the artist.
Did you watch No Other Choice? Park Chan-wook's film from last year.
I'm trying to remember which one that is. Is it like
it's
a bunch of people? Yeah.
So
somebody
he works at a paper center. He was working there for 25 years. He gets fired.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I started watching.
It's great. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. That was one of my favorites of last year, and I think a lot of maybe what people were looking for in Eddington or One Battle, I found, in No Other Choice, with commentary on not just the new tech era that's being forced upon us, which I also would love to talk to you about, because we got Marty Scorsese out here, investing in AI companies. It feels like things changed from when we were striking a few years ago, and AI was a major concern, which it still is. And a lot of people who were saying, fuck big tech, fuck these techno-fascists. And now there's been such a change of tune.
Well, I'll say one thing that I did see happening at the time is this idea of experts. And you see it in all sorts of walks of life. So when we were having the WGA strike, and where it was like we're going against the tech companies, we're putting in a demand against AI, there was a lot of people going around saying, well, we should really be talking to the experts. And who are the experts? OpenAI. I'm seriously, like, people were like, let's talk to this person from OpenAI, let's talk to that person, because they're actually critical of AI. And we should be talking to them, because if you're not one of them, then Boots, you don't know what you're talking about. Right. So I think a lot of people got swayed between now and then. There was a lot of work. A lot of times when we think about these movements that we're creating, we forget about the fact that there's counter movement happening, and that people are organizing against these things, and that the continuing motion is the only way, the only hope we have against that. Because, people get organized onto the other side.
And you know what? It was Daniel Kwan, I think, who said, we might not know tech, but we know art and the industry that we work in. And I think essentially what's very frustrating is seeing this just total bending down. So many filmmakers, auteurs, creatives who keep repeating the same script of like, well, it's here, nothing we can do, it's the future. If you can't beat it, join it, rather than any opposition, or even just a, hey,
I mean, a few years ago it was NFT, right?
Oh, God.
It was,
so I
know. It was, it was like
the same people who were hawking NFTs who are now using the same script for AI.
Look, I was around in making music and in the Bay Area when the first .com boom happened, and it was all people scamming. It was all people scamming with this air of expertise. And matter of fact, our fourth album, Party Music, came out on one of the nichemusic.com, and then it got sold to Warner Brothers. But it was they were just using money, and everybody was like, "Oh, you're not smart if you're not dealing with the experts." Same thing with 2008, the crash. Before that, you had all these people talking down specifically to black folks, saying, "Hey, if you're not what they say, economically literate, or you're not you're not financially literate if you're not buying a house." And when I would speak out about it, I would speak out about it publicly, and I'd be told that I wasn't an expert. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And all of those people are the ones that were getting people to buy houses in that whole market. So we have all of this happening, and that's one of the games, is to be like the experts say, and that it's inevitable, and that's the way that things are. But we see this all the time, and it's like our memories are shortened because we're gaslighted into being like, this is a new situation that has no connection to all this other stuff. I'll tell you what, I've had people come up to me and say, for instance, that they were on the crew that made those Google VO commercials, and that they shot all that shit. The commercial where they're like, it's interesting that I'm not a real person, that real persons were used in this, that they actually shot that stuff and they had to sign NDAs for that. It's the same kind of scamming that was going in that first .com boom. They've just figured out how to pass the ball. It's the pyramid scheme, but they figured out how to keep it going. And they got $1 trillion in it, and they can get more investment if they can just keep the lie going.
Yeah.
No,
it's one scam after another that they build on, and then once it's burned, like the NFTs were, no one even thinks about it any longer, and they move on to the next thing. Yeah. That's just straight up what it is. I mean, a lot of these AI companies like literally hire laborers in the third world in developing nations to actually monitor and drive these vehicles, for example, for pennies on the dollar, and then they present it as this like this profound accomplishment, when in fact it's just, I guess, the new technology is allowing new methods of exploitation.
And actually, it's not that new. It's just it's allowing us to dream about some other world and not see the exploitation that's happening. So yeah.
I want to ask you about, what you have planned next, because obviously all your work from music to film, it's all rooted in your communist ideology. But I think looking at Sorry to Bother You, I'm a Virgo, and now I Love Boosters, it seems as if you kind of have a specific approach to like one particular mechanism or industry. With Sorry to Bother You, it's the telemarketing industry, which I was also a telemarketer. Evil shit.
Yeah.
Boosters, which is about the fast fashion and haute couture and stealing from.
But then also the tie into I think the NGOs as well.
Yeah.
Which I thought was very cool. Like the whole the angle of it being the democratic.
Well, it's funny because it's because I think some of those real people are coming after me right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, you do rip quite a bit into something that I'm very critical of, that liberals also despise whenever I bring it up, which is like the ways in which liberal groups or like Democratic Party aligned groups will actively try to harness some kind of revolutionary movement or present themselves as like changing the world in a meaningful way, when in fact what they're doing is trying to engage in social conditioning and manipulate as many people as possible.
And so here's the thing, I do have that in there, but ultimately I try to get to the class struggle, because when I was in a PLP, sometimes there would be people that we thought were police, right? And what do you do in that situation? And what I learned that they did was like, okay,
turns out they were anarchists.
No, we'd be like, okay, this, and it would be based on the things that they're doing, but it'd be like, okay, we think this person is a cop, let's have them sweep the floor instead. This is what you're going to be passing out flyers. So the idea is you got to keep moving. You can't be like just paranoid about this might happen, that might happen, this person's working against me. You got to assume that they're working against you. And you have to be working on the thing that actually changes the whole thing. You have to be organizing, because only when we're not actually organizing is that, when we're not actually organizing, those sorts of tactics are more effective. But if you have a connection to your base, if you know people, if you can walk outside and you've spent time organizing your neighbors into something, organizing your coworkers into something where they know who you are, and not just talking to them about politics, but what we would call base building, like hanging out. Those are your friends, and you work with them, then it's harder for them to do stuff. So when folks come after me, there's enough people that like know really what I'm about because they've worked with me in real life or seen what I'm doing. And so I worry a little bit about that part of my work where like that you just pointed out, where we're like, it's kind of like there's a little paranoia in there because there's paranoia in real life when we're doing it. But I try to push it through to we have to organize and build class struggle. And that's the only thing that's going to solve it. It's not going to be like uncovering, like, you know, him uncovering the plan and Sorry to Bother You did nothing, right? But the only thing that was doing something was building for this class.
Caroline, I want you to finish your thought because I interrupted you rudely because I'm a misogynist. But
well, I was just asking if you had anything planned next. If there's, you know, you just tackled the fast fashion industry and you know, corporate theft, of course, which is all a part, which is capitalism. What are you working on right now or coming up?
I mean, I already sold 2 scripts that I'm supposed to be doing. And then I sold an idea that I'm writing. So that's what's in the work. I don't want to say what they are, but
no spoilers.
But though that's what's happening. I mean, there's a little, you know, what's good about this, you know, to be upfront with I Love Boosters. We got kind of thwarted at the gate. We got all our screens were less than half of what we needed to be. You know, the social media spend on ads, they were seeing they weren't actually getting out in the same way their other movies stuff got out. So it was getting muted.
Relentlessly also marketing, being
online,
but
it does
trying to
still
promote.
kind of go to some of the same people. So it's a, you know, like it's, you know, so anyway, this movie is not it's not a blockbuster hit, but it's still, we're at about 10 million right now. And it's gonna, you know, once it goes internationally, we'll do more, all that kind of stuff. So it's a slog to do it, but it also means some of my ideas that might have taken more of a budget now it's kind of looked at like, oh, okay, this is the budget range. And so all that is just more confines to work with. And sometimes that makes for great ideas. So for instance, with I Love Boosters, a lot of it should have been a much more expensive movie. And one of the reasons it looks so awesome has to do with us figuring out how to make the few shots that we have work and look awesome. So, you have
to get creative with the creative
So,
elements.
I have one question for you that perhaps might be somewhat controversial, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What's your perspective on socialism with Chinese characteristics? Because I did see labor exploitation being prominently featured not only in the United States, but also in China as well. And there's a real element of that, which was still tied back to, of course, tied back to American capital.
If you see, exactly. It's workers of the world against the U.S. capitalists right there. And if you see in the movie, the factory owners stole the device. This is whatever.
Spoilers. You're spoiling it.
This factory owner stole the device from the Chinese government, and there is a line between the factory owners and the Chinese government. And I do, look, if you listen to my music, I talk about Mao and those ideas a lot. And, yeah, exactly. The East is red. And look, so it is a way to talk about how workers in China and workers in the US have more in common with each other than they do with the billionaires of the US, right? And I don't think that you could look at the movie in an anti-China way, and that's definitely not the ideas that I had in there. So we have, and there in real life there is a conflict between the Communist Party of China and the Chinese business owners that are there.
But you do you believe that China is still maintaining a dictatorship of the proletariat in?
Well, here's what I would say. So a lot of people will. There was a interesting part of that discussion when the Annapurna thing came up, which was, is Boots Riley making communist art?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer is, I don't give a fuck. What I don't care what you call it.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to make is something that gets people to want to make a revolution.
Uh-huh. Would you say black cat, white cat, as long as it catches the rat?
Oh, I don't know. Is that what? Because one of my favorite.
Deng Xiaoping.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, no, I would. Here's the thing. We could talk about the disagreements of the way China went and I have there's a critique that I have that and here's the truth. A lot of what folks in Tiananmen Square were protesting for was to be able to be managers of sweatshops, right? So that was a real conflict that was happening there.
Mm-hmm.
They put it as freedom and democracy, but the specifics of the reforms that they were asking for were those things. So there's conflict, but that doesn't mean. I mean, I would say this: that in China they're way more free than we are right now. You have even some of the lapdogs of anti-China propaganda, like what's that artist Ai Weiwei, even admitting now that the U.S. censors way more than China does.
He's back now. He's on the Chinese side now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the thing is they have healthcare, they have housing. If you look at when you see the China, and there was a struggle around that just because certain people have ideas of what does housing look like in China. Now, I happen to subscribe to all the Instagram things where they're like, let me show you my house. And then, that. So I was like, no, this is like, they've got an apartment, so in the sense that I think we see we see that there is exploitation of those workers because they're in a capitalist exchange with the U.S. fashion designer that exists, but they're not in squalor. The question is, and the same thing with us. We might not be in squalor, but we have a struggle to be had over the wealth that our labor creates and the power that comes from that. The power So, and when I say our, I'm not in the working class anymore. I'm used to speaking from that term, but I'm saying the U.S. working class. Now, so yeah, I think that there are a lot of things happening in China that have to do with them trying to survive in a world that's launching imperialist attacks at them. And similarly, what are they getting for their people, and where's the road that they're going to? That's really the question, rather than what is it labeled as. You could be like, technically it's this and it's that.
Have you been?
I don't really care. No, I've only been to Hong Kong.
We just recently went, and it was an incredible experience. I mean, it was a really interesting moment for me because it's a lot of my commentary obviously revolves around anti-imperialism, and I talk extensively about like the ways in which Americans are propagandized about like everyday Chinese existence and what the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, represents, and seeing that in real time is truly, it was a profound experience, I would say.
And one of the reasons that,
I'd recommend
China is picked in the film that is because that where we are is we need to know that we have that I could have picked another Asian country or something like that, but it's more that in the sense that we do talk about heightening the conflict and accelerating the situation, that comes from us having a knowledge that there needs to be solidarity between them.
Yeah.
I don't know how involved you are in the casting, but I love Poppy, who's amazing. I also had read that you were one of the first people who reached out to Melissa Barrera after she faced consequences for speaking out early for Palestine. You offered her a role in Boosters. What is kind of your process in working with people, and now 2 films that you've done in a series? Are you drawn to people, or is it kind of a necessity that you align with them, that they understand fundamentally what you're trying to do? And you've worked with Lakeith now twice.
I think people obviously they have to be down, and it's not like and they have to be at various levels. I mean, doing music, you'll see all the people I've done songs with. Most of them would not call themselves a communist or even a socialist at all. And, but there has to be some mutual respect there. And I've never, so I don't only work with people that have that same viewpoint. But that being said, for someone to be involved with my work, there's a lot of places they could go to get a lot more hype around in their career. So they're making a choice when they get involved with the Boots Riley project. And part of that choice is, at the very least, I see what he means. And I think that's a good thing. They may not want to take that into their own life and do something with it, but they're exploring, they're interested in that. So I, and really I have to make it work. I mean, I think, it's great that Poppy has a lot of similar ideas as I do, but it also wouldn't have worked if she wasn't just an amazing actor.
Yeah.
Right. It would, so I have to,
I will say though, I don't even necessarily know though, if Keke Palmer, Demi Moore, these are people who are not short on work, but there are definitely people who you have in your cast who have been blacklisted for speaking out on Palestine, who I know, either reading interviews with them or just understanding the state of Hollywood, are not getting as much work because of their politics and because of the movements that they are publicly expressing support for. So I do feel like a Boots Riley vehicle is kind of one of the rare opportunities in Hollywood to be a person who is outspoken, who's not afraid to stand up to the Zionist machine, but may then be facing issues with getting opportunities. So you're kind of a rare haven for that. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I don't work that fast, so it really is not an answer.
So
it's not really an answer,
Yeah.
But I think, the other thing that I'm seeing is, there's still a lot of pushback for this work there, and because there's this veneer that there is no censorship, it happens in different ways. So I think that just out of sort of survival, there has to be other ways to get information. We're all stuck to the internet, and it's so controllable who sees our stuff, and we have to have a way to get things out that cuts around that and does things in real life. Like, I'm talking about flyers up on walls. I'm talking about snail mail. I'm talking about things like that, because it is getting siphoned, and they can make us feel that it's not, because, you could have an algorithm that pushes the same 200 people around you, and it seems like, wow, this is everybody. But it's way out there. With this movie, how I got scared in April, because I went to Philly and I went to this place called 2nd Street, which is like a vintage shop. And the staff was like mainly Black, one white girl, and they all had their friends there too. And this is April, and I'm like, hey, you guys gonna see I Love Boosters? They were like, what's that? And I was like, it's a movie. You never heard of it? They were like, no. And I was like, do you like Keke Palmer? They were like, we love Keke Palmer. They knew nothing about it. I played them the trailer on my phone. They were like, we're going to see that. Can we go see it tonight? Like the idea that things are being, we can't, naively think that it's getting out there and that we can do these things. That's another reason that on the job organizing is important, because you need to talk to people in real life. You can't just be like, I posted a thing. Right. Does everybody want to come to this? You gotta, talk to people and get out of there. And so I don't think the things that you said are true, that I'm hiring people, but I'm not hiring them only because of that.
Sure, yeah.
And Melissa Barrera didn't work out. I don't really like to talk about that because, one, Eiza Gonzalez did an amazing job, and the movie is the thing that it is. You could always talk about with all the roles, all the different versions of who it is, and it's a little bit not cool for the person that is playing the part.
She only stated it in an interview to give you credit. And say,
no, I
she
definitely
finally
get that.
has opened up.
I'm just saying that's why I don't really talk about it.
Eiza is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Shout out again, thin eyebrows, dialectal materialism.
And it was either the thin eyebrows or a unibrow, because I was like, we gotta
both would have been super rad.
Yeah. I do think that it's interesting. It gives insight into your worldview a little bit about the importance of salting and the importance of union organizing, because not to spoil anything too much, because I do want people to go and watch it. It's a brilliant movie.
I feel like
there is one
if you're
character
subscribing to Hasan Piker and we're 5 weeks into this movie being out, they're probably not going to go see it if they haven't yet.
But they might not have actually heard about it, because you were talking about the limitations.
Maybe possible.
The limitations in terms of marketing.
Everyone has seen it.
Yeah, but what I was saying is it's very obvious that there's a right way to directly solve the problems that everyone is experiencing, and then there are other ways that they keep trying to get around to, and it's very clear what direction you point to as far as
definitely
success.
Yeah, definitely. It's class struggle. It's organizing on the job. It's a thing that until recently was not being done much on the left. And I don't mean to think that, and just from what I know of it, it's definitely not easy. It's definitely not anything. This is one reason why there's a certain device that helps us get past a certain thing so that we can see, one direction. And honestly, and I think we could talk about this. I think one critique about it was that it only shows this direction. It doesn't show the quote unquote final goal of a new world, right? And there's been and it's interesting because I've sat around and tried to figure out how could I make a movie about us having a socialist or a communist world. How could I do that? And really tried to figure it out. And a lot of times it's how do you show that how do you show that everybody has healthcare, everybody has a place to live? How do you show that?
Well,
and
conflict, still having
you will have conflict.
Right.
There's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be struggle, and you can figure that out. But how do you show that the world has all these things fixed? And it occurred to me that the reason it's hard to show that is because in all the movies that we've seen growing up, the world is already like that. People don't have a problem getting healthcare. Everybody has a job. Whether they get education or not just has to do with whether they're motivated, things like that. And so there's a thing that has to happen. But you're right. The conflict that happens is a way to do it. Star Trek, for decades, they're living in a communist world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love pointing to that.
It doesn't necessarily inspire anybody to make a revolution and like all of that stuff, because it kind of looks
on the
like
backdrop.
what. Well, it's also
the
like,
backdrop.
yeah. I mean, and that's what it would really be. We'd go on with our life, but have have all these things taken care of. So it's
what if
it's a little bit something.
What if the friction there was presented from the perspective of people who are trying to foment a capitalist counter revolution?
I've been thinking about that. Yeah,
in a communist world.
Okay,
and
screenwriter.
then
Screenwriter
the whole
Hussey.
point of it is like where they just give up at the end because they realize that they were wrong.
Oh, whoa.
I mean,
there you go.
I'm not a screenwriter. I'm not a very creative person at all. This is all
I think you should turn your podcast into like a radio show, and you tell that story and have like sound effects. And stuff
that's
like
true.
That.
That actually is brilliant. No, I was gonna say this is a radio show for the most part for a much newer audience. One last question, and thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. One last question I have for you is maybe a little bit silly, but how tapped in are you with this upcoming generation, Gen Z and Gen Alpha? Because like a lot of the outfit design that you had in the movie was, I mean, it nailed it. It nailed it a lot.
One, we have to talk about Shirley Carrata, who's our costume designer on this. And one, she is tapped in, but two, I like to remind Gen Alpha and Gen Z that they're just doing the shit we did.
Yeah.
And whether it's words or, crashing out. I'm like, dude, we said that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it goes a lot, but I should talk about, with costumes, Shirley Carrata, she, she's not only a costume designer, she's a stylist in the sense that she's not just like, I'm going to design and build all this stuff. Some of the stuff she's like, let's borrow that from that person. Let's get that from. So if you look at the end of I Love Boosters, there's a whole thank you list to all of these cool designers that lent Shirley stuff just because she's so cool.
Is she from the Bay Area?
No, she's from LA. So yeah. Matter of fact, they have a shop called Virgil Normal. You could go there and get all sorts of cool hipster stuff.
And then I lied. That wasn't the last question. The other question I had for you is about, well, it kind of dovetails into this. There's a lot of apathy amongst younger generations. And I think part of that is born out of the fact that at least my generation participated in Black Lives Matter protests in the aftermath of George Floyd. And then they plugged their nose and they voted for Joe Biden, right? Many of them.
Yeah.
And none of the changes that were, none of the demands that were being made were actually listened to at all. As a matter of fact, the first thing that the Democratic Party did was 8 can't wait. And that was a way to take the very reasonable and just demands being made by the decentralized protest came together and turn it into something much more manageable and much more appropriate, permissible within the confines of the system. And even then, they couldn't even advance that agenda.
Yeah.
And I think that absolutely creates tremendous apathy because you teach people that you're supposed to protest, you're supposed to go out and vote, and then all of a sudden that change, that's how change happens. And when they see the change is not happening that way, instead of looking for more radical means or more revolutionary means, they kind of just decide not to participate in the system at all because they say, look, I still got to make ends meet, I still got to get a job, but obviously this stuff is not working out. The question I have for you as a Black revolutionary, as someone who has been in the communist movement, as someone who is organized on those terms as well. What do you think about where Black radicalism could go in this country right now? That's why I asked you if you're tapped into Gen Z and where they're at. Do you feel like there is an opportunity now more than ever, especially with the disillusionment that many young Black men and women are experiencing? Do you feel like there's a way to organize in in this. There's a way to bring people back into participating in this process.
Yeah,
through communism, through socialism.
So here's the thing: I wouldn't describe that feeling you're talking about as apathy. I would describe it as them being frustrated with the fact that these methods didn't work and not seeing a way to win. They don't believe in the system. They don't believe in that. And the answer to it is kind of how I've been saying. I don't mean to keep saying it, is a mass militant radical labor movement. And we're seeing the beginnings of that already. It's not just that I'm saying there's this thing that needs to be created. There's the beginnings of that. When we talk about that strike wave that happened, and when we are talking about the things that are going on, people are organizing on the job. People are forming communist organizations. Forming and black folks are forming communist organizations, are joining communist organizations. I see people seeing that we need a way to win, and that can also some of those organizations can also turn into frustration and burnout when they are not connected to actual campaigns, winnable campaigns. Because the key to all of this stuff is we need to have winnable campaigns. Sometimes, even under the banner of making a mass militant radical labor movement, people are like, we need a general strike. And like, okay, but did you organize to get people involved in something else first, like on the job? So part of these things where people are organizing on the job, where they're trying to get a pay hike, where they're trying to get benefits, things like that, that is not revolutionary, but it's part of a revolutionary strategy, because people have to understand how class struggle works, how organizing on the job works. So we have to have some things where people win, they organize, they reorganize, and they fight, and they go to something bigger. So
yeah, they see those victories. They see the fruits of labor organizing.
Definitely. I think a big thing that happened for me, and I would be a different person if it didn't happen, is after I joined Progressive Labor Party, when I came back to Oakland High, we organized a student strike against year-round school. Now, it's easy to get kids to walk out of class to protest year-round school. That was like they just handed that to us. And but we won so quick. We walked out. We marched down a couple miles to the school board. They came out scared and read a statement and said, okay, we're not going to do this. And so a bunch of us got drunk with power. We were like, is this how easy this shit is?
But that's good. It's a muscle that you're training. And it's also important to have that kind of confidence, because when you build on that.
Somebody said student organizing doesn't work. I didn't say it doesn't work. I said that it's not the same kind of a struggle. Yeah. You don't learn the same thing.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
You just said that it was very easy to get students to, skip school for the day.
Yeah.
But the reality of the matter is a work stoppage, especially if there is sufficient funds to maintain. A work stoppage is to at its simplest goal is to show your power.
Yeah.
And then
and it teaches those involved like what their relationship is to power, what their relationship is to the system. And when you lose or win, whether you lose or win, you start ending up understanding like, oh, the police aren't just mean because they just happen to be assholes, but this is their relationship. Why are they protecting the boss? Why are they doing you have basically a study group of thousands of people, not only the people involved, but the people watching. And it has a lot of that's a lot of what that power is. And it's not. Here's the other thing: when you ask someone to get, like, if you're like, hey, can can you come to this rally that's on Saturday? People can say yes or no, they agree or they don't agree. But there's a different process going on when you ask someone to get involved with something where they are taking a risk on something. Like you might not, they might say no, but they're calculating right then what the struggle is, whether they want to take it. And you also end up having to learn how. That's also a difference in my art than other, because I've done that. The way I come at people is different, right? I'm not like you disagree with me, fuck you, I don't need you, blah blah blah. I'm like, I hope I can get that person on my side. I might decide I'm not gonna get it, might not be worth my time, so I'm moving on. But you have a different way of working with people.
I would say too, as far as the way that it's also pressure put on the youth, where it's like, oh, the young people will save us because it's too late for,
I used to hate that when I was a young person.
Yeah, I don't think that we should be
there would be all these old people.
That idea that the young people will save us, because this is collective action of all of us.
Also, yeah, exactly.
It's 60-year-olds who are also, because of capitalism, still working in factories. It's
and they also have younger relatives as well, and they see that they're still at home, for example. This is like, at least in my experience, like, because I talk to, when I go to these like No Kings protests, right? It's a liberal protest, like, but it's actually remarkable how many older people, retired people, or even like financially well-off people have an immediate connection to someone who is struggling that actually did all of the right things. You went to college, you got a job, you're supposed to be able to make ends meet, and yet they're struggling financially. And I think that has caused some people to recognize that while their financial situation is far better off, they understand that their immediate relatives are still struggling when they shouldn't be, and that is another point of radicalization. There is definitely there is no generational. I mean, there's definitely a generational divide because boomers have a lot of the wealth still, but by and large, there are still people who recognize that the system is not working for them. And there is an opportunity there to harness some sort of revolutionary potential. Well, Boots Riley, thank you so much for coming on. Are there is there anything you want to promote, or any final words you want?
The thing I want to promote is go see I Love Boosters now. Here's the truth about we're moving on. We were in 150 theaters today. Today is Thursday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. By Friday, we're only in 64. So you need to see it. It may not be where you are at that point. There's so hopefully, maybe we'll be able to keep it in theaters at a low number, because the places that it is right now, it's like packed because we're in like LA, the Bay Area, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. But we got to do that. The other thing I want to say is this shirt that I'm wearing. This is David Siqueiros, who was a communist, a Mexican muralist, communist painter. I wrote a song that was
someone in the chat's relative. They were bringing it up in the chat.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. I wrote a song called "You Are Not a Riot." That's an RSVP, an RSVP from David Siqueiros to Andy Warhol. So check that song out. And it definitely, he was a controversial figure in the sense that he did try to kill Trotsky, and he didn't though. And but he was somebody that was very his passion for his art, because basically the communist movement was this, and this was somebody in his mind was going against communists.
Yeah.
But my point is that he also was famous for going to the Venice Biennale in the 50s and pointing at all the abstract artists and being like, "You're a CIA agent. You're CIA. You're CIA."
It turns out he was right.
Turns out he was right about, and maybe not specifically directly with that, but that's where the funding was, to take it away from
maybe he
where
was right
the communists
about
were.
Maybe he was right about other things as well. Who knows? Much to think of.
But yeah. right.
Bruce Riley,
y'all.
thank you so much.
Okay.
This was incredible.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So nice to meet
yeah,
you.
great to meet you.
Caroline
Thank
Kwan,
you for the
everybody.
Conversation.
All right.
Does it turn off or do I just walk out?
We'll take a photo real quick. I'm gonna get
still
back.
gonna go for a couple hours.
Yeah. Did you see this? I was
somebody just
Fox News. Hasan Piker claims Israel has no right to exist in its current form.
Do you want a soda or anything before you got it?
I got many different diet.
Yeah.
Many different diet Dr. Do's. All right. I'm going to now run the G7 when we go outside and take some photos and stuff, and I'm going to walk out Boots and Caroline, but we'll be back.
How do you not just look at yourself when the thing is on?
I do sometimes.
So much stuff happening.
I do sometimes. Sometimes I do that.
What's amazing? He can see how fast this chat is moving. There's
Yeah, I
probably
read
30,000 people.
everything.
He reads it all.
Yeah.
He pulls people
Thanks
out of the
everybody
chat.
for saying thanks. Yeah.
We do it.
You got a lot of fans.
Yeah.
A lot of fans
they
here.
love you.
A lot of
We want to do it. We
appreciators.
can do it. How well? We'll do it just as
All
well or
right.
better. Do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen in the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place in Islam. Nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was
Unpaid publicist for
did the
Firan. I get
JCPOA.
one Zen
He loaded
container.
up a plane with $1,700,000,000 in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry. When I watch the Democrats, they talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them legally a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store in the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to, because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite, it's rated 1 million years plus. No marble's rated that. Marble's rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains, and the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everywhere. Those guys did a job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press, like CNN, for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed right on top of everything. Nobody's going to get that for a long time. Unless we want to get it, we'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value, but we'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered. But every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name. They can give you a serial number. We can see things you wouldn't believe, the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger, but we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up, but we have the most. We have the most powerful, but we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you. But the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So,
well, since he said this, apparently a deal has been signed digitally. Did I get that right? I was hearing some rumblings in the chat that I suspect in an effort to, President Trump personally signed a copy of the agreement during a dinner with the president of France at the Palace of Versailles. A photo of the signed agreement was sent to the Iranians and mediating countries. I genuinely think that the reason why Donald Trump signed this early and personally is because they don't want to fuck it up, because they recognize this is giving me a lot more confidence that this is real, because I think the stakes are far too high. And I think that he recognizes that they're going to try and fuck it up. The lifting of Iran's oil sanctions begins today, Iran's foreign ministry says. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. That's my goat. That's JD Pondon, baby. I mean, straight up. Straight the fuck up. And this is a nuclear bomb in the this is a fucking Molotov cocktail that has enriched uranium in it, in the coalition that this administration has put together. He really is the guy. He really is the guy. Look, I'm not singing his praises, okay? He is a horrible monster and a true piece of shit. But I think this could be, if they follow through on this could literally be, first of all, he deserves to suck out the algae. If this goes through, I'm telling you, that pool is blue, okay? The fucking tie I'm wearing, American flag blue, okay? Just make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. I don't think any other ideologically minded American president would actually do this shit. This is shocking. Truly shocking. He can have his ballroom if this goes through. Now, of course, he fucked it up initially, but because he fucked it up initially, I think no other president, after fucking it up initially, no other president would actually fuck it up this hard. But also, if someone else fucked it up, no other president would do this. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. There's still obviously many days ahead. Many days ahead of us where I think Israel will go full tilt. Okay? I suspect the Israel lobby will go bananas mode. Breaking news, according to the Israeli website Hadashot Bazman, Hezbollah is carrying out assassination operations against what? Senior Israeli army officers after targeting the commander of Division 401 and the commander of Brigade 300. Hezbollah detonated an explosive device targeting a battalion commander who was seriously injured. What? The Iranian version of the text is even crazier. So there's still two MOUs? Is that what it is? It's still a two MOU situation. Any president will do because Iran hold the world capital in their hands. In the end, capitalist always wins. No, I think they would escalate. No, no American versions from an unnamed American source. New. Amwaj Media has been granted access to the text of the Iran-U.S. Memorandum of Understanding by a senior Iranian political source. Although the document has been published by U.S. media over the past hour, citing an unnamed American official who read the text to journalists, Amwaj Media has taken the step of publishing a version provided by Iran so as to assess whether there are discrepancies ahead of the signing ceremony in Switzerland. Okay, let's see. Oh my God. This is what a fucking time, man. I mean, this is the weeks where decades happen, right? I mean, what else can you fucking say about this? What else can you fucking say about, I don't want to get too, I don't want to get too excited. But kind of seems like this is a very different world as of today, you know, a multipolar world. Senior U.S. official disclosed what the official said was the full text of the deal between the United States and Iran to cease hostilities, open the Strait of Hormuz, and start nuclear talks. The text of the agreement, as read out loud on a conference call with reporters on Wednesday, is below. The official spoke on condition of anonymity under the ground rules set by the White House. Reports from the New York Times have annotated the memorandum of understanding with the analysis of underlying issues. The United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran have jointly agreed in good faith on such and such date on the following. The U.S. and Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this MOU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. You can't have it any clearer than that, folks. Wow. Wow. That is the American side. This is the American revelation. Oh my God, someone checking on Mark Levin. That's frame one, dude. That's fucking frame one. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. Trump already violated the first point and was asked about it.
In the first paragraph of the Iran memorandum, it says no use of force, but also no threat of a use of force. You talked about bombing Iran if they didn't comply. Is that a threat? And would the Iranians see that as a breaking
if they don't come through, is it a threat that we bomb? You can call it whatever you want, but it'll probably happen. Thank you. I will see you at Versailles.
Oh, that's so funny. That's fucking hilarious, dude. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
And you're going to go back and tell the New York Times you're going to change your whole way of life. Okay.
Do you see the 60 days as a hard deadline for final agreement?
No, I don't. Could take longer.
So you could extend. You could extend this phase.
I don't view it as hard. No.
You don't think of it as a hard deadline for
just as long as they're behaving.
That's not a threat. That's a promise. That's a promise. Believe it. Believe it. I will do it. I love doing it, and I will do it again. I will do it again. Galibaf is now acknowledging that Iran needs to get closer to China going forward. I don't know. I already covered it. Is Israel missing from the paragraph? No, Israel is all over that paragraph, baby. What the fuck do you think this is about Lebanon? That's just an all allies. It says, and their current allies, Iran and their current allies. Anyway, the references to Lebanon here amount to remarkable rejections by the United States of Israel's concerns about the threat being posed by Hezbollah. Wow. Wow, I gotta see what CNN is saying about, I gotta see what Fox News is saying about this. I mean, wow. Okay, dude, Jesus Christ.
Cyber criminals are constantly attacking.
These goddamn ads, dude. Ads upon ads upon ads, dude. Okay, well, CNN is on ad break right now. This year-old tweet feels relevant. I know he's transactional with everybody else in the world, but he won't be like that with me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, how come you don't have ads? Great question, my friend. It's because the Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as the People's Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. No ad breaks, no nonsense, no sponsorships. You just get uninterrupted broadcast. And if you want to still support the show, it's perfectly voluntary. You can support by subscribing for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You can do that. You can also gift subs to others. FDD guy says, I have my criticisms and concerns about the MOU and negotiating path ahead, but many on the attacks on Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are unseemly. Both care deeply about America's security and security of our allies, are great patriots, and have major diplomatic achievements to their credit. Whatever disagreements one may have over strategy or tactics, and I have many, neither is naive about the threat posed by the Islamic Republic. Uh-oh, I don't like that. I don't like when the FDD guys are defending the MOU. I don't like that one bit.
The press conference seems to have gone well. You shot your load pretty much, Steve, right? Pretty much.
What?
But going well. Seems like the agreement's very well undertow. The press conference seems to have gone well. You shot your load pretty much, Steve, right? Pretty much. But going well. Seems like.
What the heliante, man? What the hell? Okay. Israeli Defense Minister Katz to soldiers, you are fulfilling the vision of the prophets. One only has to open the Bible and read about what it is based on. We have already been in these places. We have already done these things. We will continue to do them. Okay, fantastic. Lebanese government belief that they can somehow negotiate their territory back in exchange for normalization seems to misunderstand the worldview driving the Israeli government. The Syrians already learned their lesson about that. Yeah, these guys are truly fucking insane. Mark Levin is not doing all right. R.I.P. Okay, let's see what Josh Hawley is saying.
Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, as the president just said, there's nothing final. This isn't a final agreement. This is a negotiation. This is an agreement to negotiate further. I think the fact that the president's getting the Strait reopened, that he's got their nuclear program buried, those are big achievements, Brian. I think those are good things. And it remains to be seen whether we will actually give them any money. I thought I heard the president say earlier today, we're not going to give them a dime. I certainly don't think that we should. And I bet President Trump and the vice president, as he continues these negotiations, will hold that line.
But, Senator, they are allowed to sell oil, and they have more oil than just about everyone, including Iraq. And that will be the first time in decades they're able to sell oil on the open market. They're usually using ghost fleets and rusted-out tankers to deliver it to our let's say, our rivals like China and China. Your thoughts about the fact that
China.
Everyone agrees they're
China and China. It's awesome.
Allowed to resume oil and petroleum sales.
I thought your last guest, I thought the ambassador had a good point there about potentially using escrow accounts, ways to track to see, first of all, if they're living up to their other obligations under the memorandum before we release any of that sales, before we allow them to get their hands on the money, and then using accounts that will allow us to ensure that they're not spending that money on terrorist activities, on nuclear enrichment, and so forth. There's a lot to be worked out here for sure, Brian. And again, I haven't seen the final text nor.
Yeah, their argument, I guess, is that they haven't seen the final text, so they don't know. Well, okay, so the text is out. Let's see.
A press call later, a senior official saying that they're going to be evaluating good behavior, trying to get Iran to change. Quote, we're putting all of our expectations on the table. They put their expectations on the table. We're going to just work together and see if we can do some things to build trust. We're going to do our best to see if we can get them to change. I mean, that is a big change in how they're talking about the Iranian regime.
Yes, definitely, especially when, all the experts say that this regime is worse and more hardline than the regime prior, than the father of the current leader. Look, this is a great deal for Iran. Iran comes back richer. When you look at items...
Yeah, that's what happens when you lose, man. I just I find it so strange that these guys are like, wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe Iran is getting so much out of this deal. It's like, yeah, because they fucking won. I know that's a really hard thing to come to terms with, but yeah, America lost this fucking war. Iran won this fucking war. I know Trump is never going to say those words. I don't expect him to. But here's a really cool solution to all of these problems. diplomatic negotiations with Iran instead of bombing Iran and forcing them to fucking close the Strait of Hormuz and collapse the entire energy markets for 110 days. Every single person that's now complaining about how this deal is so raw for America and so good for Iran were the exact same people that were agitating over and over again, claiming that this will be easy, claiming that this will be awesome, claiming that we have to abide by Israel's interests. We have to blow up Iran. It's so fucking stupid. And me, on the other hand, what was I saying? This is what I was saying.
Not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy. No crazy war. No crazy war. Please, please, please.
That's what I was saying. You guys were like, yes, war, no peace. Sí, guerra. And now you got what you wanted.
And pussy too.
That's right.
6, 7, 11 in the 14 points. They get money, $300 billion. Yes, our taxpayers don't pay for it. You have sanctions lifted. You have assets that are going to be unfrozen. What do we get? What do we get, Brett? We get a strait that was opened before, reopened. We get a...
Okay, is this a Democrat consultant? What the fuck's going on here?
Temporary hold in no tolls. And in addition to that, what do the Iranian people get? They haven't had a regime change. And where is the verification, the specific verification within these 14 points of this MOU to make sure that Iran is more than just promising that they're not going to have any nukes? And by the way, they can temporarily have nukes, and the president today said it's okay for them to have missiles. This is why you have bipartisan support against this. This is why today I, Leslie Marshall, agreed with Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, Trey Gowdy. I could go on.
Oh, she is a Democrat.
It's a bad deal when people.
Yeah. Okay, great. So many fucking bipartisan support. Yeah, bipartisan pro-Israel support. These people all agitated and defended Trump starting this war at the behest of Israel. And now they're crying that Trump is stopping the bleeding. Shameless. Shameless ghouls. Y'all smoking lead paint if you think Iran is going to negotiate their missiles or any part of their military for that matter. I mean, I've been saying that since fucking day one. It was a clear poison pill that Israel demanded. Okay? Why the fuck would America care about the Iranian ballistic missiles trajectory being limited to suspiciously not Israel? Okay? Like, if we're thinking about Israel as a totally separate, totally sovereign country, and America is a totally separate, totally sovereign country, which it's not, right? But like, from that perspective, it's like, yeah, we just don't want the Iranian ballistic missiles to be able to reach Israel. What the fuck? Why the fuck would America care about that if these are two totally separate nations, right? It's so stupid. Yeah, also Trump did make that joke. Classic Trump. Not a joke at all, by the way.
This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. This way.
Yep.
You would be well served to take Dana's advice. Trump today, watching his press conference at the G7 and just a number of comments that he's made over the last several days.
He's not joking.
Feels quite over this, that he wants to move on. I don't know if it's about Cuba or where he wants to go next, but he's like, this didn't really work out the way that I wanted. The the MOU looks like, all carrots, no sticks there. Like you said, sell oil, sanctions relief, $300 billion investment fund, the ballistic missile program left alone, the proxies left alone. Thank God that we're going to respect their territorial sovereignty. So it feels like Iran is probably thinking we just won like the geopolitical Powerball of the century. I'm glad you like that. I thought of you when I was coming up with it. Yeah, like... What? It's great. You win a lot of money.
The country got destroyed.
They didn't, obviously, though, Greg. I mean, if you engage with, I know you don't like the details, but if you engage with the MOU and you listen to people who supported Trump wholeheartedly in this, who thought that this was great, that this is exactly what we needed because they had
I don't listen to them.
But why not? Why is it embarrassing to listen to people who are experts?
I'll let you finish and then I'll destroy you later.
Whatever, man. Why don't you go?
No, because she wasn't done.
Oh, do you want to say anything more?
Oh, this is new, too.
Is there a poll?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one likes it.
Okay.
I don't trust.
You would.
Do you think the Israeli lobby would allow Trump to pivot to Cuba? I mean, I don't think they give a shit about Cuba at all. I think Donald Trump will look for a W here after this is over, but it's not over yet, Shouldn't CNN disclose that McGurk is a partner at Lux Capital, which invests heavily in Israeli military firms? He has a direct financial incentive to maintain perpetual war and hostilities and oppose the MOU. Lux Capital explicitly seeks profits off of regime change. Of course, Brett McGurk once again showing uniparty. Okay, these are the moments where that uniparty argument becomes obvious, right? I know many liberals get mad at me when I say this, but there are a lot of people who are invested in the continuation of this war, right? It's very clear, and they're unafraid to say it. I mean, Brett McGurk is one of the best examples of the uniparty in terms of foreign policy, the uniparty in terms of Israel policy. He worked for the Biden administration. He was one of the architects of the Gaza genocide within the Biden administration. And he has spent a good deal of time since the Biden administration defending Donald Trump's actions until Donald Trump actually signed a fucking memorandum of understanding to stop hostilities against Iran, to go against Israel's immediate interests. All of a sudden, let's see if he's on board with this or not.
I want to start by asking you, what stands out to you from this draft memorandum, this memorandum of understanding, as it's called?
Yeah, well, I've been going through it this morning. I think if I want to make the most charitable case, there is an Article 9, which says that everything is status quo. So if you consider the military operation last June kind of knocked out the nuclear program, Iran is not enriching uranium, you could make the argument this basically freezes that, so Iran therefore cannot enrich uranium. That's not insignificant, and that's different from when we were negotiating the JCPOA, when they were enriching and had an advanced nuclear program. However, the crux of the deal, as you just said, is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. Certain articles unlock others. I've kind of gone through it carefully. Basically, Iran is committing to not fire at ships so that ships can go through the Strait of Hormuz. They're really making no other commitments in this entire text. I don't see any other commitments from Iran. The U.S. is committing to actually very significant concessions that Iran has always really wanted. And particularly in the immediate term, with this exchange to open the strait, we commit to waiving all oil sanctions, banking sanctions, trade in the petrochemicals. That's basically returns to what was in place under the JCPOA, under the Obama-era deal. That's massive revenue for Iran, Wolf, up to 60, maybe more $billion a year, according to some experts who have looked at this. That's a lot. That's the kind of thing you do once you reach a final agreement. So that is quite significant.
I can't get over the fact that numerous Israeli officials literally said Donald Trump has a bunch of, and these are their words, they used a slur, an anti-Jewish slur, in the negotiation team. So, of course, they would do stabbing the back myth to Israel. What an incredible moment where it's a full circle moment of fascism, going from Nazi Germany to Nazi Israel. It's crazy. There was a high-profile commentator close to Benjamin Netanyahu who just straight up said, you know, there were a bunch of Jews in the negotiation team that did the stab in the back to us. Israel's going to make a stab in the back myth about Trump so insane it'll make 1920s. Yeah, this is what I saw. I saw this. This was hilarious.
Then there's a provision on frozen assets. And it's written carefully to suggest maybe that's not immediate. But there's an article of the agreement that says the talks, these 60-day talks.
I Googled Jew Boys and it showed up Jew Boy Burgers. I've been there in Texas. It was delicious. And also, they didn't say Jew Boy. I think that was the Hebrew to English translation. They said a different word.
Talks in phase 2 will not
start the K word
until the frozen assets are released. And in the provision, the Iranian Central
Jew Boy Burgers is dope. There are a lot of Hasanabi heads that work there.
Bank gets to designate.
Is backstabbing anti-Semitic? No, dude. This is the stabbing at the back myth that like Jews stabbed the Germans in the back during World War I, and that's why they must be dealt with. Like that was the whole point.
Who the beneficiary is for those funds. Just to explain this, because I've done this work. When we did a hostage deal back in September 2023, we were dealing with a small pot of $6 billion of frozen funds, and we said Iran could have access to those funds for non-sanctioned humanitarian designees. The Iranians always want to say, we'll determine where the funds go, and we as the U.S. said no, only limited beneficiaries. This agreement says Iran gets to say who the beneficiaries. That's a significant concession, the kind of thing Iran always wants that the U.S. usually doesn't give. So we seem to be giving a lot up front in exchange for ships crossing through the strait, and long-term management of the strait also is not identified here. So that's just a quick brush. Yeah. There's a lot in here, but I mean that's the bottom line. We're giving an awful lot to open the Strait of Hormuz. Everything else is kind of kicked down the road.
And what jumped out at me was Article 5, which specifically cites $300 billion to be made available to Iran in exchange for what they're supposed to be doing. In other words, paying them to get this deal done.
Well, Article 5 is linked to the final agreement. But here it's also...
But specifically mentions they'll get $300 billion. It's a lot of money.
That we will establish. So another, I think I would take issue with this text, is that the U.S. says in a final agreement, it says what we would do in a final agreement. There would be a $300 billion reconstruction fund for Iran that we will establish within 60 days. We also commit in a final agreement to lift all sanctions on Iran. Now, that's what it says. That would mean not just nuclear-related sanctions, such as what was in the JCPOA, but terrorism and human rights sanctions and everything else. We commit in a final agreement to lift all sanctions, including giving Iran a clean bill of health under the IAEA, which relates to its prior weaponization work. Bottom line, a lot of these issues are what, if you sit with the Iranians, they're always asking for. We've never given them. And we say in a final deal, we will lift all sanctions. Now, a final deal is contemplated only to be a nuclear deal, okay? If we are talking about a comprehensive deal in which Iran agrees they're no longer going to support Hezbollah, these groups around the region, they're not going to support terrorism.
That's not even included in this memorandum of understanding, a specific commitment to stop supporting Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis.
Not contemplated at all. Now, Iran could be telling U.S. negotiators something privately, but they often do that. Well, if they'll say, an Iranian negotiator will say, I've had this experience. Look, here's what we're going to do. We just can't put that in the text because we have our hardliners and everything. But to the Iranians, the text is what matters. What's in the text, they will read it very carefully. They will hold the U.S. side to it, particularly if this is a document signed by the president or the vice president. This will be the text that we have to live by. So, still some open questions.
Is the text they're going to sign Friday the exact same text that they digitally signed the other day?
The president's alluding today to maybe not. Maybe it's not fine. Look, there's so many open questions. The rollout of this has not been, I think, has not gone as smoothly as the White House might have liked. But just put the text out there so we can see what's going on.
Well, we have the text.
So, yeah.
CNN
right.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we obtained it. They didn't willingly.
Right. We got it from a U.S. official. Yeah.
So, see, Iranian media actually this morning, Wolf, is backing away from possibly sending a representative to this signing on Friday. So even between now and Friday, things could change. Well, see, look, I want the Iranian nuclear program to be put in cement, locked in cement forever. I want Iran's character to change for not supporting terrorism, doing all this stuff. I'm seeing no indication that this war achieved those objectives. If anything, that core of that regime remains very much intact. And I suspect President Trump will be dealing with this challenge throughout the rest of his term, and his successor will also. It's a wicked problem that every president's dealt with since Jimmy Carter.
Problem. Yeah, all right, Brett McGurk, thank you very, very much. Pamela.
All right.
Trita says, I fully understand. Total 180 on Iran. We have to unfreeze their money so other countries invest in the U.S. What?
Taken.
Oh, Sarah Longwell of the Bulwark is very frustrated. Uh-oh.
What the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for
Well, the unfreezing, that's an easy one.
I think Trita Parsi became the most important analyst in Washington, D.C. As of today. Straight up. For the record. Literally everything that he said, Donald Trump is following to a T. Now, I have my disagreements at times with him, but, and I have no faith in this yet, okay? Remember, the ink is not dried yet, okay? They haven't even fucking technically signed the memorandum of understanding yet. So, like, there are still going to be a litany of complications along the way. I don't know what it will look like. Where is this fucking light coming from? Jesus Christ. Anyway. Oh, ye of little faith? No, man. I'm sorry. I just know how Israel is, and I know how America is.
To answer, we have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
Trita says, I fully understand. It is extremely disorienting when Trump actually makes sense. But what he's saying is true. This warning that the overuse of financial sanctions would cause a rush away from the dollar was first started by Jack Lew under Obama. In a major 2016 speech, Lew warned against sanctions overreach, arguing that excessive use of sanctions could encourage countries and companies to avoid the U.S. financial system and the dollar. You know who actually caused this to happen fully? Because, like, the BRICS conversation started becoming a reality. I've talked about this a lot as well. It was Russia. It was Joe Biden. When Joe Biden hit the mother of all sanctions on Russia, you had a major energy providing country, a major power around the globe. You forced them to literally get off the dollar system. Okay? You did. And on top of that, we had already designed the global sanctions regime in a way where basically there were countries that were forced into a secondary market. So yeah, we did that. We literally did that. We forced countries to operate outside of the dollar system when American imperialism's greatest weapon has always been SWIFT, the petrodollar, the fact that all trade at some point happens off of the American dollar and we control it. The more we condition use of the dollar and our financial system on adherence to U.S. foreign policy, the more the risk of migration to other currencies and other financial systems grows. This is it. If Giannis is so great, why have I never gotten a knife in CS? That's not his fault, I don't think. I mean, I guess technically it is because he built the economy in Valve, but I don't know how to answer that question. Here it is, the beautiful ink being dried on the beautiful e-sign, the DocuSign. If you recall, when Jeff Stein wrote that report for Washington Post, I covered it extensively, the impact of the sanctions in the nations of the periphery, but then also the impact of the sanctions on the U.S. economy. If you recall, I said back then, if you sanction the rest of the world, and if you sanction everyone, you're technically not sanctioning them, you're sanctioning yourself. And that is what America has done. Because it was so easy, you just go to the fucking treasury and you're just like, this guy is bad. This is a competitive product. Sanction them. Boom. It's done. Because that was such an easy tool that capitalists used and abused, and numerous other, American foreign policy, American people within the blob, within Washington, D.C., deployed these sanctions against all of our so-called foreign adversaries, enemies. We ended up sanctioning ourselves.
Bravo.
What did you expect? Do you like the migration away from the dollar and the weakening of SWIFT, or do you hate SWIFT, or do you hate those things? Of course I like it. Why would I hate multipolarity? I think multipolarity is going to force America's hand, especially given the limitations that it's recognizing it has with a bloody nose. Multipolarity will force America to be far more restrained around the world. I think any initiative that forces America to cooperate with other countries rather than constantly fucking wage warfare is good. It's good for the labor aristocracy. It's good for the nations in the periphery. This has always been my position. Do you want me to repeat it?
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever.
That's how I feel about it. Hey, look, it's another liberal who mysteriously transforms into Benjamin Netanyahu and making demands on Israel's enemies. Kenneth Roth, former Human Rights Watch executive director, says the apparent text of Trump's deal with Iran reflects his weak negotiating position after his counterproductive war of choice, nothing barring fees for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, key nuclear issues kicked down the road for later negotiations, nothing on Iran's ballistic missiles or its support for proxy forces. Why? If you're the fucking former Human Rights Watch executive director, what the fuck do you mean Iran's ballistic missiles program? Do you make these sorts of considerations for every other country? America's ballistic missiles program? No. It's a sovereign country. This shit pisses me the fuck off. What are you, Benjamin Netanyahu? Why the fuck do you care about this? What do you mean? What do you mean Iran's ballistic missiles program? Iran's funding of proxy groups? Like, that's only a consideration inside of the blob. That's only a consideration within the American foreign policy framework. What the fuck are you talking about? It's so stupid. Yeah, everyone is a little fucking consultant for the State Department all of a sudden. Hey, look, it's another liberal who mysteriously transforms into Benjamin Netanyahu when making demands on Israel's enemies. The key lesson of this war is that one ballistic missile has more anti-fascist capabilities than 5 billion Ken Roths. What is this mentality amongst liberals where they turn into bigger hawks than Donald Trump when it comes to the one singular instance where Donald Trump, in a classic Trumpian fashion, fucks everything up, and then Donald Trump, in the classic Trumpian fashion, tries to fix everything in a way that no other American president ever would? It's so funny. They see this and they go, okay, he fucked everything up, which we were critical of, but we also kind of were in support of. And now that he's fixing it in a way that only Trump could, in a way that only Trump would. Only Trump goes to Iran and says, full-blown sanctions relief. You got it, King. You fucked us. Okay? I will never openly admit this, but let's be real. I don't want the continuation of this war because you're kind of destroying the global energy markets. We're kind of destroying the global energy markets together. I'm just put a fucking Trump tower in Tehran and I'm good. Okay? That's Trump. That's fucking Trump. But if you're upset, if you even fake criticized Donald Trump's initiatives from a process perspective, right? As a Democrat or as a liberal, then you have to literally look at the situation and be like, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah, he took an L. It's good. We took an L. It's fine. If we can create a just peace, if we can negotiate a ceasefire going forward, thank God. Thank God for that. Agreed. The reality, what is this? Argue the most interesting clause in MOU is about the removal of U.S. forces near Iran and what they specifically entail. Agreed. The reality on the ground is that many of the bases the Iranians would push for us to abandon are uninhabitable anyway, according to the New York Times. Restaffing and repairing them would take years and cost billions. And for what? The insanity of maintaining those bases was revealed before the war even began, as CENTCOM was forced to abandon them and evacuate tens of thousands of personnel before launching the initial series of strikes on Iran. Those bases didn't protect the Gulf states they're located on the territory of and made those states targets in a war they were incapable of fighting. It's undeniable that the U.S. was massively overextended in this region before this war. If the Department of War is rational, they'll take this as an opportunity to reduce a costly and strategically nonsensical commitment. As I've said before, there are other ways to sell this. The Gulf states need to pay their own defense. That's a very Trumpian line, by the way. I can totally see him saying that. It's true. Trump could turn around and be like, they got to pay for their own defense. They've been so selfish. They've been selfishly demanding us they've been selfishly pulling us into this war. All right. But it's a diplomatic minefield. Whatever the admin says, rebuilding bases like the NSA Bahrain will require hundreds of public contracts filed well in advance, so we'll know if that's their intention. It's just, it also makes no sense. Okay, why did you park all your assets right around your major adversary with no interest in ever defending them? It blows my fucking mind. It's American imperial hubris through and fucking through. Okay? I guess they interviewed the Iranian F-5 pilot who bombed the U.S. Buring base in Kuwait. But it's hard to message on the Iran deal because it's actually good to lift sanctions and treat Iran like a normal country, but Trump did it in the worst way possible. But then a lot of Dems are just mad the war ended. I just think... Dash Clock, thank you for the 10 gift the subs. So far, there's a lot of spoilers. Israel being the number one spoiler, right? I never would have envisioned. I did not think that my predictions would unfold in real time in exactly the way I thought they would unfold. This is happening in a way where, like, I never thought that this would happen. Like, I never thought that the things that I said were going to happen would happen exactly in the ways that I said they would happen. I didn't have enough confidence in my own analysis.
And it doesn't sound like he wants to answer a question about Israel.
Oh, nope, he does. He does want to answer it.
Yep. He said it.
JD Pondon, man. JD motherfucking Pondon. It's crazy.
They might look 60 years ahead or something like that.
Jessica says, I think Jesse's going to have to take back calling Tehran Tarlov. Oh, yeah, we already covered that. Yeah, what a fucking insane, what an insane moment. Dylan Williams, Vice President of Government Affairs at CI Policy, is criticizing Richard Blumenthal, another fucking a Democrat. Anything like this deal will be dead on arrival in the Senate. It must be approved here to have enforceable effect. Republicans are already running cover. Senator, it is the war of choice against Iran that is disgraceful and caused the loss of U.S. leverage, not the MOU. No one is asking you to endorse the deal, but killing it would mean continuing this illegal war and digging the hole deeper. Will you really try to extend this war? The answer is yes. I think they will. I think they will. Figures like Syed Ghasseminejad spent years at the FDD and around Reza Pahlavi advocating sanctions of war. They pushed policies that made Iranians poor and cheered a war that killed them. Yet when the economy improves, they're outraged. That tells you everything. Yes, these people want death and destruction for the Iranian people. They don't care. They want that instability because they think that instability is what will breed Iranian destruction, because that's what they want, because they do not work for the Iranians. They do not work for the Americans. They work for Israel. Okay? Speaking of people who work for Israel, another fucking Democrat coming out against this MOU. Once again, unbelievable shit over here, okay? Adam Schiff, Senator Adam Schiff, my senator, says, wow, Iran gets sanctions relief, the release of frozen funds, and the ability to export oil in a $300 billion reconstruction fund. The U.S. gets a reiteration of vague promises Iran won't develop a nuke. Hard to imagine a more thorough capitulation. Adam Johnson responds, says, I don't know if you don't see what's going on here. I don't know. If you don't see what's going on here, I don't know what to tell you. This isn't just Dems dinging Trump for political points. It's them narrowing the political space to support an end to hostilities because they, along with their AIPAC donors, simply like open-ended hostilities with Iran. All these terms are eminently reasonable. Why are basic concessions after the U.S. sneak attacked and killed thousands and destroyed hundreds of billions in infrastructure being scandalized and macho baited? The U.S. attempted regime change and failed. This is the price and it's sensible. Now, the talking point from Jeffries and Schumer is the deal should go before Congress, when neither Jeffries nor Schumer uttered a single word for 8 fucking days while Trump amassed an attack armada last February. Funny, demanding involvement for the MOU now took a total of 4 hours. They never demanded answers as to why there was an armada being amassed around Iran, knowing full well that Trump was going to use it. Why did they never ask for it? Because they liked it, okay? This is not Trump bad politics and its consequences, chatters. This is not Trump bad politics and its consequences. That only works on regular liberals, kind-hearted liberals that are maybe a little uneducated, don't really know anything, and they're just like anchoring their worldview around what Trump is doing, and they think that's bad, and that's fine. Trump is wrong 99% of the time, but the 1% of the time he's right. It's important to acknowledge, but many liberals won't. But those are the voters. We're talking about the politicians here. When you talk about the politicians, they don't give a fuck about Trump bad. They will turn around and be like, oh, we procedurally oppose what you're doing with Iran, but also Iran is the ontological evil, the great evil, the big bad. Of course you're going to fucking blow up Iran. Hell yeah. That is the way that they operated. And I was very frustrated about that. If you recall, I kept repeatedly saying you can't, on the one hand, justify action against Iran, and then also on the other hand, get mad at Trump for taking action. That's this whole thing, right? They kept leaning into why unjustifiable actions must be taken because they are actually justified. Why do they do this? Because they love war. They love war. They love death. They love destruction. They love watching children get murdered. And also, they especially love it when it's being done at the behest of Israel. There are plenty of Democrats who are Israel firsters as well. That's just it. The Democratic electeds, okay? That's the reason why none of them made a big fuss about congressional approval. And, you know, they even found the appropriate amount of votes to stop a war powers resolution initially, right? The Democrat, there's always enough Democrats to stop this, right? And they found it at the time. And they rarely ever brought this up as a big stink, as a big fuss, as a big point of contention. And when they did, they justified why some action must have been taken against Iran, because Iran is big bad. And only now, as soon as there's an MOU, as soon as there might be a fucking negotiated settlement of peace after 110 days of destruction, 110 days of volatility, when Trump brings about this MOU, Israel fucking hates it, and these guys go, whoa, whoa, whoa. You got to take that to Congress, buddy. We're going to fuck that deal. We're not giving sanctions relief to Iran. You think you can control what America gets to do with its foreign policy? Well, you guys had no problems. You guys had no problems when we were blowing up fucking schools. All of a sudden, now you got problems. Esfandyar Batmangalij says, he's an analyst. This messaging is so frustrating and self-defeating, referencing Adam Schiff. If this diplomatic opening leads to Iran permanently ending hostilities with the U.S., that is a tremendous gain for U.S. national security and for U.S. power globally. The MOU envisions a transformative shift in U.S.-Iran relations towards mutual engagement. The U.S. would be able to engage economically with what would be ordinarily a G20 economy. And the U.S. will no longer have to spend blood and treasure trying to maintain security in the Middle East through force, fighting endless wars in the region. Now, of course, that's not how things go, because these guys have defense contractors and their bottom line in mind. And if you have a negotiated settlement, a fucking just peace with Iran, where are you going to dump all the assets? Where are you going to dump all the assets? And also, endless war and endless destabilization benefits Israel. So if you got big donors that care about Israel, if you got big donors in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, if you yourself are already investing in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon stock, for example, you're going to want that fucking war to continue. And that's unfortunately a big chunk of our political class. Okay? There's something for everybody in there. There's a piece of the puzzle for everybody. There's a piece of the pie, for everyone involved. And that's why peace never happens. Okay? If you wish to believe that it's simply good faith effort by Murphy and co. to do two things can be true at the same time routine, then go ahead and believe that. But when 99% of the rhetoric is hysterical demagoguery, I think it's very clear what's going on, says Adam Johnson. He's right. Yeah, a lot of people defended the admin strategy for months only to have him throw the entire enterprise under the bus. Lol, watching these right-wing pro-Israel hawks lose it to Trump is hilarious. Yes, they're all fucking crying. They're all crying tears today. Great. Let's hear what Mark Levin said. My favorite content creator. Chotner got a fucking hawk on, an Israeli hawk. The Israeli ultra-hawks who feel betrayed by Trump's Iran deal. Shimon Ricklin, an anchor on the country's right-wing Channel 14 and a Netanyahu ally, thinks America stabbed Israel in the back. Dude, they're doing the stabbed in the back. Israel's about to be like, these American Jews, they stabbed us in the back. I'm serious. It's full circle. Holy fuck.
Right now.
Fox having FDD in the studio standing and against graphics like they're analyzing the returns from Iowa, DEFCON 1 for Murdoch, and a sleight of hand to present this expertise as established fact. The FDD guys, this is their moment, you know? Come in there, King. This is it. It's I've told you this already. It's literally an Israeli cutout. FDD is an Israeli cutout. Their whole purpose is not American interest at all. They don't even fucking lie about it for the most part. They are literally Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank, okay? Emet is what the original name of the FDD was. FDD's Foundation for Defending Democracy. In 2001, when Emet was created, they very openly said their purpose was to advance Israel's interest in the United States of America, in North America, okay? They obviously revamped it a little bit because that sounded a little bit too conspiratorial, a little too crazy. Now it's called Foundation for Defending Democracy, but it's not an accident that those guys were all up and down this fucking deal. Emet means truth in Hebrew. Anyway, FDD is what is perhaps most fucking responsible for this war. So when you see these motherfuckers on television be like, oh, well, here's where we go from here, just remember, they are the ones who started this war.
Goldberg, he's the director of countering Iranian weapons of mass destruction, the president's first term, and he joins us now. Great to see you, Richard.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
So here are some of the principles we're going to go over as we know it.
Like, why? What is he, a fucking contributor now? Why is he standing on this podium? Why is he standing up in the studio? Why is he not being interviewed? What the fuck's going on? These guys were in the room, by the way. Donald Trump hired or brought in one of the FDD guys directly into the negotiations. Okay? So the level of involvement that they had was perverse in the negotiations process. Can you imagine you're the Iranian side and you're like, that's the guy that's like having Benjamin Netanyahu be featured in the negotiations team for the American side. What the fuck?
I'll have you expand on it. First off, the ceasefire expanded across the region, including Lebanon. That whole including Lebanon is a problem because in Lebanon it's Hezbollah and they keep attacking Israel. And Israel's not even a part of the ceasefire.
That's right. I mean, in some ways, this is a formality, right? There's a ceasefire. The war is over, all fronts, et cetera. That's a little bit of a give to the Iranians to say, including Lebanon. Barack Obama did include Hezbollah as part of the JCPOA in a side deal, dismantled all of our sanctions and DEA activities against Hezbollah. We don't want to see that happen. And of course, if they're allowed to rebuild their flagship terrorist proxy, what does that mean of a deal that's supposed to end their sponsorship of terrorism?
And Syria has no hope against Hezbollah because they have no missile defense. When the president said Syria should take care of them, that's not going to happen. Also, U.S. releases frozen assets, allows temporary Iranian oil exports. Now, frozen assets is the hundreds of billions. Word is there's going to be 24 billion unfrozen. We just don't know when.
Yeah, so a couple things going on here, and this is where we really have to watch. And this is where you get to determine whether this is a pretty good deal to get the Strait of Hormuz open and then collect all the gains of Epic Fury, or a bad deal where we're sort of slipping from nuclear extortion into Strait of Hormuz extortion. They're going to issue these sanctions waivers immediately to let Iran sell its oil, supposedly at pre-war levels.
Is this first time for decades?
Well, we obviously did during the war to bring some relief to the market. There was short-term relief provided to take some of the Iranian oil off the market. Remember, Secretary Besson called that the jujitsu move. This is now the first time we're issuing formal waivers for legitimate sales, not just illicit sales to China. The question is, do they get that money? Is it just a temporary amount of money? Does it go back to past sales? And is the money going to go into escrow, or are they going to just collect it in Tehran?
Yeah, so is it going to keep it here as an incentive to stay in line, which they never have done? Iran reaffirms no nuclear weapons, nuclear activities frozen during talks. So no nuclear weapons. They did that with the JCPOA, but they were still enriching uranium.
That's right. I mean, the big difference here, I mean, this is symbolic. They commit to no nuclear weapons. I could take a piece of paper and throw it in the trash from a terrorist organization. What does it actually mean? It means that we actually have done historic damage to Iran. President Trump deserves to be on Mount Rushmore for what he did to save the world from a nuclear weapon, right? They can't enrich uranium today. They can't build a ballistic missile today. We want to make sure that stays. Of course, they still have enriched uranium buried underground, not just high enriched uranium, but low enriched uranium that they can use in the future. And deep underground sites like Pickaxe Mountain that still need to be dismantled.
Right, and then there's nothing really hasn't been dismantled. We talk saying we're going to lower the number of troops put in there to fight the war, so we'll go down with the level of troops. New sanctions get paused, lifts naval blockade. We kind of know that. They reported $300 billion in reconstruction funds. We went over that. Iran guarantees safe strait for Hormuz shipping for 60 days. But they don't guarantee no tolls or fees after 60 days. Evidently, they are going to set up a coalition with Oman and charge fees. President Trump would never sign off on that.
I mean, here's the deal. This is my metaphor that I think you should use. What President Trump...
Yeah, give him the metaphor. These guys literally just... Do they have any... What do? They just they just take on whatever shape they need to? What the fuck? He's become a commentator. Last week, the FDD guy was a negotiator. And now he's just a commentator on Fox News. What the fuck is this? He's like, let me tell you what the talking points are. All right, Brian? You best respect Brian Kilme. Okay?
I'm Brian Kilme.
That's Brian Kill Myself. Okay? He knows how to do commentary, sir.
Trump has done to the Iranians through Epic Fury economically is like open the ephemeral artery on their leg, right? They're bleeding out. If this is a Band-Aid over a mortal wound and we get full relief from the Strait of Hormuz and all the gains that we have of Epic Fury, this is a huge win. If we're actually putting a tourniquet on the leg and bringing Iran to the hospital, maybe a little bit of a different story.
Right. So we'll see when the details come out. It's just going to be a page and a half, and then you have 60 days to work out a formal deal. Thanks so much, Rich. Appreciate it. It's a moving story, and we'll stay up. We'll keep you up to date on it.
Fox has differentiated themselves from ZBS and MSZOW and CNN. Hasan, I swear the comedy value of the stream is at its best when you're at your most giddy. Yeah. I mean, this is like Mike Huckabee saying to deport Hamas and Hezbollah to Iran. Ambassador Mike Huckabee says Iran demands Israel cease defense of border against Hezbollah. Gaza peace plan demands on Hamas disarming idea. Every member of Hezbollah and Hamas deport the mothership in Iran. Result: Lebanon and Israel free from Iran terror proxies. Give peace a chance. That's awesome. Thank you. Brilliant, sir. He once fondly referred to Trump as the most philo-Semitic president in the history of our country. Oh my God, there he is.
Goldberg, I want to ask you a question about something. You've worked in the Trump administration. You've worked in a number of positions and places. You're a red-blooded, true blue American. And you are seeing, and you've commented on, and I certainly have.
I mean, his job literally is to represent Israel's needs as though they are, America's needs, right? I mean, that's what his purpose is, okay? Which is, of course, that's probably the reason why Master Sheikh is having him on, but...
This spread of anti-Semitism throughout Western Europe.
This is from September 30th, 2025. Anyway, I don't even give a shit. Yeah, he says, Richard Goldberg says, Americans should be celebrating Trump being the most philo-Semitic president in history. Yeah, well, it turns out, when you actually needle in one direction so hard, Israel ends up suffering from its own success. Israel got far too successful in managing Donald Trump, right? And handling Donald Trump. So, with all of the success that they had, they got Donald Trump to do something no other American president was going to ever do. They got Donald Trump to attack Iran, try to do regime change in Iran, and even assassinate the entire leadership structure of Iran. Lo and behold, it turns out the guys you killed were Mr. Strategic Restraint. Okay? They thought they could deal with the Western world. They thought they could negotiate with the Western world. Even the fucking hardliners were like, yeah, it's fine. I guess, we should, we'll throw maybe one missile at fucking Qatar or something, That's the most we'll do. Turns out those guys that you killed were the guys who were holding the IRGC back. This literally is the funniest way that this could have unfolded. I'm sorry. I mean, there's a lot of death and destruction, and it's not funny at all. It's a tragic situation overall. But it is just like, this is Israel's own demise due to its own success. Benjamin Netanyahu sold himself as the guy who can manipulate American presidents. And he's right. He knows how to talk to American presidents. I don't know if he's got espionage backing him. I don't know what it is, but he was able to get a lot of his goals across to every single American president, and many of which despised him, right? He was. And then they got a gift with Donald Trump. Trump won. The gift was so insane that Donald Trump gave additional gifts to Israel. He recognized Golan Heights as permanently annexed territory, as Israeli territory. It was something that Donald Trump has admitted was not even something that Miriam Adelson had asked for, right? And Benjamin Netanyahu finally got his fucking 4-decade project across. And look what happened. You fucked the whole table up. In a world where too much of anything, even a good thing, can cause your demise. In a world where you can drown from drinking too much water. You can get water poison. When water is a necessity for survival, it turns out too much goading of American leadership and forcing them to take action can also be a problem. Yeah, it's a real monkey's paw situation.
One of my main takeaways is, in some ways, you couldn't get a better illustration of all of the things people said for so long about why pursuing a military option against Iran was a dead end. right? That it wasn't that, sure, you could bomb their nuclear facilities, but it wouldn't end the nuclear program. Check. We bombed it last year, and they said it was so obliterated, they threatened to sue anyone who didn't agree with them. Here we are. That you couldn't actually change the regime through air war. That anything you wanted to do to fundamentally alter them would require...
I will be honest. It is mind-boggling to me that Iran had a economic nuclear first strike at their disposal for decades. And they just fucking ate those sanctions. They ate the destabilization, both born out of the sanctions and direct intervention from Mossad and the CIA. And they just never used it. I don't even understand what the fuck they were thinking. Okay? They were just sitting on it. They're like 21 miles, 21 nautical miles of width. Only 2 workable miles in those 21 miles where those super tankers can transit anyway. And they just sat around and were like, nah, it's fine. I don't know if it's because they believed the hype of U.S. military supremacy. I don't know if it was because they foolishly thought, because they all went to fucking Western universities and genuinely learned liberalism and thought, no, there are people who will negotiate with us. I don't know if, Obama was able to sway them and they were like, maybe there's another guy like Obama that'll come around. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But what I do know is it is remarkable that they had this fucking weapon. A weapon to surpass all weapons, a Metal Gear, if you will. A Metal Gear of sorts for the entire global economy, and they just never used it, and they just ate dick and balls for decades. Otacon. That's right. A Metal Gear. It's called a indigenous drone program. Shahed drones that can fly at a moment's notice and absolutely destroy commercial shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, in which 20% of the entire world's global energy transits through. Otacon.
Kind of catastrophic level of ground invasion no one had the appetite for. And it sure does look, after 106 days, like every single one of these has been borne out.
Absolutely. There is no doubt that we have now, after 20 years of hearing from the hawks, that the only solution is to go to war. We tried it. 1/3 of the U.S.'s Navy was there in the region. This was not a small operation. This was a major operation short of an actual invasion. And it failed. There is just no doubt that the military operation was not a success. And hopefully, at a minimum, we will not be having that debate again. It has now been settled. It's no longer a theoretical or academic topic. It has been tried, proven to be a failure. Having said that, I do want to emphasize, though, as you said yourself, the least bad option right now is to strike a deal. We don't know the full details of the deal. I do think that there are certain elements of the nuclear issue that actually might be stronger than Obama's deal based on what the negotiations were in February before the war started, when there was a deal on the table that Trump should have taken. If those elements are still the case, it may actually be stronger in some aspects. Doesn't make it worthwhile having gone to this war. But I think it is the best of the least bad option to make sure that we end this thing before it turns into one of these endless wars in which there just isn't the political will to pull out of it because you're going to get criticism for the way that you pull out.
The only thing
What do you say? What do you say? Well, let's hear what Mark Levin has to say.
President today with the president of the UAE.
What does Master Sheikh have to say?
President likes the president of the UAE. President likes the the monarch that runs the UAE likes the monarch that runs Qatar, the monarch who runs Saudi Arabia, the dictator who runs Turkey, the dictator who runs Egypt. He's very upset with the elected prime minister of Israel. And let me be very blunt about this. Israel does not owe its existence to any president. We're allies, trying to help each other. We do help each other. Israel, the Holy Land, owes its existence to God Almighty, nearly 4,000 years ago. Those of you who believe in the Bible, read it. Those of you who go to synagogue or church, you go to synagogue or church, have you learned the history of the Holy Land? Of course you have. Is there any president named in there? No, there's not one. You know, it's a funny thing. The Jewish people in the Holy Land existed almost 4,000 years. They survived the Babylonians, who destroyed their first temple. They survived the Persian Empire. They survived the Roman Empire that destroyed their second temple. All there in the Holy Land. Before there was anything called Islam.
Wait, what the fuck is this image?
Survived the Third Reich, which is gone. They're all gone. All these empires are gone. And I worry about our country. It's not an empire. I worry about our republic. And what's going on in our country.
Yeah, he means the Republic of Israel. Dude, it is literally Master Shake. It's so funny. He just sounds exactly like Master Shake. I don't know why anybody even posts like photos of him when they're ripping his radio show and they want something visually stimulating. They should just literally have a Master Shake talking. I worry about our republic. No one worries about our republic more than me. Master Shake.
Marxists and the Islamists and the very woke right that we're talking about. And let's be clear. Those individuals who were plotting to attack the White House and the president sound a hell of a lot like the woke right. They certainly do. And so when you hear this stuff day in and day out, repeated day in and day out, the static is endless. Again, I want you to go on Twitter, Elon Musk's X, and I want you to see what's going on there right now. And I want you to see what goes on there anytime I post something or anytime Israel's mentioned. I want you to look. I want you to see it. You don't have to see. You might be I'm tired of discussing this stuff. That's okay, but I'm just trying to prove a point. And it has a consequence, many consequences. Israel would be blown off the map. It would be destroyed if we didn't do what we just did. No, Israel was not going to sit there and get blown off any map. Just like it's not going to sit there and allow Hezbollah to kill its people. That's the Holy Land. It's not a protectorate. And by the way, Hezbollah must never turn into a protectorate either. If that's the deal, I'm sorry, then forget it. Then forget it. We're not in the business as a nation. You know, people, I'm tired of giving, money to. We're not in the business as a nation to protect a terrorist organization that slaughtered hundreds and hundreds of our fellow Americans, our Marines. Execute. Israel killed the guy, the commander in Hezbollah, who captured 5 of our soldiers in Iraq and individually executed them. They don't even get a thank you. We haven't killed any of these guys. They've killed the leadership and the under leadership in Hezbollah
responsible for killing hundreds and hundreds of our people. We didn't do that. They did it. And in response, it's, the fighting has to stop.
Why won't you give Israel a thank you is the funniest argument you could make as an America First guy, by the way. You should be thanking Israel. Oh, so awesome.
Well, of course the fighting has to stop. But everybody doesn't sign deals and everybody doesn't agree to deals. These people have killed us. I mean, this is the enemy. And to believe that they're going to turn on a dime and they're going to behave themselves over $300 billion, they're not going to change for $300 billion. They're not going to change for $3 trillion. They're not going to change for any damn thing at all. Oh, they'll play a little bit. Oh, you got to do this if you want to do that. You got to do that if you want to do this. That's fine. That'll go on for a few months, maybe even a year or two. But after that, you can't keep terrorists boxed up. On the one hand, we cannot argue that there was nothing else we can do because this ideology is deeply rooted within the society, even if the people don't want it. If our bombers can't take it out, how do we take it out? And then we argue, well, a couple $100 billion, that'll do the trick. No, it won't. They believe Allah's telling them to do this. A couple $100 billion. It's going to go to make them stronger. They're going to hit the line. What do we have to do for the money? Okay, we'll do it.
By the way, I genuinely do believe this is projection because there are plenty of people in Israeli society that have lost their fucking minds and do think that they are engaging in religious conquest. Now, obviously, many of them are not like that, right? But I absolutely believe that this is also projection because, like, you hear it from fucking the defense minister. The defense minister earlier today told the Israeli occupying forces that they were literally following the will of God. Like, fascism is always irrational, but it has to have some kind of like justification, some kind of logical through line. And Israel has found that logical through line within some totally perverted understanding of what like this 3,000 years of Judaism is supposed to represent.
Right, Muhammad? Yes, that's right. Let's just do it. We'll do it. We'll get the money. Then what happens after they get the money? What happens 3 years from now when all the money, the $300 billion, if that's what it is, once they get it, what are they going to say then? How are you going to hold them to it then? Well, we're going to give it to them slowly. And okay, great, I got it. Then we'll go and we'll bomb them. No, we won't. Once we move most of our military out there, we're not going back to devastatingly bomb them. But little Israel stays there. They have nowhere to go. The Lebanese people, they have nowhere to go. The Persian people, they have nowhere to go. Hey, I'm just calling it like it is. Calling it like it is. President.
Oh. Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. Perhaps they'll have to be far more restrained. Yeah, it's this type of shit. Like, it's absolutely this type of shit that these guys are doing that gives me pause. Like, it's clearly, there's clearly a lot of fucking freaks out there who not only are fascists but also try to like generate some sort of like perverted, twisted religious justification for their actions. And it's ironic because then they say the Muslims are like that. And yes, I didn't play a loop of Master Shake because I'm eating. I'm sorry. I fucked up.
It's been reported it includes.
Have I read it?
Well, it's been reported that it includes its $300 billion.
It's false.
Fund
Totally
funded by Gulf allies. That's
No,
false.
it's false. People, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do? Say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And people can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that?
I'm asking whether.
We are not investing in it, and we do not have a fund.
Are you asking Gulf countries?
No, I'm
to have a
not.
fund?
I'm not. If they do it, fine. But I would say they won't be doing it for a while until they find out the behavior. It's a behavior thing. But we are not investing. That's a false story that got picked up incorrectly from a statement that was pretty well made, I think. Maybe a little bit, could have been a little more accurate, frankly. But it's a story. We are not investing 10 cents. Don't forget, there's never been anybody that's been so tough on Iran. This should have been done by Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. It should have been done by Biden. It should have been done by Bush. It could have been done by a lot of people. This has been going on for 47.
He's so based. He's like, yes. George W. Bush should have done sanctions relief on Iran instead of the global war on terror. He's like, George W. Bush and Barack Obama should have done sanctions relief, primary sanctions relief on Iran, and secure investments for Iranian development. Now, what's weird is there was another president between Joe Biden and Barack Obama. I can't seem to put my finger on it. Who was the other former president? Oh, that's right. This isn't the first time Trump is president. So why didn't he do this last time? If this was such a great deal, why didn't he do this last time?
7 years. They've ripped you off for 47 years, and I'm the only one that did anything about it. They never shot missiles at anybody. We wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their military. We wiped out their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. You know, the reason oil stayed low is because we were taking ships out every night that you didn't even know about. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, a month ago, we took out 22 ships. We averaged from 15 to 25 ships a night. Nobody knew that. Our Navy did a great job. Nobody knew what was happening. That's why oil didn't go to $300.
Dog. The normal amount of ships transiting is 100. You were not taking 20 ships out every night. But even if you were, like, it's so funny that he's lying. But even the lies that he's telling still don't make any fucking sense. No, everybody tapped into their fucking strategic reserves, and they were basically about to bottom out. That's it.
A barrel. It went to 125, 115. Now it's at 72, 73. I heard it's lower than that now. I haven't seen it in the last couple of hours. No, we were very tough, and we took out a man named Soleimani. Remember that? You know, you think this would have happened if you were alive? The evil genius. He was an evil genius. People forget that. I took out Soleimani in my first term. Without that, you don't have the situation that we're in today where we dominated. We wiped out their military. And because we did that, and then we put up the blockade, which was totally effective. Not one ship got by, Steve.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the word...
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. Okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years.
Democratic socialist, that's how she identifies herself. Janice Lewis George holds a commanding lead in the Democratic
Some good news.
primary for D.C. mayor. She's up nearly 20 points with 68% of the vote in. D.C., this is the first time it's done so, uses ranked choice voting, which would only come into play if no candidate receives a majority of first-place votes. Nicole Killian has been following this race for us. She recently spoke with Janice Lewis George. And it's worth pointing out, to remind the audience quickly, here in the District of Columbia, if you win the Democratic primary, you are essentially the next mayor of this city. And the next mayor of this city has to deal with the reality of the Trump presidency. And you talked to Janice Lewis George about that.
Yeah, that's right. And it's quite a major factor in this race because keep in mind, just last week, President Trump said that he may consider a federal takeover of the city if she's elected. And she called that an attack on democracy. That being said, though, you know, this democratic socialist movement has really gained steam. We've seen people like Zoran Mamdani, of course.
Bro, he literally said that about New York. And look where New York is now. Hasanabi, you don't look good? Wait, really? Dog shocker, Trump is the GOAT. Hasanabi, you don't look good? Oh, I think you meant I look great. Right?
Of course, win very decisively in New York City. She has a fairly commanding lead thus far in the count. Although
Race has
her
not been called. That's an important.
Kenyon McDuffie has said we've got to wait for every vote to be counted. But, you know, it really goes to show the momentum that she has garnered in this race. I did ask her what her strategy would be in running the city if she's elected. Take a listen.
Why do you think a democratic socialist like yourself is best positioned to run the District of Columbia?
You know, because I think this moment calls for that level of moral clarity and courage. It calls for this level of ingenuity, and it calls for a leader who is focused on putting people first and delivering on the small things, right? Sewer socialism is talking about just making sure your 911 system works, your 311 works, your trash gets picked up, your snow gets plowed. Those basic things that make a difference in everyone's lives and delivering for residents in all 8 wards in the city.
Now, even though she's vowing to hold the line there and protect D.C.'s autonomy, at the same time, she did tell me that she would be willing to meet with the president, that she would be willing to foster or cultivate a relationship with the Trump administration if it can help the district residents and help get things done in the city. But obviously, when it comes to D.C.'s autonomy, that is an area that's a red line for her.
Do we have the sound of her talking about how she would deal with Trump? Please run that. I want to jump in and hear that.
An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And I think that's really the crux of this, is that we deserve free and fair elections. We are a community who, unfortunately...
Yeah. Wizards are going to win the chip next year, bro. Keep dreaming. And the Commanders, too.
Because of our lack of statehood, are most vulnerable. And I try to emphasize to people, D.C. is the capital of this country. And so it takes us fighting back as the capital city.
Are there any white DSA leaders? No. And that's a good thing. Who cares? It is really funny, though, that It is really funny that everyone's always like, DSA so white, DSA so white. But it's like, dude, literally numbers on the board. DSA is far more diverse, far younger, far more vibrant than anything any other political organization or political movement has ever offered.
And that's why this moment is so critical in history for D.C.
So again, that was her response to the president's comments, of course, last week. So we will have to see kind of how things play out. Obviously, we know Mayor Bowser, who the eventual will be the, who decided not to seek re-election. Whoever fills her shoes will again have to navigate this relationship with the president. Bowser took a lot of heat for that, and so that's why it has become such a critical factor in this race.
And that relationship, we don't know, but it may be a little bit more contentious than it was under Mayor Muriel Bowser. Nicole Killian, thank you very much.
And despite the loss in Georgia's governor's race, recent primaries show that President Trump's endorsement record does remain strong. Dana.
Certainly does. And Madison, that's going to be a race to watch there. Thank you so much.
It is.
Tonight, the votes are being counted and ranked. The reality is it's going to be a while before we know the results of this election.
The history being made tonight is not being made by me. We assembled the most diverse coalition in this city's history, united by a simple notion that government must put people first.
Okay, now those are your top contenders in the race to be the next mayor in Washington, D.C. Votes are still being counted, but the woman on the left, Democratic Socialist Janice Lewis-George, has a lead. Some suggest it's a commanding lead, but we can't call it yet. Is the nation's capital about to get its own Zohran Mamdani? John Ashbrook, co-host of the Ruthless podcast. John, good day to you. Hello. Let me share with you some of her ideas that could be coming to Washington's way. End cooperation with ICE. Oppose the extension of a youth curfew. Free buses, expand the rent stabilization, create car-free areas, city-owned grocery stores, universal child care. I could go on and on, but you already know all this. Does she win? And if so, what can we portend between her relationship and Donald Trump?
Well, Bill, it certainly looks like she's headed for victory. I mean, as you said, they're still counting the votes, but it seems like she has a commanding lead here. And the president said last week that if she wins, he might federalize the city again. So I think there's an awful lot of conversation about D.C. and how it's run that will be had here over the next couple of months if she gets through this primary and then ultimately wins in November. But, you know, Democrats always win in D.C. What's very interesting about this, and you mentioned her as possibly the Mamdani of D.C., is this trend on the Dem side to move towards social.
Interesting. Why does this guy look like he's about to cry because a black woman might be getting power? I mean, we're talking about DC. The previous mayor was also a black woman. It's DC. What's interesting here is that this is not just any black woman. This is a Democratic socialist.
Candidates. They've got about 250 socialists elected around the country. Yeah. Most of them are in blue cities, and it's awfully hard for them to win elections outside of those blue cities with the candidates like that.
So let's look at a map of that. The Democratic Socialist wins in the U.S., and as you mentioned, a lot of them are the blue cities. But then that takes the Democratic Party more in the leftward direction. And so then what I've noticed, John, is that the DSA is extremely organized. They have created community for these candidates. And you listen to her there compared to McDuffie. She is engaged, energetic. They even, at their weekly meetings, they have opportunities for elocution lessons. So I feel like they are taking this very, very seriously, and that they are just beginning their march across the country.
Yeah, they are very organized, Dana. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And you got to remember who maybe the most famous DSA affiliated person is in this country. It's AOC.
Yep.
And
Ha! That's right. A long march, perhaps. The longest of marches. It's a long march. Pakistan's statement on the signing. Why do I care? It's over. They've already accomplished their goals as the table. Why are you sending me Pakistan's statement on the signing? The signature of the memorandum of understanding.
A lot of socialist-leaning Democrats see her as a potential standard bearer for 2028. So when you talk about the organization and everything they're doing with elocution lessons and building up their party from the ground level, they see those as building blocks towards a potential presidential run in 28 with AOC.
In the meantime, Democrats, at least the establishment Democrats, are trying to just absolutely put a muzzle on Joe Biden's future. Here is Hillary Clinton.
And his past.
Yeah, here is Hillary Clinton. Last night in New York City, she was at the 92nd Street Y, where for some reason everybody goes. It's a hot spot, and she dropped this literal bomb on Joe Biden.
He made a terrible mistake. He made a terrible mistake for himself, his legacy, and for the country. I believe if
Wait, with Israel?
he had kept to that plan and said in, say, the late summer of 23 that he wasn't going to run, that he was going to pass, the torch to the next generation, we would have had a real contest.
On to say that any Democrat other
Yeah, he said he was going to be a one-term president, and then he never fucking let go of power once he was there. Yeah. So here's the thing. That's expected. These guys, they're assholes. Of course, they're not going to fucking do that. But it's ironic for Hillary Rodham Clinton to say this and complain about this.
than Joe Biden would have beaten Donald Trump. Any Democrat.
Including her?
Yeah.
That's what she means.
I don't think the quote had her name in it, but any Democrat. There was a series of governors, senators, etc. What do you think about that?
Listen, guys, I'm old enough to remember 2022 when she went to the Aspen Ideas Festival, where big brains think big thoughts, and Hillary Clinton said that Joe Biden was the guy who was going to win, and she was proud to endorse him for his re-election in 2024. So she is... This is ridiculous Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yeah. Well, she said had he given it up in the summer of 2023, Kamala Harris would have had a chance. Just to get the quote down here, whether it was the vice president or a governor or a senator or anybody else, they would have beaten Donald Trump had they been given.
I'm going to go now to new questions about the
taxpayers paying for some of Trump's ballroom. After today's MOU, I think he gets to have it. DSA moment. Crowd at the Aparna Raj Metro's DC DSA election night watch party chanting DSA as the first results began to pile in. As of now, all DSA endorsed and affiliated candidates are set to win the race, including Genesee Lewis George for mayor. Huge night for DSA. I'm so proud of you motherfuckers. I swear to God, dude. Holy shit. Look at this, man. Look at this. There's something real happening here, man. There's something real happening here. I really hope that these electeds don't betray us. I don't think they will. Janice, sorry. It's pronounced Janice. Never in my last 10 years would I have ever thought that there would be this much motion, dude. Holy fuck. Anyway.
We're out with your congressional hope.
Here's Zoran being asked about Israel again.
You're out with your congressional hopeful.
He's trying to be me again, dude.
Brad Lander this past weekend, who also will be there at the Sanders rally. But you guys were at a Jewish-Muslim solidarity rally. And I bring that up because I contrast that a little bit with your decision not to be at the Israel Day Parade, which you've been very public about why you did not want to be there.
Dude, Dems have a major image problem among men and are seen as unmasculine, and then every DSA person looks exactly like this guy. Despite DSA actually hating Dems, they get held up as the representative of Dem males. A soy boy demo, but in real life, is a real problem, given that most of politics is just bullshit vibes. Nikki Kaja Nikolai says, there's a DSA guy who doesn't look like that, but I don't think you like him any better. And immediately all the fucking centrist accounts. He also looks like this. And don't forget bro tip. And then a post from 2013. I mean, he is perfidious. That pic is totally doctored and filtered. Uh-oh, hate Hasan. He's an awful person and grifter, doesn't care. Dems winning, just his money. What is this F-word posting? Dude, Twitter is just this now. The Epstein Discord got big mad because they're so psychosexually obsessed with you. Yeah, it's very, very weird, man. It's very weird. This is just what Twitter is nowadays. Anyone out there ever makes the mistake of being like, I like Hasan, they get pounced on by they get the Nazis, they get the centrist liberal Nazis, they get the Israel First Nazis, Nazis of every different variety. They get the lolicon Nazis. Noah wants you at the parade. If you see me at the parade tomorrow, you have permission to open mouth kiss me in front of a camera like that sailor on VJ Day. That's why you say Noah wants me to be at the parade. I'm not going. We had there was just no way, dude. I literally just was in New York. It was just not going to happen. I wanted to not just go to the parade, but obviously they wanted me to go to the rally too, but I could not make it work. You know what I mean?
My question is,
I defended you once in Reddit and they posted all my logs in here. Yeah, they're fucking crazy.
What do you see as the difference in those solidarity appearances? And do you think it sends the wrong message to Jewish members of the city who did go to that Israel Day parade?
I've said time and again that I believe, as the mayor of our city, that the ability for a parade to take place, for it to be safe and secure, should not be contingent on whether or not the mayor is present. There are a number of New Yorkers who attended that parade. My job was to prepare for that parade, to work with our police department to ensure that it could be a safe experience. And also that solidarity with a government that is committing genocide is a very different thing than a question of solidarity with people of a specific faith. I'm proud to be a mayor of a city with the largest Jewish population in this country, and I'm prouder still of the kind of solidarity we've seen across the city. And to your point about former controller and hopefully soon to be Congressman Brad Lander, he is such an incredible example of what that solidarity can look like and how we want this to be a city where we don't just ask ourselves, can we keep Jewish New Yorkers safe? No, we want the threshold to be higher than safety. We want to ask ourselves, how can we celebrate and cherish Jewish New Yorkers?
Hope about recent DSA victories. They're starting to understand. After the DSA wins New York, Seattle, DC, and potentially the LA mayoral races, I think the center left needs to acknowledge that this infrastructure in major American cities is broken, that we are being flatly out-organized and settling for uninspiring candidates. You could have downplayed it as a one-off with Mamdani because Cuomo was such a terrible candidate. Hell, I supported Mamdani on here by the primary, but the pattern keeps repeating. It's obviously a problem the National Democrats need to wake up to. Urban districts are core to the National Party. If DSA eats your lunch there, you're in trouble. I mean, why is that so bad? There is a level of honesty there's a level of honesty to what the ultras say when they're like, oh, the DSA is like rebranding the Democratic Party, right? When they complain about shit like that, when they're like, oh, the DSA is like saving the Democratic Party. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? It should not be the goal. But having said that, there is a level of truth, and this is not an ultra. This is just a regular liberal Democrat who's complaining that the DSA is running and winning, right? But there is some truth to that. And it's kind of funny that the liberals are not smart enough about this. Like, if liberals were smart about this, they would welcome this to a certain degree and be like, oh my God, all of the fucking excitement is on the side of the Democratic Socialists. Yeah, we're all on board. But they're so stupid and so to their very core, backed by corporate interests, that they won't even do it. They think this is like, they think that this insurgency is actually bad overall. They're not even smart enough to capture the fucking energy and the attention that these candidates are unironically creating for the Democratic brand. And I don't personally care about revamping the Democratic Party or revamping its brand at all or saving the Democratic Party. I just care about having real fighters in every position possible, down to the local level, all the way up to the presidency, if that can even happen, right? And I want them all to openly say that they're socialists, to openly say, look, there are reforms that we're engaging in right now, but our goal is, at the end of the day, to completely revamp this system, right? To completely revamp it, to completely change it, so that we put workers first rather than the interests of capital, to dominate the interests of capital, right? I think electoralism is a major avenue. It's the largest megaphone and the largest legitimizer you can actually lean into. But I don't just care about like running Democratic Socialists and helping them win. Joshua Apple of the Manhattan Institute wrote a whole try-hard essay on you, The Paganism of Hasan Piker. The West was built on the belief that there is truth about the good that no act of will can overturn. Their belief is now contested. The question is whether we still have the vocabulary and the conviction to defend it. The Paganism of Hasan Piker? The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century, and then he would choose Hamas over Israel every time. But in a recent sit-down, went a step further. During the discussion, Piker said the murder of the United... Oh, my God. Okay, then this is like... I love that these guys are all Yale educated. Okay? Like, almost all of these fucking think tank dipshits went to Harvard, they went to Yale, and they don't understand, like, basic Marxist concepts. Okay, let's see where he went. Let's see where Joshua Apple went. Policy analyst for the Manhattan Institute. Oh, never mind. He went to Yeshiva University. And he's currently a Krauthammer Fellow with the Tikva Fund. And he writes for the City Journal, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, Real Clear Books, Law and Liberty, Commentary Magazine, and National Review Online. Never mind. But the rest of the fucking the rest of the Manhattan Institute think tankers are all... The Tikva Fund is Miriam Adelson. I mean, it's literally the least shocking turn of events. Fair wrote an article about my silencing. Yeah. Media's Hasan Piker meltdown is about silencing dissent. It's true. Fringe folks try to weasel in. Messing around for 60 years. Jumping on the dog pile. Hell yeah. What is this? Oh no, it seems like the pool is leaking. That's... Started phone banking for Quiroz. Almost everyone I talked to was immediately on board once they heard her policy goals. They had just never heard of her. Phone banking is Tuesday and Thursday evenings until the 30th. We need all the help we can get the word out. Yes. Go phone bank for Maylot Quiroz. Oh, they asked him about his endorsements for Daria Lisa.
But Chevalier has come under fire for past comments that she's made, calling to abolish the police, criticizing the military, calling President Obama evil, calling President Biden a rapist and a war criminal. She used profane language when describing other top Democrats. She criticized interracial relationships, and she even took aim at Senator Bernie Sanders for, quote, liberal Zionism. Sanders is throwing
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode.
a rally for Chevalier tomorrow that you'll be attending.
She's right, by the way. I mean, look, I love Burn Dog, okay? It's Uncle Burn, but Daria Lisa is right. You know?
How do you, I guess, reconcile the criticism and also, I guess, helping campaign for her?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'm incredibly excited about her campaign as well as Claire's campaign and Brad's campaigns as campaigns that showcase the fact that the affordability agenda, the work of transforming the most expensive city in America into one that's affordable, can't be done alone. So many of the people who not just voted for me, but canvassed for me.
Interracial relationships? Yeah, she was just saying, I forget what she said, but no, that's just like the media seasoning on it. I think she said something along the lines of like, people that date colonizers or whatever. It's just whatever. It's woke 1.0 shit. She didn't criticize interracial relationships, you fucking silly gooses. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe how easy it is for you to fucking fall for the reactionary framing of Fox 5 exclusive New York. That was weird of her to say, but it doesn't really impact politics. Oh, guys, please grow up. Oh my Lord. Yes, she was hyper woke, okay? I disagree with it, and on principle. If you ever catch me fucking complaining about it, shoot me in the head, okay? Please, can we just fucking grow up, please? Can we grow up? Is that all right? Why do we take every fucking tweet? First of all, think about the shit that you have tweeted. It's woke shit posting, okay? She was shit posting. Think about every goddamn thing that you've ever tweeted. Imagine now that they're like, you have a multi-billion-dollar Hasbro operation that's like combing through it to find the most cynical way to frame every single thing that you've ever said, that you've blasted off in the fucking ether. No, she's not Dr. Umar, okay? She's making a joke. Everyone needs to dial back their fucking fragility a million, okay? Chatter, who said that shit would be leading a figure in the PSL split. Oh my God, please don't even talk about the PSL shit. Please. Oh my God.
Did so with the hope of fulfilling this agenda and the knowledge that it would require partners at every level of government. These are the partners that would help to do that work. And when it comes to Daria Lisa, you know, she recently was asked this question herself.
Like, I don't even think she should have apologized, but, you know, I'm not going to hold it past her. I love her. I think she's awesome. You know, she can do no wrong in my books, okay? She is going to be a great agent of change, a great vehicle for a positive change that we need in this country. So I don't really give a shit that she apologized for certain things that she had said. I hope it doesn't impact her candidacy at all. What? Anyway, okay, guys, stop fighting over, you know, your previous comments on. Oh, she's a black woman. She's in a tough spot when that's put on her. I know. That's why the Chi Ose take is the best. Woke one was crazy. That's it. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say. It's so funny because Chi has this quality where he obviously has a lot of radical politics, but then also people like this love him as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, very interesting. Yeshiva University rabbi urged all students to register and vote against Daria Liza.
60 years across the street on 181st by Bennett.
The most important rabbi at Yeshiva University never gets political. Today, he broke that rule, urging thousands of students to register and vote. Representative Espaillat. That's how important this election is. Register now. Vote June 23rd. Shabbat Shalom.
Is the office of our Congressman, Adriano Espaillat, who has been representing our group for about 20 years now. Every week there are demonstrations in front of his office by Palestinians and pro-Palestinians, and he doesn't give in to them. He always supports our causes. He supports the cause of Israel.
Yehuda says they got scammed by Madoff. Oh, shit. I went to Yeshiva University Lamont. I have so much about them. They got scammed by Madoff. That's so funny.
There's an important election, a primary election that's coming up this June 23rd. It's already June 5th today. And
they also went to the Supreme Court to avoid a gay club. What do you mean avoid a gay club?
people who want to vote on this election have to register by June 13th. There isn't so much time. You can register online, and then you will get in the mail. They'll notify you how you can vote. This is a very important election. I encourage everyone who lives in the neighborhood.
Someone told me they fly the Israeli flag above the American flag. I mean, I don't know. A queer student group like a GSA? Wait, at Yeshiva University, they try to put up, they try to start a gay club? Like a queer students association? Really? Yeshiva University bans LGBTQ student club again after years-long legal battle. YU and Pride Alliance reached settlement, ceasing all litigation, establishing a new club, Hareni. Oh, so they won. Oh, so the gay club. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is the type of story that bricks a Nazi, because like Nazis think all this like gay shit is done by the Jews. And at the same time, you have a Jewish institution literally actively trying to sue and stop a gay club from being formed. And it's just like, and they end up losing too. So how does that work? Sometimes I like to think, what would a neo-Nazi who's like one of those guys who thinks the Westboro Baptist Church protested and the YU students were like, we agree with you about gay people? It's more of a gay feeling support group with school psychologists. It's funny that Israel sucks so much that even people in the U.S. who dedicate all their time and political ideology to supporting it don't want to live there and would rather live in New York City. Yeah. They have a restaurant on campus called Golan Heights. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not surprising, but Jesus Christ. Anyway. Well, one of the guys who graduated from Yeshiva University is calling me a pagan. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, let's see what he had to say about this Daria Lisa comment.
In America into one that's affordable can't be done alone. So many of the people who not just voted for me but canvassed for me did so with the hope of fulfilling this agenda and the knowledge that it would require partners at every level of government. These are the partners that would help to do that work. And when it comes to Daria Lisa, she recently was asked this question herself, and she apologized for some of the remarks. She spoke about a regret for how the language that she used, and I think she also showed the fact that her campaign is being run on what she is fighting for today, and that is a message that I think is resonating with many across her district.
Now, you did make.
Why does nobody ever say the only reason why they pull up old tweets is because they can't stand on their policies? There's a reason why people are demanding change. Daria Lisa might have said mean things about former Democrats, but she ended up voting for them. And that's an experience shared by so many other Democrats. But the only unique thing here is that Daria Lisa didn't just stick to criticizing the Democratic Party and demanding that change. She chose to be the change that she wants to see. And that's the reason why she's running for office, to better represent constituents just like her. That is what you say. Okay, for far too long, we've plugged our nose and we voted for Democrats that we don't like. We voted for Democrats that sell us an idea of change and never follow through on it. Daria Lisa is the person who did that for years. And this is a very common experience. I think she's trying the Zoran method, but didn't land in terms of apologizing. Yeah, I don't even like when Zoran apologizes. I hate apologies. Okay? Only apologize if you've done something that's truly heinous. Okay? Only apologize if you actually believe that you must apologize. Okay? I apologize all the time, but it's for shit that I actually feel is worthy of an apology. Someone needs to lock Andrew Kaczynski in a closet until these midterms are over, man. All he does is unearth lame, inconsequential tweets. Yeah, he really does. I like Andrew, but he does definitely do that a lot. That's why Zoran is a politician and you're a streamer? Don't even get me fucking started on that, okay? Don't even get me started on that. I think there's a good balance between me and Zoran, okay? There's a good balance. I'm not expecting someone to fucking behave like me, okay? Especially if you're trying to win people over. Especially if you're trying to win. I'm here to do agitative propaganda, okay? I'm here to foment class consciousness. I'm here to tell you exactly what the fuck is wrong with this system. If you're trying to win a popularity contest, which is what elections are, yeah, you have to greatly limit your commentary. However, there's also a level to it. You see this? I can't look away. Hanania's suit is simultaneously too long, too short, too loose, too slim, too wide, too narrow, too formal, and too informal. I could not make it worse. The dumpy shoes, white socks, and cheap-looking narrow tie are just cherry on top. I cannot comprehend. How is this what? What am I looking at? How did this happen? What the fuck? What am I looking at? Dude, if you showed this to Derek guy, the suit guy on Twitter, he would kill himself. I don't even understand how you can make this, how the human body is not capable of these proportions. How did he do this? And the pant leg caught in the white sock makes it so much funnier. Bro, he looks like a One Piece villain. His body proportions are the same of a One Piece villain. Look how much better it'd be. No, honestly, still not better. It's still fucked up, kind of. Just not as fucked up as what this is. I just don't understand what is taking place. Old Mamdani foe teams up with teachers union to defeat DSA congressional contenders. Multiple sources confirmed to me Zohran Mamdani's old foe Scott Stringer, an ex-city comptroller, has played a significant behind-the-scenes role in Progressive Unity Fund and Real Fight New York City. The union-backed PACs fighting to defeat the mayor's House candidates in New York 13 and New York 7. Great.
I'm letting you know
Anti-Semitism at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles.
that the house, which is the facility here, is asking to remove this flag for your safety. Okay? How about, why can't you remove that flag? I'm giving you an option. You guys removing this flag, but you guys are removing my flag. It seems like a little anti-Semitism is playing a part here. When you guys remove that flag, once you remove that, I'll remove mine. So you don't want to watch the game then? You guys aren't trying to remove the flag? You remove the flag, or you have to leave.
Bro literally thinks he can just, bro thinks he could call the manager in every circumstance. Respect the bro.
What was that one more time? If I remove my flag, but these guys can keep their flag. I don't know what, I didn't make the call. Who's making the call? Okay, time to come. We've been told they can't remove their flag. You see the two young ladies up there? Why is this flag? We're not trying to make this difficult. You are making it difficult. No, I'm not. Get the flag back. So why don't you take his flag? I don't know. I don't make the rules. They just told us to let him know. That's all. Take their flag. That's not our job. What are you doing then? They told us. It's an anti-Semitic hate crime at that point.
Oh, that's awesome. He's about to activate Krav Maga and run towards the next child in a vicinity to body slam them. Yeah. He's just going to kick a child in the head and be like, oh, what do you mean? I'm defending myself. And then take their seat and eat their food. Well, what are you talking about? You're being fucking anti-Semitic, dude. It's awesome. I love it, the pro-Israel people. Like their only active protest is just to be as fucking physically annoying as possible and then threaten to sue people for anti-Semitism. It's awesome. It's like, have you thought about being normal? Have you thought at any point that you could probably be a better advocate for your cause? Not trying to give you any pointers here, but have you ever thought that maybe if you didn't behave like a fucking entitled shithead, that perhaps more people would be open-minded to whatever you're trying to sell here?
It is. You're allowing that. I don't know. Then tell her to come down and tell us that. I can't the rules. Let her tell
Like,
her.
notice how the other guys with the Palestinian flag quietly put it away? Just an important lesson to learn here, I think. What is this? Representative Claudia Tenney on the Knicks parade. I'm worried about the violence. Look at Jalen Brunson. What an amazing American citizen. His wife is Jewish. She's a physical therapist. Are we going to see more anti-Semitism at this parade? I hope not. Dude, what the fuck? Why are people being so weird about this? Is like a decent chunk of American politics just about weird philo-Semitism? Is that what it is? It's American politics has two speeds, anti-Semitism or philo-Semitism, and nothing in between, it seems. Like, it's so strange. They always do this. You know who else does this? Fucking Nazis, ironically enough. This is exactly what Nazis do, where they're like, well, you know, you might have thought that this person is Christian, but I'll have you know, their wife is Jewish. And that means because Judaism is matrilineally transferred, his children are going to be Jewish too. So technically, we can put this media executive or celebrity in the Jew bracket. That is literally what fucking neo-Nazis on 4chan do. It's so weird. It's so weird, bro. It's weird as fuck. Why are you like this? It's such a strange, just be normal, man. What the fuck? Why do you... It's so odd to me that every single mention of Jalen Brunson now, like from Rabbi Shmuley to these other people, is always like, well, did you know that Jalen Brunson's wife is Jewish? Okay, who gives a fuck? Why do you care? What the fuck's wrong with you? Be normal.
Look at Jalen Brunson. What an amazing American citizen. His wife is Jewish. She's a physical therapist. Are we going to see more anti-Semitism in this parade?
What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Yeah, I saw both sides of this argument. There was like the Truth Exposed account or something. It was like Jalen Brunson's wife is Jewish, and that's the reason why they caused the New York Knicks to win. And it's like, okay, did they also cause them to fucking forego like $100 million? Because it doesn't make any sense. Were they responsible for his transfer? The they that we're talking about? It's so stupid. Also, Jalen Brunson's not Jewish. So what the fuck does that even mean?
I hope not. I hope people can unify around sports. It's one of the great things about sports is we can unify and we can put political differences aside. And I hope we're going to continue to do that. You can dreams, but I'm worried about the violence.
Yeah, but Adam Silver is. Yeah, that's why Adam Silver finally gave the Knicks a W here. Because Jalen Brunson's wife is Jewish. It's so stupid. And then she starts talking about like possible anti-Semitism in the Knicks parade.
Come down and tell me to my face that you can't do it. I'm asking nicely. I don't know nothing about what's going on. I'm just doing what I'm told. So we're here at the World Cup, and they're taking my Israeli flag, and they're allowing these Palestinian flags fly. They took my Israeli flag, and they're allowing this Palestinian flag to fly. And now it's the lady right there. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the rest of the game. You can get the flag back, bro. Allow this flag to fly, but they take my Israeli flag.
Oh, that's so funny. They all hate him. Excuse me. I know I'm being annoying and disruptive, but if you actually call that behavior out, then you're an anti-Semite. And also, you should be ejected, not me. Each time he was asked to put the flag away is a new worse anti-Semitic event to be flagged. I know. The ADL is like those guys that will be like, that's 10 bodies. Okay. The ADL was like, that's 10 anti-Semitisms, dude. Log it.
What happened? I was standing there with my Israeli flag, and these fools were instigating with the Palestinian flag. And the two people.
Wait, so you're not instigating with the Israeli flag, but those fools are instigating with the Palestinian flag? That's interesting. This
lady from Shikon. What's your name? What's your name?
I said the only flags that are allowed to be out are the teams that are playing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Thank you.
Can you tell them? Can you tell them waving the
Yeah, we
Palestinian?
did tell someone else that had. We tell
No, the Palestinian flag.
Yes, we did.
Well, they confiscated our flag, but not theirs.
Oh, I don't know.
They said they're gonna bring me my flag.
Dude.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's FIFA. FIFA took it.
Dude, no. See, this is a guy you're not going to get help from, okay? This guy might not be from Los Angeles, maybe. Let me tell you, okay? LA Sheriff's deputy, good luck, okay? He's going to beat your fucking ass. Oh, dude. Oh, Los Angeles Sheriff's Department? This is the one time we'll allow it, okay? Let me tell you, he does not give a fuck about your plight, okay? That dude is from Simi Valley. He drives a Ford F-350 and he makes $250,000 a year and he gets a shit ton of hazard pay and overtime pay and he beats the fuck out of anyone he wants to and sometimes kills them. He doesn't care about your plight, okay? Yeah, he does not care about your Israeli flag. He's just like, get the fuck out of my face, dude. Come on. Israelis coming to America expecting to be treated like royalty, but it's the World Cup, so instead they're treated like they're on the rest of the world stage, and it turns out that's not so hot. Yeah. No, it's awesome. Oh my God. Like, the World Cup is probably one of the worst places to be fucking carrying the banner of Israel because you literally have not just because like Americans, due to our long-term allegiance to the state of Israel, have somewhat of a more positive approach to Israel and its existence than the rest of the world does. But when you're at the World Cup, you're going to see a lot of people that are not from America in an environment where, you know, they're drinking, they're maybe celebrating, or they're angry. They will fuck you up. Okay? The rest of the world hates Israel far more than the United States of America does. Yeah, Israelis finding out Americans are not American politicians. Yeah, one of the only places where you can wave that flag around and get tremendous support is probably in the halls of Congress. And that's pretty much it. Most other places in America, you wave that shit around, they're going to be like, get the fuck out of here. Get this goddamn monstrosity out of here. Things are so bad for Mallory that University of Michigan voter has basically switched entirely to posting Abdul content. Not University of Michigan voter. Am I still blocked by him? Oh shit. University of Michigan voter has finally dropped the Mallory McMorrow beef. University of Michigan voter who is literally not from Michigan and is not a University of Michigan voter, but instead is, I believe, from New Jersey and also now canvassing for Claire Valdez, which, by the way, respect the University of Michigan voter, okay, has now officially unblocked me. We're back on election Twitter. Election Twitter is coming together now for democratic socialism. Hell yeah. This was McMorrow's worst pollster even before it collapsed, so it's no surprise she's fallen to single digits here. Another strong poll for El Sayed. He remains well positioned to pick up former McMorrow voters while also winning over undecideds. See, I'd personally prefer McMorrow, but seeing how she's not likely to win at this point, if I were a Michigander, I'd vote for Abdul. Yeah. Also, what's crazy is because she doesn't have the machine politics that Haley Stevens has, she's hitting that beautiful Pete Buttigieg spot, which means she gets 0% black support and 0% 18 to 44 support because The black support, especially young black voters, are with Abdul al-Sayed, right? And probably some of the more conservative, some of the older black voters that are like machine politics enjoyers, they're probably going with Stevens. I suspect Abdul will pick up a lot more black voters and black support in general, though. And yeah, Abdul's leading among voters 18 to 44 with 86%. Stevens at 3%. McMurrow's polling 0% with both black voters and voters under 44. New poll from Zenith Research on behalf of Common Defense, fielded from 6/11/14 among likely general election voters in Michigan, finds Democrat Abdul al-Sayed in a strong position in a matchup against Republican Mike Rogers. In addition to having higher vote share versus Rogers than McMurrow or Stevens, al-Sayed brings in a unique coalitional advantages to the general election, and Stevens brings unique vulnerabilities. The difference between al-Sayed and Stevens' vote shares, 45 and 43 respectively, appears to be due to Stevens' relative unpopularity among voters who self-identify as very progressive or liberal. 31% of progressive and liberal voters hold a strongly unfavorable view of Stevens, with several saying they would stay home or vote third party if she was the Democratic nominee, including some citing her ties to AIPAC as the driving cause, which coincides with AIPAC taking a more active role in the campaign in recent weeks. 26% of progressive and liberal voters say they would be undecided if Stevens was the nominee. 4% of these voters say they would be undecided if al-Sayed was the nominee. In matchups against Rogers, al-Sayed outperforms McMurrow and Stevens among very progressive and liberal voters. Notice how every time they put out those polls and they were like, Abdul al-Sayed would get destroyed by Mike Rogers, I didn't even care about that even one bit, because I said the more people hear about Abdul al-Sayed, the more they're going to want to vote for him. And it's already a blue wave election year. It's not even going to be a fucking problem. As a matter of fact, it would probably be a higher issue if it was Haley Stevens that was the one who won the primary. And I was right. And those numbers are going to keep going up from this point on. I was never even remotely worried about defeating Mike Rogers. So our boy is doing well. Michigan hasn't had a Republican senator since 2001, and Rogers lost in 2024, the same year Trump won. Those people are coping. I know. To a much weaker candidate than Abdul al-Sayed, too. It's not even a fucking question. Are you kidding me? Abdul al-Sayed is infinitely stronger than Elisa Slotkin. Please see my last chat message. I know you like the joke about not mentioning Abdul's first gubernatorial race, but I actually think it's an amazing example as to why you should never give up when you know your cause is moral and just. It may not have been his turn last time, but this time the people are ready for him. Yeah. By the way, holy fuck, Abdul is leading 86% with voters between the ages of 18 to 44. 86%. You were mentioned in the Mitchell poll, and both times you were mentioned, they called you an anti-Semitic podcaster. Wait, they did? They did another... Wait, someone give me the fucking readout. I need to look at the Mitchell poll. Zenith wouldn't do that. Adam Carlson is not going to fucking call me an anti-Semitic podcaster, but it is very funny. The pollster blames you for her collapse last paragraph. One of the reasons for a seeming collapse is the fact that al-Sayed had received a large amount of unpaid media because of the endorsements of Senator Bernie Sanders and Hasan Piker, the anti-Semitic podcaster. Oh, that's awesome. We take those. ADL database says this poll and its revelation is at least 15 bodies, 15 new anti-Semitic incidents. Me reading it, another 10 anti-Semitic incidents, totaling 25 new anti-Semitic incidents. The ADL is clocking every single chatter who is laughing an additional anti-Semitic incident. Stop laughing. The numbers are going up. Also, this is slander. I am not a podcaster. Here's the full readout. Why doesn't it have it in here? It's not showing up. Is this the actual one? Maybe they put it not in the summary, or they sent the summary to Politico. Yeah, also, here's what's really funny about this, but they literally go, he's winning because one of the most prominent Jewish politicians in America and a prominent anti-Semitic podcaster has both endorsed Abdul al-Sayed. He's the real coalition builder. Like, it literally doesn't make any sense, dude. I forgot. I forgot that Bernie Sanders is also a Jewish politician for a second. This is the actual poll. They sent you the GOP one? Oh. Democrats saw the impact of a strong leftist progressive wing of their party when it took over the Democratic nominating convention held to determine Democratic nominees for statewide office like Secretary of State, Attorney General, statewide education board seats. Hasan Piker, who came into Michigan to endorse al-Sayed and is considered by many to be anti-Semitic, is probably a primary reason for al-Sayed's movement upward in the Democratic Party. Finally, what is surprising is the huge erosion in support for Mallory McMorrow. One of the reasons for her seeming collapse is the fact that al-Sayed had received a large amount of unpaid media because of the endorsements by Bernie Sanders and Hasan Piker, the anti-Semitic podcaster, while Haley Stevens had an outside organization spend more than $6 million on her candidacy. Our poll was conducted on June 11th and 13th. Okay, maybe that standard doesn't apply. Bernie has also endorsed the person who once had a Totenkopf tattoo. True. You need to start suing people who call you that. Whatever, dude. It doesn't fucking matter. On U.S. policy towards Israel, while the poll found Michigan voters evenly divided on whether they sympathize more with Israelis or Palestinians, a plurality supports ending all U.S. weapons shipments to Israel, al-Sayed's position, compared to 41% who oppose it. Voters oppose maintaining military aid to Israel at current levels, 33% support, 54% oppose, and increasing military aid, 29% support, 60% oppose. New York 7 is asleep at the wheel. 39% of what early voting was on this day in 2025. Probably not ideal for Team Valdez, but still early days. Early voting turnout being highest on the Upper West Side is a good early sign for Lasher, though those voters are always super locked in, and there's a competitive primary between Eli Northup and Stephanie Ruski in his assembly district. Turnout being the highest plurality in Black Central Harlem and AD, where Jordan Wright is facing a DSA challenger, Conrad Blackburn, is very surprising. Unclear if this is good for Espaillat or Chevalier, given that it's thought to be a swing area. Writ large, this is tracking towards a normal midterm primary turnout environment, nothing close to 2025, which almost certainly means an older electorate. Yeah, this is what I've heard as well. Youth turnout is actually not doing great currently in New York, which I don't know what else to do about that, to be honest. I really thought maybe the DSA is taking the I just can't even think about the Lasher Boris Schlossberg primary. I don't even want to. I refuse to acknowledge that district's existence. Isn't it all election day vote? No. Youth turnout is supposed to be higher. I think that's part of the reason why they wanted me to go to the rally, the Bernard rally, tomorrow. I've been thinking of ways of trying to get Phantom or someone like New York influencers on board with doing like a get out the vote initiative or something, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how I can wrangle them into that. End the broadcast now and go. I would think 25 to 44 being the highest turnout demo in New York 7 would be good for Valdez. It's not good enough. But yeah, go out and knock on doors. Tell your friends. Okay. Just ask Kai Cenat to visit a polling place. Kai Cenat's Atlanta Streamer University audition shut down over safety concerns. Jesus. This is like, there's like America A, America B, and America C. I don't know what America this is. This is like the Kai Cenat universe is so vast and so large. It just has its own gravitational pull. Like it's completely, yeah, America Kai. He's handing out Vivette merch. That's why. That's funny. No, he's handing out something far more consequential than that. An attempt at clout. An opportunity to gain clout. Bodegas are selling peptides. Oh my God. The future is now. They sell... Bodegas are selling Retatrutide? Are you fucking kidding me? I injected the Bodega peptides and now I can hear the Wi-Fi. What do I do? Bro. Isn't this super legal? I don't know. Third row, ivermectin, 1 bangs. Wait, what do you mean ivermectin? Where's the ivermectin? Growth hormone support? The FDA isn't even a real organization? Dog. RFK's got this shit in the bag. GHKCU is the hair and skin one. I thought peptides were for skincare. What's going on? No, some of those are GLP-1 agonists. Some of those are literally fucking... Retatrutide is Eli Lilly. It's in the 3rd phase of clinical trials in the United States of America right now. I've been paying close attention to it because I will be getting on it when it is readily available for consumption. It's a appetite suppressor that also doesn't fucking erode your muscle mass. Streamer dead at 35. Anyway, probably not. Semaglutide is Ozempic. My partner works at the FDA. They're supposed to be RIF in October. All right. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm tired. What a fucking day this has been, huh? We had Boots Riley in the building. What a motherfucking day. Chat telling you not to use it, like when you first told us you used minoxidil and finasteride and they freaked out. Yeah, chatters are a bunch of babies, okay? Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow as always. I'll be here. I'm not going to New York for the fucking Knicks rally.